ho, it's hot. Now you got a cold in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Thursday to you both.
Hello.
Spooky, chilly Thursday. 45
And
degrees.
awesome. First Boots Thursday.
Wow.
Dude,
I'm so happy. All I wanted is to wear boots and tights, and I'm wearing boots and tights.
It's so
October
cozy.
19th.
Just like you too, Bat. Boots and tights.
Boots and tight season. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's about the time where Katie whips out her heated blanket, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the heated blankets come out.
All the
around.
girls in the office.
Yeah.
We're like a witch's coven with our cloaks.
Yeah, it's that
It can
time.
get drafty sometimes.
It's cold in this office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In some of the offices, like our little meeting rooms, they get freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the way the ducks are, but yeah.
But I like living here because we have seasons. Like if you live in Southern California, you don't really get seasons, but we get 4 distinct seasons.
Yeah, 63 seasons are overrated, to be honest. You're still excited by them. I'm not.
No, just like
everything hurts. Your back hurts. Your knee hurts. Your toe hurts. Everything hurts.
That's a you problem. You should stretch. Are you stretching?
Sauna, stretching. I'm in peak physical condition. I probably should keel over any day now. Oh.
That's the spirit.
Yeah.
Hey, well, the Cubs are in peak physical
I say
condition.
that to throw it out there. You know I make a joke about things that are really serious. That's how I cope in life.
Yeah.
Are you dying?
No, not that I know of. No.
No, stretching was when I knew that I was like on the
Crossing
down.
over.
Yeah, I was one step into
Yes.
the abyss here. Yeah, when I'm
Totally
sitting there doing Happy Baby.
Oh, I love Happy Baby.
It feels great.
It
really
does.
does.
It
But
does.
when you're doing that, you know
What's
that.
happy, baby?
So you lie on your back and
Yeah.
you put your feet up in the air and you grab the soles of your feet and
Yeah.
you kind of rock back and forth. It opens up
That's
your
called
pelvis.
sex. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Why don't you
Open
show
up your
us,
pelvis.
Nikki?
What?
Show the people.
Oh, the people demand it. They're
Yeah.
already writing in. Show us.
Well,
Nikki, do it.
Then they
Yeah.
want to see Dead Bug, too. They want
I
to see
have a dress on, so I cannot.
Yeah, I do,
Yeah.
too. I have a dress on. I
Yeah.
will show you, too.
Well,
I will show you, too.
yeah, my girlfriend was a little concerned because at first was calling it Naked Baby.
Nope.
Because
Nope.
because
Right
There's
to
my
jail.
son. I
Right to jail.
I was doing it right in bed, just
Sure.
So yeah, but yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
We're not
gotta-
going to have a demonstration, huh?
Yes. No, you won't. No.
You know, we're the only human is the only
Yeah, that doesn't
mammal
stretch.
that doesn't stretch. Like, you know, like when you see a dog or a cat and you're like, oh, big stretch.
Yeah.
'Cause animals stretch all the time, but we do
We're too
not.
smart for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But speaking of peak physical condition, the Cubs, congratulations, they won.
Yes,
They're still in it.
Yeah, they are doing it. Yankees are not doing it. By the way, I never thought Toronto, their sport was going to be baseball. So the Blue Jays are beating up on the
Oh, really?
Yankees.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I am not following all of the teams. What are you
Me
laughing
either,
at, Nikki?
No, I'm laughing at the chat.
At the
Just
chat.
the chat's enjoying that.
Oh, behave. Oh, behave. What'd you get up to last night,
We
Nikki?
got a game today, I think, right?
Yes.
8:00.
It's an 8:08 start.
Insanity.
What?
Ugh.
People have jobs.
What the hell?
Yeah, and kids have school. Vinny's got hockey practice at like 8:50. Which gets you done at 9:50.
Oh.
Gets them home at 10:30.
It's only an hour practice. That's where they're losing.
Usually an hour and 10 minutes.
That's where they're losing.
No, they won last night. 8-3. But again, it was a.
Way to beat Buffalo Grove. I don't know. I don't know.
It wasn't. Yeah, Buffalo Grove. You're
It was?
right.
Okay, that's what I
Buffalo
thought.
Grove. You're 100% correct. It was Buffalo Grove. Yeah. You're right.
That's funny. Are they the Buffalo Grove Buffaloes? No, it's not. It's not that obvious.
Not that obvious. No, Bisons maybe or something.
Oh, okay. So it's in the family.
I think. I'm not 100% sure.
That's fine.
They
You
were
can
in
look it up.
green. So
It'd be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember what. It's Stevenson, isn't it? Stevenson.
Yeah, big school. Big school.
Yeah.
Stevenson.
I don't.
Buffaloes? Stevenson. Stevenettes.
Stags.
Oh.
I think that's
The Mustangs.
Mustangs. They were Mustangs.
Mustangs.
Oh.
They were Mustangs.
Yeah.
They were Mustangs.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
I tried.
Yeah, well, all right.
I went with your Buffalo kind of thing. I think.
Yeah.
And that-
Kind of there. It's in that
It's a
same.
vibe.
Yeah, yeah.
It's it's a thing that
I
can
think
happen.
their high school, their other Buffalo Grove High School is the Buffaloes or the Bison.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's
Anyway, we won 8-3.
You should know that for the announcing. I mean, like, how do you...
Fight. Kid had a fight, threw a punch, 3
Really?
games suspension.
Wait, who
3
did?
game
Not
suspension.
my kid. Yeah, they give him. I think they gave him a 3-game suspension.
Really? Wow.
They don't tolerate.
On your
You
team?
can choke. You can push and shove. You can slam their head into the ice.
Cross check.
You cross check into the boards. 2-minute penalty.
Was it like
No
a
punch.
glove off punch, or was it just like a little, like, cool?
They were on the ground and he was throwing punches. It was the worst. It was
Oh.
in hindsight, the dumbest thing you could do. Now you got
Yeah.
a 3-game suspension. You know.
Ugh.
Was it on your team or the other team?
Our team got it. Well, they both were fighting. I don't
Sure.
know who the instigator was. You never
Right.
see the first instigation. You always see
Right.
the last one. But the two of them were like choking each other. And then when they got to the ground, our kid started throwing punches, and that's it. You get 10-minute penalty and 3-game suspension. It's tough. I mean,
Ooh.
I hope they find the kid $20,000.
Parents will be really happy about that one.
it's
Did you
sad.
see Jerry Jones got fined $250,000?
Flicking off a
Making an
fan.
obscene gesture. He made an obscene gesture.
She flicked off a fan after they scored.
Oh.
Like and it was great because they're in the box too, so it's like
Yeah.
looking down on the peasants, like, yeah,
Cake.
yeah, like yeah. You like that one? It was that kind of thing. It was pretty funny. Yeah, that was good. That should be allowed. I mean, come on, the fans.
Well, technically it was allowed. He just had to pay a fine.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's allowed, but at what cost?
Yeah.
It's hard to keep emotions in check sometimes. I'm sure if he could do it over again, he would
Yeah.
take that finger back.
Probably not.
matter to him.
Jerry's a
Think so? At that
crude
age,
SOB.
everything else like that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've done a lot of things I can take back.
At $250,000, that's like
Not even the money. I mean, the money
doesn't even matter.
right.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
All
it
right.
happens. It happens.
Yes.
Did you get any fines last night?
I did not. I
Mm.
didn't really do a whole heck of a lot. Watching the latest season of Love Is Blind, it's bad.
Mm.
And that's a lot for me because I watch a lot of just bad reality TV. But
This is one of the worst.
yeah, this season is, I don't know what is going on with the singles in Denver, but I am not impressed.
Okay.
It's just not.
No bueno.
It's not giving, yeah. But that's a personal problem.
Mm-hmm.
But how about you, Nikki? What did you get up to last night?
Nothing much. I paid for some of my tickets that I have. If you didn't know,
Parking and
so I had one parking ticket and I had one.
violation.
No. I had one license plate sticker. Do you have your license plate stickers? Do you have to get them in the suburbs?
Of course.
Yeah.
Registration.
No. Registration is one thing. The little sticker.
Plate sticker.
Yearly
yes.
gotta get the plate
that you gotta
sticker,
get
yeah.
back is- yeah. What do you think? We're not part of Illinois. I mean, like.
I thought this.
because we're the
I don't know. I thought this was a Chicago thing.
The city sticker is a Chicago
One on
thing.
your
like on the
window.
That's the window one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the plate sticker is that's every
just
state.
Yeah.
Chicago. That's,
Yeah, every
that's
state.
a tariff you guys pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to pay that in the suburbs.
Yeah.
It's called a wheel tax, but
Right.
the plate sticker everyone has to pay.
My plate sticker was expired, so I had to go.
That's on you, boo.
Expired by how long?
Big boy
though?
pants on.
I just didn't have one for this year.
Oh, for all of 20 oh.
For this entire year, because I moved, and so I
You
imagine
moved
that.
intercity. I mean, you didn't move from.
No, I know, but they have my old address, so I didn't get the sticker in the mail.
Oh,
Forgot
I
about
see.
it.
I got you.
and
Didn't you do your change of address?
yeah.
Yeah,
I was
but
at my
the
old
DMV.
address.
Yeah, it's the DMV.
Yeah. So I had to do that, so I went to Western Union to get
I'll give you
Or,
that one since you moved.
Oh, like the check cashing.
the check cashing
Yeah.
place on Western. Not the greatest area.
No.
That was a fun spot. But yes.
Yeah.
So I got that. $185, and I got to get a new one in January. So.
Oh yeah, they don't prorate it or anything.
Oh,
Like
no.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sucks. Oh,
Yeah.
because it was the late.
You got to pay.
Right.
You just get it until
Time
the
served.
next. Yeah,
Right,
it's time
'cause
served.
I just got mine, but it was only
Yeah.
like $150.
Well, he had to probably pay a little.
Right.
yeah, you
there's
got to
a
get the
late
$20 to the
And then the
convenience fee.
check
This-
cashing place, they have their upcharge and stuff.
Yeah,
like that,
just
so
taxes after tax.
quite the racket.
You learned your lesson.
I did. I did.
That's all that counts.
Yes,
That's all that
yes.
counts. You learned your lesson. But I will admit, if I don't, like some people can do like no paper, paperless
Yes.
bills and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
that's me. I automate everything.
Yeah, no, unless you're gonna click to have it paid when it's done that way. Like if they don't send me a piece of paper paying it, it don't get paid. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't
This
do
is
it.
riveting.
I can't do it. I can't do it. So he didn't do it. He didn't remember his yearly
Sure.
because he didn't get the paper. You get the paper, then you send it. I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-huh. Sorry about that.
Are you excited for your trip, Nikki? You're headed to Dallas.
Yes, we leave tomorrow morning.
Yes.
We got rodeo plans.
Show tomorrow.
I don't know. I mean, somebody else. Just
Lovely
kidding.
Liz and Jenny.
Liz and Jenny are
Oh,
gonna
that's
take
great.
over.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, you get
That's
the
my
lady
favorite.
takeover again.
Yay.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade.
100%.
Are you worried that there may not be enough TSA people at the airport?
I actually thought about that.
Yeah.
Did you think about bringing 4 ounces of Brill cream or something like that? so they're not going to be checking as much?
I didn't think about that. I mean, I don't think the packing list changes.
Oh, okay.
But the time.
Well, they won't be able to find it. They won't have time
That's
to catch
true.
it.
Yeah, the time that you need to allow just
Yeah.
in case for.
Is that a
Are you
thing yet,
pre-check?
though?
TSA pre-check?
Who isn't pre-check?
Okay. All right, good. Yeah.
I mean, now they got pre-check, clear plus, global entry. Pre-check is like where the peasants are now. Like it used to be a thing. You gotta every year you gotta upgrade to the next, the next
level.
board. Yeah, the next
Elite level clear.
No, not even elite. You gotta upgrade to be like in like the mid tier. I mean, if you're taking your shoes off at the airport, it takes you 5
Jim,
hours.
For you.
Dr. Jim, who will travel too, he just uses flip flops. So
Yeah,
he doesn't do that.
so he gets his athlete's foot all over the floor, so everybody can carry that.
No.
We love Dr. Jim, but as a traveler, he commits all of the traveling sins, all of them. But
To each his own.
Yes,
I haven't
yes.
heard anything anecdotally about like O'Hare specifically. I've
Yeah.
just heard stories like a couple of places, but I don't know how bad or
It was good this week so far. When we traveled, it was no pressure at all.
Yeah.
No problems.
yeah, I figure we got a couple more weeks until they start.
I don't know. Like for me, it's if as soon as I miss that 2-week check period, then I think all bets are off. Like as soon as
You don't miss it until it's not there. Very much
Right.
like me not getting the paper bill.
Right, yeah. But then I just think, the shenanigans exponentially increase once,
I can see that. I can see that.
Hopefully things are good. But the signups
Yeah.
are good for your show, but there is still room, I believe. So tastylive.com/events.
Signups are good, but still room. I mean, come on, it's backhanded. What is that?
Signups are
a
good.
big
Signups
place.
are actually
It's a
they're
big
really
place.
good.
Sunday at 6:00. It's
Prime time.
It's football time. Well, not. Yeah, kind of. The late games are
Yes.
still going, but it
Don't
hasn't.
go to our shows. Don't worry.
Cowboys play at noon, so
Yeah, you got time.
Oh, you're good.
yeah, so we're good. You
You're
watch
good.
Cowboys and then come hang out with us.
Hey.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna open your show by doing the Thunder Dance, like the DCC, like the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders?
Katie could probably do that. Katie could.
How are your kicks?
Yeah, you could lift a good leg.
How are
Back
your
in the day,
kicks?
you could.
Well, it depends if I do my happy baby in the morning.
Right.
If I do my happy baby, I can get it a little bit higher. Yeah.
Your jump splits need work.
Yes. No. I don't plan on doing any dancing.
You gotta learn the choreo. Thunder.
I don't know.
I'm just-
Katie could pull that off.
She could. She's
Yes.
amazing. And
Yes.
if you did not see the video yesterday, Katie did not miss a single question. She knew every single country singer, real or fake.
Yeah,
she
you got-
ran the table.
Yeah, I didn't do very well.
And you got my curse too. Cowboy hats are not your thing.
He looked good.
I didn't want to mess up my hair.
Is that what it was?
Kind of like off my
You
head.
wore it like a yarmulke for crying out loud. It was
Those are
bad.
his people now.
It was
This is-
bad. I said you got my curse. I didn't. I gave it to him.
Yeah.
Not all.
Not much of a hat guy in general.
Yeah. Now you look okay in a baseball cap. I don't even
Yeah.
look in a baseball cap, so you did better than me there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you wear a hat. Now that I think about it.
No.
Can't do it.
Ooh,
My head's
interesting.
too long. Why the long
Yeah,
face?
you got the
Matt?
long face.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go from this, so I'm just going to pivot out of this. It's a thrilling Thursday here at Tasty Live. We got a great show for you today. At the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we have fan favorite trades from the research team. The world's greatest financial think tank is going to present their trade ideas to the bats. We are going to see what is moving in a post-FOMC minute market.
Nothing right now.
Nothing, honey. All right. Well, maybe they will. Maybe they have some ideas. They're very
All-time highs.
smart.
I'm sure they're going to have some sort of idea.
Yeah, they're very
Close
smart.
enough to all-time highs.
Well, new all-time highs in the Nasdaq. That's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 8:40, we got Hear Me Out. We have Dylan Radigan phoning in from an exotic
Got a couple of
location.
good questions for him.
Yes, asking him some questions, getting his insights and feedbacks on trending topics. And then at 9 o'clock, our market measures is double dipping on 0 DTE. What does that mean?
So we're looking at putting on your 0-day trade, taking it off, and then reestablishing a new one at the same parameters afterwards. So
The same
The
thing.
20 delta option
20
changes when the market moves.
Yes,
and then
exactly.
Closing that one and putting on another one.
and so we're going to look at kind of if that is
That seems like you're doing a lot. That seems like you're doing the most. So
yes, and I think the stats are going to show that it's kind of just a little bit overkill.
Okay.
So-
Well, we will break into the numbers behind that. We always back up our reasoning.
Yes.
That's going to be at 9 o'clock. And then live from the trade desk at around 9:20, the bats are going to be visited by some special guests. We have Quentin and G Money from Tasty FX desk. Quentin breaking down some crypto stuff. That will be at around 9:30, and maybe if there's time, they'll take calls. We'll see. We're gonna play it by ear. But in the meantime, and in between time, as Nikki mentioned, will be a ladies' takeover tomorrow. So watch me, Liz, and Jenny. We will not be dressed as showgirls, sadly, again.
There might be some Taylor Swift played though. I'm sure that's going to be
Never
part of
say
it.
never.
Yeah.
But that is our run of show for today. It's a pretty good show. It is hashtag fast market tomorrow.
Yes.
If you do have a trade idea you would like the lovely ladies to do,
God, I've missed 2 fast markets.
we'd like to hear from
I
you.
know.
Yeah, but you got to do what's your assumption.
We did. We got a number of positions on too, which was
Yeah.
Yeah. Growing
But we're always looking for trade ideas, so tomorrow's fast market. But hey, in the meantime, in between time, you guys want your daily dose?
Sure.
Yeah, hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story,
today's
breaking
headlines.
news, coming across the wire. Our leading story, top story, just in.
In today's headlines,
Breaking news. Story.
All right, everybody. Today is a thrilling Thursday, October the 9th. This is the part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name's Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Ready for the news.
Any earnings, Mr. Bat?
No, but last night you had Pepsi, which is
And
up around
Delta.
$3.
Okay.
And
Delta.
I'm sorry, Pepsi up around $1 and Delta Airlines up around $3.
Yeah.
Great, perfect. I did
Both-
not have those. So,
Both right at or inside the expected move. So
see, I'm not going to yell at you because
Right
I don't
there.
have those.
Thank you. Okay, good.
so sorry.
I know I didn't. I'm saying I didn't have them, so it was like it's all good.
Yes.
So, hooray. Hey, getting to the first headline of the day, inflation angst lingers for investors, even as Treasury yields were little moved by Fed minutes. A divided Fed sees more rate cuts ahead this year. That was the takeaway from the Fed minutes that dropped yesterday. Incremental to the bond market, but let's talk bonds. Because that's in focus.
You do have a bunch of Fed speak today. You have Jay Powell at 7:30 our time, which should be happening here soon.
Okay.
So
Yeah, because the jobless claim has a star next to it.
Sure,
Because
an
we don't
asterisk,
get An
yeah.
asterisk. We don't get that data today. So we have a whole bunch of Fed speakers throughout the day today.
And
put that
also,
out.
you will get some glimpse of consumer sentiment tomorrow, but that's coming from the University of Michigan Consumer Confidence Survey, not a government survey. So I'm just putting that out there. So there's kind of a number tomorrow, but just do with that what you will. Are you doing anything in bonds, Bat?
they're unchanged. I mean, they're up 2 ticks right now, 116.28. If they go back down to 16-ish or so.
So the puts out again?
We'll look to get a little bit
Yeah.
more in bonds.
Okay.
Haven't done anything at this point.
Yeah.
Ivy rank is 11 in there.
Yeah. We're gonna try and get Dylan on this question today.
Good.
Because this is kind of like, when you look at the moving gold, it's kind of a question on
Sure.
Is that a move on inflation? Is it
Why is it moving? Is there a
Yes.
reason?
Right. Is everyone scared? Are
Everyone's
they panicking?
scared.
What's going on?
Yeah, guns
But
and ammo.
Gold did have a pullback yesterday, so just buy those dips.
Gold had a pullback overnight. I mean, it was down like $30 or $40, but it was
Like $60 yesterday.
Yeah, it was up
Right,
like
that's what I
on top
meant.
of
Last night, like
being
last night, yeah.
Yeah.
600 in the month of August and September.
the realized vol in gold has been way past implied. I mean,
Ivy
it's
rank of 58
massive.
doesn't even. I mean, that's huge. It's a big implied volatility.
Sure.
still.
Yeah.
Well, as the kids say, we are so back. Because the meme ETF is back, baby. Roundhill Investments has resurrected the meme stock ETF that trades under the meme ticker. Its first launch coincided with the top for the NASDAQ composite. I think it was launched in 2021. But it's back, made up of all your favorite degen trades all in one place. Meme, I know.
Yeah,
Is this a signal for the top?
no.
No. Okay. Good.
Well-
Just want to know if I could jump on finally.
No. These things are just, they're junk, and like the management fees on these, like if you want to trade these meme stocks, just trade the meme stocks and
But I want a basket of memes.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
The,
just kidding. No, that's good advice, though, Nikki.
the ETF stuff, the 2X, 5X, 3X, 1X, whatever, all these things plus the meme stuff, they're just liquidity vacuums.
JP Morgan now
Underperforming.
increasing the meme stock.
No.
Phrase?
No. I put the wrong headline of
Yeah.
over the photo. It's the.
Yeah.
We'll go to the next story. Stable coins may drum up 1.4
Look at that.
trillion.
We made it disappear. We look.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey,
There you go.
hey, it was
Perfect.
my fault. It's my look, dude. I am one perpetually tired person just trying to put these slides together last night, and their mistakes were made. I was watching Love is Blind. But stable coins may drum up a $1.4 trillion of extra dollar demand by 2027. That comes from JP Morgan. The adoption of stable coins is accelerating, and that momentum could generate $1.4 trillion in demand for US dollars by 2027 if enough overseas investors also want to own these assets. Are you buying into this stable coin hype? So not
I'm
crypto
trying
hype,
to
but stable
understand it.
coin hype. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
It literally just takes the bank out of the middleman.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's-
Tom and I were
that's-
talking about this last night. He gave me a buzz. He misses me. Yeah, I'm
What
trying.
did he just like text you up?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand it. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I'm not there.
But it's like, is it like a digital dollar, basically, sort of, kind of
it's
like?
it's
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, it has to be backed by something.
Sure.
So, like, you know,
Well, the dollar's not.
Yeah, it's backed by
anything.
dollars.
yeah, or it could be backed by your assets. Like, it could be backed by whatever you make the stable coin of. So it's an interesting
What?
No,
concept.
no. Stable coins are backed by dollars. So like you could theoretically make your own coin and say it backed by
That's correct.
Whatever. But the
But
But that's
stable
not a stable coin.
yeah, stable coins are backed by dollars. There's a dollar for every one stable coin. So it's 1-to-1. There's no spread there. The real upside to this sort of thing is that you can instantly, because it's backed and verifiable, you can instantly transfer it. There's no ACH fee. There's no wait time. It's
Right.
There's no like
instantaneous.
T+2 settlement or
There's
whatever.
still, I'm going to call it gas fees, but there's still fees associated with it that are.
By the processing of
Yeah.
it, yes,
Yes.
but they're significantly
Significantly
less, and the time value is the thing. Like,
Yeah.
it
should be instantaneous.
Yeah, you want to transfer $1,000 to somebody. I mean, you could do that in Venmo, which is one way. But
Yes.
if you go through a bank and ACH it, it takes 24 hours. And
Yeah,
or more.
Sometimes.
Yeah, and you got to verify. You got to do all this. You click the button.
or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, there's 100 different things, and then the
Yep.
bank charges you, whatever.
What are you?
$30 or something like
It's insane.
That. Crazy.
Well, since stable coins are going to 1.4 trillion, let's just get long all the stable coins. Let's talk circle, bullish. What I don't know what else you're doing.
I don't know if that's necessarily a correlation, but it's
It's a straight line, Nikki.
well.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, these are they're fee generating businesses. So obviously, if the space gets bigger, these things should get bigger. But the relative value of them is a little bit high, I would say.
What's Circle doing?
Hard to borrow stock, $150. Been not really participating in the overall bullishness of the market. It's had a nice year, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
Kind of going sideways. Earnings November 11th. Good IV rank at 35. Did something for option trades today, but I'm not sure yet.
Hey, this is fun fact just real fast. The stable coin market is currently worth $260 billion. So that's quite the surge if it's going to go to 1.4 trillion. So just wanted to reference that. Hey, the Bank of North Dakota is tapping Fiserv to launch a state-backed Roughrider Coin. What in the Brokeback Mountain are y'all doing, North Dakota? Why would you call this the Roughrider Coin? Be so serious.
Get your mind in a different place.
Bank of North Dakota and the I don't know how to quit you and the financial technology firm Fiserv announced that they will launch.
Say I don't know how to quit you. Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, they're launching a Roughrider coin. Look, dude, love is love. It is a U.S. dollar-backed stable coin set to debut. Like, I just want to be in that meeting where a bunch of dudes are like, you know what we should call this?
Rough Riders.
Roughrider. Shut up down. Shot.
Do we look at
Fiserv,
Yeah.
FI, yes.
$126.50. Now, this is one that's down from around 240 to 160. It hasn't had an uptick. Fell from 170 in August down to about 135 and has not been able to catch anything to the upside. IV rank of 79 is pretty good in there. November markets are okay too. They're maybe 15, 20 cents wide. So maybe there's something to do there.
Okay.
It's a good IV rank. It does have earnings coming October 29th.
North Dakota, actually not the first state to pioneer their own stable coin. I believe Wyoming.
I see what you did there.
Wyoming, Wyoming, I think, was the first state to sort of go on this. So now all the states get their own stable coins, and what are we doing? But that's cool. Roughrider. No, I'm going to stop now. Coreweave stock.
Hogrider.
What?
Hogrider.
Don't bring up my weekend plans.
No, it's from.
You find somebody at that gym?
No, I'm just kidding. No, right? I would be in a much better mood. I would be in a much better mood.
Wow.
Clash of the Clans. Hogrider.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Ever
know.
play?
I don't know.
Obviously, the way you're looking at me is no.
No.
Hogrider.
Coreweave has new.
I didn't know you were a
I can hear
video
my kid
game.
playing it, you know.
Coreweave has new tools to sell individual software developers who want to train and monitor AI models. The product complements Coreweave's existing business of renting NVIDIA GPUs to OpenAI and other clients. So stock was up yesterday slightly.
Up to about almost $140. Closed about a penny below that. Looks like it's down $1 right now at the higher end of its range. Not at its all-time highs of 180 and change, but sitting at around 139 bucks.
Moves like $5 to $10 a day. So
it does.
So place your bet. If it's going to be up or down today, it's how that thing.
$7.5 expected move for a day.
Yeah.
I mean, it has the volatility. Just to give you an idea, I mean, we've had SPX, a 500 different stocks, $6,800 product that has a $20 move. This has a $7 move, so very volatile. 100% implied volatility. I'm rounding up a little bit. It's closer to 95.
When are their earnings? Does it say?
November 11th. So
Okay,
November 21st is expiration. Market's about 20 cents wide here. You can see the stock is 20 cents wide. So
Not the worst.
No.
Some opportunity. Hey, AMD is continuing its glow up after its OpenAI deal was announced earlier this week. The stock continues to rally, and AMD's up 43% for this week. Shares were up 11% yesterday, making the total gains, like I said, for the week, 43%. The chip maker is continuing its massive climb since OpenAI announced plans to buy billions of dollars of AI equipment from AMD. Again, I must assert that our entire economy is just propped up by all these deals just between AI companies. And when this stops, we are in trouble. But go ahead, AMD.
When it stops, it's going to stop for.
Okay.
AMD up another $3 this morning.
Wow.
238. All-time new highs, as you like to say.
Good for you, Lisa Sue. What are you doing in AMD? Or the chip stocks?
We've traded strangles in there. They've come in.
Sold calls in there too on a big.
We sold
move up.
calls into the first big move.
Yep.
Maybe we look at that today, doing that again, because volatility,
Hey.
upside volatility certainly
Yeah.
comes into play. And I imagine with the stock up another, couple bucks this
$3.
morning, it's going to be,
Volatility's gonna stay
they'll
big.
pump some juice into it this morning. So yeah.
Okay. AMD now has a market cap of $380 billion. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. But if you can get it.
Hey, again, I love just doing old tech stock companies that are like now new again. So it's like your Qualcomm, your Oracles, your Dells. Cisco. I have a Cisco story today. What year is this?
Wow.
Cisco is rolling out a chip that's designed to connect AI data centers over vast distances, and they launched it on Wednesday. The new networking chip is designed to connect AI data centers with the cloud computing units of Microsoft and Alibaba, is enrolling as the chip's customers. Cisco, what are you doing?
Cisco near all-time highs, close to $70. Looks like it's down about 30 cents this morning.
Gotta buy those dips.
Baba 178. It's down $2 or $3 off of its highs of around 190 and change.
IBM is another one that's moved like $50 in the
Right?
last month.
Well, they're quantum now.
Yes, they're quantum, and it feels like you've had these massive moves in all the chip stocks, and it's like where can we find another tech name?
Something's like a chip stock here I can buy, right?
Yeah, so something has the ability to pump out a news article of quantum or AI
Right.
or something like that. And now we're getting to the Ciscos and the IBMs.
Sure.
We're
And Micron too. Let's throw Micron at
Yes.
you. Look at him. What is what?
$194. It's down about $2 today, but
And this was
it's
a
moved
100
to 200
stock forever.
Yeah.
It's almost double.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
MU, crazy.
Just take a shot anywhere.
Yes.
Hey, here's something interesting. Denmark is proposing a social media ban for children under the age of 15. The Danish Prime Minister announced the proposal earlier this week, saying social media platforms are stealing our children's childhood.
Fair.
I mean, as a parent, I can see their point.
Sure.
I mean, I can see their point, but man, it's created so many other
Should the
things.
government be mandating these changes, or I don't know.
I don't believe so, but I see their point.
I don't have but I do too. I see both sides of it, so I don't have a
I
strong
don't think
opinion.
the government should
But
be feeding you information. You should on your own will, but
if the government bears the effects of the detriments
doesn't
of
the
it,
people bear the effect? I mean, but
again, I don't know. I don't know. That's why it's up for discussion. But you can look at Meta. So
we can look at Meta.
I mean, you could take phones away at the dinner table at least. That might be a nice start.
I have done
like
that.
this time.
Your brother's getting his phone taken away every morning now.
Ooh, why? What do you do?
Ooh.
Just doesn't get ready on time for school. Goes back to sleep. Kind of lackadaisical.
And he's smell maxing.
No, they have a shock wristband now that he wants to get. Yeah, so when your alarm rings, instead of it just, wake up, time to get up, it shocks you.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be healthy to be woken up like that. I feel like
We're going to try the phone thing first.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to going to the shock collar if I have to.
Okay.
It's on his wrist, ladies and gentlemen, on his wrist. Meta 717, 45 Ivy rank, has not participated to the upside.
And a dog.
Meta's a little sicky. Yeah.
Netflix kind of caught up a little bit yesterday.
Oh, Netflix had a big day yesterday.
Over the last 2 days. But we've been talking about Netflix and Meta have been kind of the laggards of the group here. I mean, Meta more than Netflix, because Netflix has kind of been taken off the big board. It's not part of the acronyms anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I see what you're saying.
It hasn't been.
It's not one of the cool kids.
It's not one of the cool kids anymore. So it's been kind of just chopping around at 1150 to 1200. We just got up above that yesterday.
In other news, Salesforce, CRM, said they would spend $1 billion in Mexico over the next 5 years as the cloud software provider looks to expand operations to drive, guess what? AI adoption.
Woo woo! Buzzword, baby.
$1 billion in Mexico. Let's go.
Salesforce has got to say something to get their name relevant. $240. I mean,
Gone nowhere.
Started the year closer to $350.
Ooh.
So this is not not hitting it out of the ballpark. You're looking to buy one of the dogs you were saying, like, something that might be associated with something.
Yeah.
CRM.
CRM, Adobe. Those have been like kind of the meh. The meh performers of the group. Some of these
maybe there's
service
opportunity.
names.
When are CRM's earnings?
CRM has earnings coming on December 2nd, so it is after.
Okay, that's a long
November
way.
21st expiration. So you might have done something there. A
Might
good
be
IV
something.
rank of 39. Markets are okay, 20 cents wide.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe something in CRM.
Yeah.
Square, also known as Block, also known as XYZ, their merchants payment platform has launched new features for merchants, including, I hate this so much, AI-powered voice ordering for restaurants and enhancements to its AI assistant. So instead of your busy kitchen, having to spend time answering the phone, Square is like, hey, let's have AI do this. I hate this so much. Because remember, like, when Wendy's and McDonald's tried to have, like, the AI, like, drive-through ordering, and you're just trying to order chicken nugs, and you're like, representative! Because it's not working. But
Operator, 0.
theoretically, you could ask, what is the special on your menu today? Or you could say, make my food spicy, but don't use gluten. I don't know. You're probably going to die. But I'm not a big fan of AI, like, answering customer service stuff. Like, I just get frustrated because it's a one-size-fits-all solution, and there's...
It's a little frustrating. It's not there yet. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
There. I agree.
But Square says they are ready for prime time.
You sound like a boomer more and more. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. 6-day rally from 71 to 81 in XYZ, also known as Block.
Wow.
PayPal has been kind of catching a bid the last couple days too. We sold puts there. I took them off like on the 6th, so a
You're
couple
right.
days
it went
ago.
from around 68 to about 7.
Something happening.
What is
in that
going on?
space. I don't know. I mean, it's
This was a lag or two, PayPal
Yeah.
and Block, so catching a bid. Yeah.
All right. Square is also adding Grubhub integration to streamline third-party delivery orders. So, good news all around. Hey, Amazon! I don't know if you bought anything for Prime Day. That Prime event has wrapped up. It was the 7th and the 8th. But Amazon is launching prescription vending machines. What could go wrong? At one medical clinics in Los Angeles. The kiosks are operated by Amazon Pharmacy, and they would stock a range of commonly prescribed medications such as antibiotics, inhalers, and blood pressure treatments. The launch comes as pharmacy chains like Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS have closed a number of stores in recent years.
Didn't Amazon have like an RX? Didn't they do like an acquisition?
They did. They did.
Like, it was.
You are right, Nikki. I forget the name of the actual company now, but it got folded into one. I think it's the One Medical.
Yeah.
I think that's how they're able to do this, right?
But you can use Amazon, I don't know if you know this, through like telehealth. So you can be like, hey, I want this prescription skin cream, which is true, and I do. And Amazon will give it to me. It's like, I don't even need to go see like a real doctor. I can just go see an Amazon online doctor, and then I can get a prescription for this amazing skin cream.
Is the doctor also AI?
No, they're real doctors, but it's just telehealth.
But they're in Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're.
Well, they're at their lake house.
I'm teasing.
They're at their lake house. But it's I mean, it's kind of cool. It's kind of innovating. Pharmacists are under immense stress and pressure, like the whole thing. It's
You ever
kind
try
of
to
a
go
nightmare.
in to see a doctor? It's impossible.
Do you see a doctor? I don't have a problem seeing a doctor.
Oh,
What's wrong with you?
A lot of things.
Where do you want to start? Amazon just under 225.
Nice little bounce yesterday, though.
Nice.
We caught that from the what's your assumption trade, which I closed out in the middle of the day, like 2 hours later. The guy
That was a good trade.
wrote in and was like,
It's easy when the stock goes in your direction. I'm finding selling puts is a good thing to do.
yeah, over time, yes, I would imagine that's quite profitable.
Seems to work for some reason.
Puts are not schmutz.
Yeah. But-
Hey, Costco stock ran higher yesterday after yet another monthly sales gain. They were helped by digital demand. Costco has said new perks for some members, like extra shopping hours and deals through Instacart, are paying off. One of my favorite things is getting that exclusive elite hours where there's not as many people in the store. Introvert paradise. So I can go to Costco like an hour before it's open to the general public.
Wow.
Because I have an executive.
When you walk around, do you, with all the other special people,
Yes.
do you guys like have like a handshake, or do you guys like be like, oh, you
We
do?
talk about
Oh,
our property
yeah.
avail.
Like, do you guys have like book clubs too? Yeah. Is it like a special group kind of
This
thing?
looks like the Chicago Costco too, with the background there of the bridge.
the bridge there. That might be the one on Elston.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah.
It's got to be an old picture because we haven't had rain in like 2 months. So
Oh, it rained yesterday. It rained like a couple days ago.
no, for a second.
Okay.
Come on,
Costco.
Been a dog.
Been a dog.
It's at the Lowe's.
I was looking for 1,000 split in Costco.
You and everybody and their
Crowded
mother.
space. Yes,
Everybody.
yes. Got down into the low 900 and teens. It is up about $12 this morning to 926.
Hey.
Yes.
When are Costco's earnings?
They just didn't they just do a thing with Wegovy?
Yes, you can get GLP-1, the skinny shot, now at Costco for around like $400 a month. So you're right, Nikki. Good job.
$400 a month to get skinny? That's pretty cheap.
Well, you have to take it for the rest of your life.
Well, you can stop eating.
Yeah.
December 25th earnings.
Kroger is expanding its partnership with DoorDash to offer full grocery selection nationwide. Kroger announced they're expanding the business relationship with DoorDash to offer the grocers full assortment to customers ordering on the digital platform.
I think Dr. Jim Schultz's favorite stock to trade back in the day.
Kroger?
Or Dash?
Kroger.
Wow.
Kroger. $68. Ivy rank of 44 is pretty good. Not my favorite stock to trade.
Okay.
DoorDash at 281, a $112 billion company.
Bad news for you, Bat. You have a grandkid and another one on.
No. I haven't gotten anybody pregnant.
No. He is another one. Sasha is pregnant.
Oh, okay.
Easy there, Tiger. But Disney is raising admission prices for its theme parks during key holidays. We love this. Read the room, Disney. Disney said they're going to raise prices for certain tickets to their theme parks in the U.S. during key holidays like Thanksgiving week, New Year's Eve. Prices for one-day tickets to Disney World, which is in Orlando, will exceed the current $199. Yeah, that's $199 top price point, beginning with the holidays in 2026. So.
Disney sucks.
Yeah, didn't you swear it wasn't that your last hurrah at Disney?
My last hurrah was with you.
Oh, I thought it was, didn't.
Oh, I went a half a dozen times after that, but my plan to last.
Your original last.
My original. Before
Yeah.
I revised
But
it.
the last one with Vinny, that was it. I thought.
Oh, he's done.
Yeah.
But now grandkids. I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta take. Yeah, that's it. But
the curse of Disney is you can never say I'm never going back to Disney.
I know, but imagine the prices like when you're gonna take the grandkid like 2030. You know, like that's gonna.
I'll be wheeled around by then.
He'll be in a home somewhere. He'll be at Disney virtually. He'll put on his goggles. He'll be at Disney virtual.
Anything to do in Disney?
Ivy rank at 22, sitting at 112. Been going sideways off its highs of 125, well off of its lows below 100 in the 80s. I don't know. Disney. Ivy monthly implied Ivy in there 25. Nothing to get excited about.
I have thoughts about this. It is certainly a choice. Domino's Pizza is updating its logo and look, and they've rolled out a new ad. If you're watching this in your house and your spouse is in another room, tell them you're just watching a pizza ad. This is going to sound like something else. And again, this is a choice, Domino's. Watch this.
Updating their logo?
Yeah, it's Domino's now.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, that's enough.
I'm sorry,
Talk
Domino's
pizza
is
to me.
disgusting.
Didn't they change from the 2 Dominoes?
Oh, to the dots? I don't know all the
Wasn't
lore.
that like 3 or 4 years ago?
I don't know all the Domino's
I
lore,
do
but
know, I don't
DPZ, the stock is outperformed Nvidia.
Yeah, $413. It is off as highs of closer to 500, but it's an untradeable stock. At least the last time I looked at the markets. I'll look right now. Yeah, 60, 70 cent market.
Yeah.
Not a lot of open interest. Earnings are coming October 14th, though.
Domino's. What is your
so bad.
favorite
When was the
of
last
the
time you had a
commercial
Domino's?
chains? Like, what's your favorite? Like Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's.
Ooh.
Little
Little
Caesars.
Caesars.
I said Little Caesars or Jets. I'll throw those in.
I had Jets the other day. It's okay.
It's just too much. There's just too much bread.
We had it when we were out in Michigan for the.
Oh yeah.
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 Yeah. I mean,
The Domino's thin
better than
crust,
Domino's. I'll give it that.
You
like the thin
Yeah.
crust, is edible. The rest of
Okay.
it not edible.
It's like going to Olive Garden for
Yeah.
Italian food. It's
How dare you besmirch Olive Garden?
shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Shouldn't do. You should abstain.
I'm just kidding. Hey, this is hilarious to me. UNC is already reportedly discussing potential exit strategies for Bill Belichick. Oh no, some think he might not make it to next week.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Just,
I'm
Start
devastated.
off good. I mean,
No.
not from their play, from the press, or anything. This has not been
I
well
mean,
received.
the Belichick era was just not.
That's what happens when you get a little distracted.
Brad
on the
Jordan
side,
Hudson,
you
like
know?
on the
You got-
sidelines, and
Yeah,
just
he's a little
all the-
distracted. He's,
It was the.
You're not supposed to do that before game day.
It was
you
the
know?
Stay
sorority
strong.
girl.
You gotta stay strong. You gotta keep the high tea.
It was the sorority girl balloon arch for the press conferences for me that I loved, but we will see. Belichick does want other coaching opportunities if you're hiring or to get into the media side of the business.
I can't believe him on the media side because he never spoke to the
No.
media.
Right, sure,
His press
sure.
conferences were legendary for the one-word answers or the.
No one would describe him as charismatic.
No.
No. He is a little condescending.
Yeah, so good luck with that. Hey, finally today for my viral video of the day, one of my favorite things, and I get served a lot of these videos because I do like them, is I love little kids on dirt bikes because they just look like bobbleheads, like with the helmets
And they always have
bodies.
the little
It's just-
mohawk
right,
and
it's
stuff
just-
and the
it's so
spikes.
cute.
Yeah.
And all of my friends that have kids, like I offer all of my friends, I was like, I will buy your kid a dirt bike. All my friends say no. I'm pro
Yeah,
buying
because they
kids dirt
value
bikes.
their broken bones.
Whatever. I think kids should have dirt bikes, but fight me. But this video is really cute. It's the start of a race, and these two little ones can't quite figure out how to fist bump. It's kind of like you doing this. So,
All right.
watch this. They're like, okay.
Oh, I got it there a little bit.
Look
Yeah.
at the guy just laughed. They're just so cute.
I like he was trying to give him the finger
Aw.
They got it.
Yeah, there you go.
you
You
go.
got it at the
Hey.
end.
All's well that ends well.
Yeah.
Good job out of you too. All's well that ends well with you too.
Yeah.
Good job out of you.
Buy your kid a dirt bike.
Take a quick. I had a mini bike. I had
Yeah,
like
see?
a little Briggs and Stratton.
Then he's got the electric one.
It's like
Yeah.
a little
Yeah.
25cc,
Yeah.
50cc little bike. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. What comes up next? Confirm and send. We'll be back
Viewer
in 90 seconds.
emails.
Tasty Live.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve.
New from Tasty Trade. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and tastylive web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the tastylive core strategies. Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Nikki, we're back, son. You know what that means. Time for a little bit of confirm and send on this Thursday, October 9th. But before we do, let's take a quick look at the market. Catching a small bid here, up $2.50. Very tight market, under 20 handles, top to bottom.
Chop fest.
Definitely a chop
all
fest.
night.
Right here at 6,800.
Yeah.
Place your bets. Buy them, sell.
They were up like 10, 12-ish handles in the first hour of the opening session. Sold back off to 6,800, and they chopped in that 2-point range until I went to bed. They have not gone anywhere.
Yeah, and that's where we sit. And the expected move for today, you can see it right here on the right-hand side, under $17, $16.60 and change. I think that's about the lowest I've seen it pre-market for even the S&P expected move for those trading the zero-day options. NASDAQ unchanged, down 75 cents. Russell unchanged, down 2. Dow unchanged, down 7. Volatility unchanged exactly, 1755, back down near a lower end of its range. You seeing a pattern here about this unchanged?
Yeah, everything's unchanged.
Bonds down 4 ticks, basically unchanged. Bitcoin is unchanged, although it did sell off all the way down to under 122,000 last night in the overnight session. Really caught a bid the last couple of hours, 2-3 hours before the market opens here. 124.2. Ethereum having a little bit of a move to the downside, down $155. Hasn't rallied back after the overnight session. Big move, 2.5%. 44.24 down $115. Oil unchanged. We'll get back to this. Gold unchanged. It was down. I don't understand it if you saw that.
Gold was down like $30, $40. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the protection team when you need it in gold?
Yeah. It's rallied like 50 handles from the lows.
Ivy rank of 57 seems to stay bid and expanding. Silver having an equally historic move to the upside, up 34 cents, about 0.75% to 49 and change. We had 2 stocks for earnings. Delta Airlines was up $3 earlier.
$4 now.
Oh yeah, $4 now. You're right. See if it's lifting any of the other stocks. Let's look at what UAL is doing.
Pepsi up $1.
Oh yeah, UAL up big too. Let's see, Love. If that one's up too. Love up 50 cents or so.
Yeah, Love goes nowhere.
Love goes nowhere fast. Except if you're trying to fly out of an airport. They do get you out of an airport usually.
But you got to go to Midway.
Yeah, Midway's a tough one for Chicago. Yeah, I mean, if you live in the north, if you live west, like where Liz and Jenny live, then it's a great place to be. No good direct way from
Yeah.
the north side of Chicago. Pepsi had earnings. It's up about $1.50, $2. It was up only $1 earlier. Let's get to confirm and send on this Thursday, October 9th, please. What are the pros and cons of placing all legs of an iron condor as a single order versus legging in one leg at a time?
I think this is one we get all the time of like, I'll sell the put spread, and then when the stock goes up, I'll sell the call spread, right? And it's like, oh, so you
It's a great
it's a great plan. That sounds perfect.
That's what I would do every time.
Every single time. That sounds really easy. I think the problem is, of course, is the perfect timing, and if you're legging in on each leg or each spread separately, let's say you do the short put spread and then the stock goes down, now you're selling the call spread in the hole against your position. Like, you can't play that game, and especially with defined risk trades, the trade, you put it on together, you take it off together. If you want to leg out of a spread, like say you put the iron condor on and the stock goes down and the call spread goes from $1.50 to 50 cents, and you want to peel that call spread off, I have no problem with that, leaning long into a down move. That's what you're doing with that sort of adjustment. But trying to leg in and time markets, especially with defined risk positions, way easier said, like in this email, than it is done.
Let's think about it from a different angle for a quick second, because everything you said is correctly. I don't have anything to add there. Not something I do, but let's think about what you're doing. Iron condor. What kind of strategy is it? You want the stock to stay range bound. So your assumption on the trade is it's going to stay range bound, but you're going to enter it by putting on a directional trade. You don't think it's going anywhere.
Yeah.
If you think it's going in a direction, then do a strategy that's going to benefit going in a direction. If you think it's going to stay range bound and volatility's high, no delta risk to you. Don't play the delta game.
Yeah.
Just put all four legs on it once.
And this is the same. I would say the same thing if you were saying, I'm going to sell the put, and then when the stock goes up, I'm going to buy the put to define the risk.
Yep.
Again, it's like there's too many assumptions that you're making that you're going to be correct on. That it's just too much. Trying to plan for too much.
Too cute.
Getting too cute. Next question, please. So when you guys trade strangles, how do you decide between going naked versus using defined risks? Positions like iron condor. So how do you make the decision, I'm going to go naked here versus an iron condor?
The first thing I always look at is the IV rank, but even before that, how much buying power you want to use. So if the buying power is not a consideration for you, you can use a couple of $1,000s in buying power and there's high IV rank, I'm going to default to a strangle. If the buying power is a concern, like I have a lot of positions on already, and I have a lot of strangles on, and maybe my pop on the top of my Tasty Trade platform is in a good area where I already want it. I don't need more acceleration of premium short, then I'm going to use an iron condor. Again, it all comes down to the IV rank. Even if the IV rank is high to mid, iron condor, a great strategy to use. I'd try to go as wide as I could, $10, $15 wide, as opposed to $5 wide, $20 wide, instead of $5 wide. But it's all about the buying power and the IV rank.
Agreed. Risk tolerance and buying power, I think, are the two big deciding factors here. So totally agree with everything you just said.
Depth of markets too. You can go there too. So if they have relatively wide option markets and you want to kind of take something with a little less directional risk into it, you could use the iron condor.
Very nice.
Do you have guidelines for scaling into trades incrementally versus putting on full-size positions at once to reduce execution risk?
So I think there's two questions here. Obviously, if you are trading 45-day positions, I usually get into my full position on entry, and that full position is small enough to where I can add to it. You're not like fully loaded every time you're putting on a trade. So I think if you're staying small enough with your positions in general, you should always have flexibility to add or put a new position on or take something off. Like that should never be an issue for you. It should never be an issue to where you're sitting there and you're like, I can't do anything because I'm fully loaded across the board. I think if you have a larger sized account, especially in directional shots, like if you're trading futures, it should always be a fraction of your allotted size. If you can trade 5 E-mini contracts, I'm probably not starting with 5. I'm starting with 1 or 2. You assume it's going to go against you, and so you can add a little bit more to it, and then you can get to your full size. I think that's really where this comes into play. I think with your normal option trades, your day-to-day trading, your position sizing should be small enough to where you never have to even ask yourself this question.
Yeah, and if you're doing more than one contract, I mean, I usually don't play around with it. I mean, if I want to do something, I usually just get in as a full tranche, whatever size that may be. But the second part of this question, there's 2 questions. To reduce execution risk, you don't have any execution risk. I mean, the mid price, a penny, 2, 3 above, is going to be the same price.
Yeah.
Whether you do 1 or 2 contracts, try to do 4. Or you do 4. Like, you're not going to move the market on your 4 lot or your 40 lot.
But that's a question we get all the time of like,
Sure.
Can I do 10 contracts here or 50 contracts here? And I'm like, listen, my man, it's a drop in the bucket. Like you do a 50 contract strangle or iron condor
in a liquid product. You're doing it in an obscure stock with wide markets.
Maybe the markets move a little bit, but when you're looking at Apple, you have no problem doing whatever you want in any expiration at any size. Yeah. There's no issue.
None. 0.
Next one here. I saw you close a position at 50% of the max profit. Why not hold it longer if the probability is still in your favor?
You certainly could. I mean, we're just going by our research that, shows, we try to show the optimal time. Now, I mean, even optimal is subjective. You want to stay in the trade, certainly can. And maybe for you and your style of trading, it'll work out for you. I have found with my own trading, closing at 50% has kind of stopped my P&L swings of my overall account and kept it more even and steady as a stair step as opposed to wild swings. Because as you get closer to expiration, these options grow teeth, and you don't have you no longer have a premium play here. You have a directional bias play, and that's not what I'm trying to do with the position I put on.
And you have a lot less to make from it. The same risk and a lot, or even more risk because you have profits on the table, and a lot less rewards. So you have diminishing margins of return, and your P&L volatility, as you kind of mentioned. That's really what you're doing here, and that capital. It's not about like taking every penny of value out of a position is not the optimal thing to do. That capital, if you have $1,000 and you have a $10 wide iron condor and it's trading at 25 cents, it might be a 90% pop. It's a high probability of profit. You can only make the 50 cents on that position.
And you're tying up all the buying power.
You can take that $1,000 and put it into a position that's 45 days out that you might make $1 over that same time frame. So it's about optimizing your capital usage, not only about taking every. It's why you close cheapy options.
That is correct.
Because that option, you've made your money on it. It's time for new opportunities.
You're 100% correct. Good job. How do you manage the risk of adverse fills when trying to roll tested and untested side of strangles in a fast-moving market?
So obviously trading in liquid underlyings kind of is the first thing because, even if something's moving fast in SPY or Apple or Tesla, your markets are tight. So you're not getting bad fills. You're getting bad fills on stuff that isn't trading that, isn't liquid. I mean, that's really the biggest problem. The one way you can do this though, like if you have wide markets, go above the mid price and let it sit for a second and work your way, closer to that mid price. I think, there's out of 10 trades, there might be one trade where I have this issue. because most of the stocks I'm trading, and even some of the fringe stuff like, your INQs and your HIMs, like those markets get 10 or 15 cents wide on each of the options, but you're still wrapped around mid price. It's not like we're talking $2 wide bid-ask spreads.
Yeah, let's talk about what it really is, an adverse fill here. A penny, 2, 3.
On the stuff that we're trading, but it can be 50 cents. You could get filled.
That was a problem on entry.
Yes.
Trade, because you didn't trade something that had liquid, tight bid-ask markets. If you're trading tight liquid markets, your adverse fill is going to be a penny or 2. And if the stock is moving fast, the penny or 2 is going to be made up, momentarily, because the stock is going to move one way or the other, good or bad for you. Matter of fact, if you're rolling the untested side, you want that sale to be a decent sale. You want a bunch of premium, of course, but you want it to be the worst sale you make because you really need the stock to continue going in the opposite direction that it's going in right now. Good one.
Well said. Last one here. So why would you choose a ratio spread instead of a vertical spread in a high IV environment?
Ratio spread's going to use more buying power because you have a naked option to it. Let's just call it 1x2. It's a little bit more omnidirectional. It has an embedded long spread in it. Call if you're on the call side, put if you're on the put side, a long call spread, a long put spread, depending on which one you're using here. Higher probability of success, more premium collected, using more buying power.
Yeah.
So you can go from a vertical spread that's $10 wide and maybe use $800 in buying power, and you can go to a ratio spread where you might be using twice as much buying power, but you're collecting this equal amount of premium with a much higher probability of success. The vertical spread's going to have a 60 to 75% probability of success, and if you put on ratio spreads where we put them on, you can have like a 70 to 90% probability of success. That's really the difference between the two. If you have the buying power, prefer ratio spreads over the vertical spread.
A little bit more
dynamic.
Dynamic, yeah. Like you can do a lot of things with them. I'm thinking in the a ratio spread versus just a naked option. Like that's a
different story.
I mean, I think that's more what it is in that comparison is the more dynamic kind of options that you have with the position. A ratio spread, you could turn it into a butterfly. You have that closer at the money long option that is going to hold value, that gives you a little bit of a more dynamic P&L risk profile, because if you're selling, if you're doing these 20-cent credits or debits, cheapies, you have the short options that are further out on the curve that decay real quick. So there's a lot of things. I've been doing a lot of those ratio spreads in HIMs and INQ and some of these call
skew. Call skew, I would imagine.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're selling tail volatility and buying at the money volatility that kind of holds its value. So,
Again, it comes down to the assumption you're making on the product, right? It would be what the option curve is giving you too. Very good.
Good job out of you. Silver about to get to 50.
What's about to get to 50?
Silver. It's up almost 2%, 90 cents.
49.90, 49.93 is the high. It's up almost 2%.
Cray.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Somebody else that's silver and gold here is our research team, and they're going to come in for trades from the research team. We found these small messages. Back in 90 seconds.
Tasty Trade's Money Match event. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits to jumpstart your trading when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. Level up your trading experience with Active Trader Mode, smart order tracking, risk analysis tools, dynamic watch lists, and more. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options, profit, and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
When the market moves, traders need to move faster. Tasty Trade Active Trader Tool offers full depth of market visibility, one-click order entry, and instant position management so traders can react in real time. While others charge for professional tools, Tasty Trade provides them for free. Opportunity can move fast. Seize it with Active Trader. Try it now on Tasty Trade.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Nicky, we are back, son. We got trades from the research team. Who is our first researcher?
There he is.
Sahil, my man, Shark himself, Jaws. What's going down, brother?
Not much. How are you guys?
You're looking good. You got
Fresh.
a fresh coif.
Yeah.
Fresh coif.
I like it.
Fresh coif, nice shirt.
Where do you go? Where's your haircutting spot? You got one in West Loop? Where'd you go? I'm in the.
Sounds like he doesn't want to share with you. That's what it looks
like. Well, yeah, I'm in the.
Shopping?
Yeah, I'm shopping for new haircutting places.
Let me know which one to avoid.
You got a good one?
The place I go to is like a $70 haircut. I actually forgot the name. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh.
Seriously, because I choose a new one for the last time because Gad was saying to stop going to Great Clips and Sports Clips and all that stuff.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
try to elevate your experience a little bit.
Yeah, they are getting pricey. Some of them,
pricey.
Everything's
$35. It's $35 for a Great Clips haircut now. So you double that, go to a nicer place.
See that?
They actually care about you, you know.
Yeah, and you get a hottie cut in your hair too, don't you? Yeah.
And the shampoo.
Let me see.
Yeah, you get a little.
You gotta get the shampoo.
Massage.
Yeah, you gotta get the
a little
shampoo.
bit. Yeah.
Plus,
an experience.
Great Clips tries to get you out within 15-20 minutes, you know. These guys spend 40-45 minutes. They
That's
they
why
make you,
like steak
they make you feel
joints are
good.
actually better value these days than the crap joints. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Crap joints used to be $10, $15. Now they're $30, $40. You might as well go for a $50, $60 meal and have something good, relatively speaking. And what are you getting? Like a text message from a girl now?
No, I'm trying to find the place.
Oh, he's trying to find the place. You asked the question.
I know.
He's gonna
X5 cuts. That's what it's called.
X5.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
All right.
Good. What would you give? Would you give it a good review?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
What do you think?
You look good.
Oh,
You look good. No, I know, but the rest of the experience.
And ladies,
okay,
he's single, if you can believe that still. So
Yeah.
get yourself a little Jaws. Well, what do you got for us today?
We're trading the euros today.
Ooh.
Futures options.
I like it.
Okay. And again, I like the idea of going to the euro myself, to be honest.
Yeah, the yen is.
It's on a death march lower.
Yeah, it's
it's
taking me out to the woodshed.
Yeah.
Good for Mikey Butler, who's going to Japan soon.
Everything has a silver lining.
He can buy things cheaper, bring it back
You
over
can buy
here.
us things cheaper.
Buy you guys things cheaper.
You.
He did bring me back some chopsticks last time. It was very nice.
I see.
I'm expecting now, like.
Wow.
Because chopsticks are so expensive.
We didn't go
Well,
out.
but they're from Japan. That's kind of cool,
Think about China usually. But
He gets
what do you got?
authentic chopsticks.
Authentic, yeah.
Okay.
But now with the Japanese yen lower, I'm expecting.
You want me to go to Gingham Market for you? I'll get you some more Japanese, Chinese.
You know what? Sometimes it's not the monetary value; it's the thought.
It is the thought.
You know, when a friend comes back and says, "I thought of you,"
I agree.
and got you.
I agree. I
these."
stand corrected.
All right.
Admit when I'm wrong. Yen, what do you got for us?
Short call vertical, bearish. Not yen, euros.
I'm sorry.
Euros,
I apologize. You want to get.
And not euros.
No, not euros. That got me into a fight.
We're bearish on the euro, bullish on the dollar. You see, I trust the U.S. economy will recover. Okay.
Got it.
I'm with
We've
you.
had a 4 or 5 day slide in the euro near its lows here. IB rank at 37 is pretty good. Directional bias. Okay, you just got to have the directional bias. Same assumption. What do you think, Nick?
So I like going to the euro. I mean, Ivy rank at 37. It from a volatility perspective, it's only a 7% implied volatility because it's a currency, so that the actual number doesn't jump out at you. But at Ivy rank, it's relatively high. So I like that. I already have a short euro position via against the Japanese yen.
Okay.
So I'm with you in the short euro. I'm taking a little bit of heat on that. I'm using the FX products for that. So I'm going to go with. I'm just going to sell premium here. I'm going to use. I'm going to adjust the strikes a little bit and be kind of neutral delta here, but I think the euro warrants a short premium position here, just given volatility. So
Usually, not that high. Right now, it's 35-40 IVR, so should put some sort of position in there.
something. So I like this.
Good idea. Good job. Good job out of you. Let's see who's our next researcher. Sharp dressed man. Gad, what's up, my friend?
What's up?
And that's the euro trade. I didn't iron.
Oh, look at you.
I'll push
supporting
that
the
out.
group.
Yes.
Good job.
Good job out of you on the haircut.
Yeah.
Right, you got over there, right?
Haircuts are one of the things. I mean, because it's so. It's out there. You can't get a bad haircut.
And when you are single, you have to to shine.
Yeah, you gotta shine.
There you go. You're not a single guy, though.
No, not single. Yeah.
That's because you've been getting good haircuts all year.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah, looking fresh.
I like taking initiatives, so I saw like being single is not a good experience. So I was like,
Gad reminds me of the same.
Trying to make fun of me or something? What the hell? Like, yeah.
Gad reminds me of the saying, still water runs real deep.
Yeah.
I mean, Gad's like real smooth.
Yeah, just smooth, just even keel.
But he's got a lot of depth to him.
Lot of
There's
depth.
A lot to the
lot of depth. Yeah. Us, we're like rapids.
We're rapids.
Just one day, yeah.
So shallow.
Yeah, sharp rocks. Yeah. Curves along the way. It's all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
So it's going to start with a flash flood.
Yeah.
But
that is like a nice lake like in the morning, you know, nice and calm.
Going underneath there.
Yeah, current. Yeah.
Yeah, everything is simple and.
Yeah. Well, what do you got for us today?
So I got Oracle today.
Oracle?
Yeah.
Oh no.
So today is up, right?
Yep.
So we're supposed to do any like put spread, puts any kind of that in bullish this economy, right? So but I choose to do a short term candle because we have high IVR, 60, it's a good one. And also you have to protect yourself. Instead of doing jelly wizards, for me, I don't have that huge account, big account. I have to do these with my
$600 approximately in buying power. This
Exactly.
Would be the region
Yeah.
most.
1/3 with the strikes.
1/3 with the strikes. Classic Oracle is up a couple bucks, about $4 this morning.
Exactly.
I don't even know if it's going to move this spread that much.
It's moving. So we like juicy.
I like it. I rank of 63 or right there. I mean, it's been back and forth. It's having some big moves. I'm in a position already, the 240, 220, 330, 350. So a little bit wider, but basically the same sort of position that we came with here. So I'm with you in solidarity.
Good.
Exactly. For the first time. So
the first time that your trade's been approved?
Since you started.
Oh, since I started. What was last week?
Last week I did.
Bad one.
Did you give me like?
No.
I think somebody gave me APP, and I was like,
Yeah, because I was.
That was one of the.
He's a tough one. Really wide markets.
Yeah. I took the election last time, so that's why.
Way to make up for it, Ken.
Perfect.
Let's see who our next researcher is. I like.
See, I used to think that the song wasn't as fitting as it should be, but Kai comes in firing at 6:30 in the morning. Here, he's ready to rock. Like this is
nailed it.
Yeah, you're starting to get here a little bit too early. I haven't even had my coffee yet. You know, you have to have coffee before you meet Kai.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
I have a new job now.
No. That's not what I meant. It was I have to get here earlier so I can have a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
Or,
but he's in here. He was here at 6:30 throwing out stats on the Japanese yen.
Yes.
He's like, that was the biggest
My
Jap.
mind isn't working.
And I was like, holy, let me take. Yeah,
Testing me. That's what I meant. You come
I like it,
too
though.
much.
Yeah.
Frank was even earlier. Sent me a gold kind of charts through LinkedIn.
Oh yeah.
Everybody working early. I like it. Well, what do you got for us?
Or MU, one of the highest IVR on the board, and also
high price.
High price. We show MU on Monday. I think it went up 50% in the last month.
Crazy move in MU. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm betting it's gonna trade in the range for a while. So it's a delta wise, it's neutral, but call size is actually further away because it's a huge call skew.
Huge call skew.
Yeah.
We put on that on the 7th, which was like the day of that huge move. We did that a call ratio that was the 195, 210, 220. We did that at like just about 9 a.m. Central at $2.14.
Okay.
At 10:28, that came in to $1.06.
Yeah,
So
that's
moved the
selling.
dollar. We did that in AMD too into that big move, just because into these spikes you have call volatility just explode. Just gets jacked.
And you don't want to be naked then because, I mean, it could be an event where the stock's going from 140 to 195 where it is today. So you,
like AMD yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or 2 days ago.
So you put on with defined risk.
So that might be something we look at today, maybe doing with the stock up, or it's basically unchanged here, but had a big move yesterday.
Yeah.
From,
sure.
All right, so we have the 165, 240.
165, 240.
All right.
Big credit.
Yeah.
Small buying power.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, so almost
relative to the credit.
45% of the return of capital. That's which is pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's because that call skew. All right, good job, Kai. Good job.
Delta neutral, but has, a lot more room to the upside. I mean, you have
you could-
$30 to the downside, 45 to the upside. That's the call skew.
This is pretty much the case for all the AI chips, high flying stocks right now. Every single one.
All these calls.
Every single one.
It makes sense because they're cheaper yesterday. Like it's every day they're up $4 or $5.
Yeah.
Who's selling calls here? That'd be crazy. I'll buy the dip. It's every day.
Good job, Kai. Who comes up next? Got last one.
Hey, boys.
Morning, Doc.
How are you?
Congratulations on the medals. I know you're a big medal guy.
Oh, thank you.
Medals, not
Yes, that's right. Silver and the gold, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
Silver's, flirting with 50 again.
I know.
We're trying to.
Great.
Yeah.
Cha-ching.
Yeah.
So, ETHA.
Ooh.
Okay, this is a very simple one today.
Okay.
I'm calling it a simple short put.
The trade that's been working for everybody in any
if
stock.
if you're long.
Yes. But the volatility that you get in like ETH, IBIT, and
Yeah. This one right here. Okay, so this position, so the 31 put, I'm putting right there about $1.95. Because it's down on the open. It's a little high, I think, but
Yeah, it's down about 70 cents. Decent sized move.
yeah, it is. So the nice thing about this is that it can go down from this 31 put. It could go down 12% or almost 13% from this 31 put, and you could still make money on this thing with the $1.95. It does cost a little bit of money to do it, but it's still cheaper than just buying a Ethereum itself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a $18 billion fund too, so it's a big fund, a lot of liquidity in there. This used to be kind of bad, liquidity, and now it's really quite good.
I like it. I'm all over this. I've covered calls here as just a way to play into the call skew because IBIT and ETH have had just massive call skew, but
requires a little bit more money, but I like it.
Yeah, the short premium here in ETH and IBIT have been stellar all year. So I love this. I think this
absolutely. It's like 73 IB ranked right now, so it's on the upper end of its range.
Yeah. To wheel this, you want to take shares.
That's right. You could sell a put, and then when you get assigned, or if you get assigned, you really don't want to get assigned. But if you do get assigned, you can then go and sell the call against it.
Yeah, hopefully you roll before then. At least that's the way I would do it.
Yep. Just keep on rolling.
Good.
Very
good job. Good job out of you. Good job out of the whole team. I know, Nick, you're going to put that one in. We'll put in a little bit of a higher price. See the open and then adjust from there.
Yeah.
Good job out of you. Good job out of everybody else. We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got the opening bell right after this.
New from Tasty Trade. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
If you've ever been curious about where to start with crypto, join me, Ryan Grace, for the Tasty Crypto Show. Alongside co-hosts and industry guests, we'll break down what's going on in the market and show you how to take advantage of crypto. No hype, no shills, just crypto know-how. Watch us live, join the chat, and fill your bag each week on the Tasty Crypto Show.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and tastylive web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Nikki, we're back, my son, and you know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with the opening bell. Imminent E-mini S&Ps just off of their highs, 68.05 and change after being as high as 68.12. Looks like a little bit of a chop fest is what you called it early this morning. Seems to be that so far today. NASDAQ up 4, Russell down 2, Dow up 3, and volatility up 3 cents. Bonds down 5 ticks. These are all basically unchanged. Where you have a little bit of action today is in silver, up 1 1/3%, 63 cents to 49.63. Obviously, gold also coming off its lows. Wanted to give the bell its moment there. Coming off its lows of 4,019 today, all the way up to its high for the day, 4,077. It sits at 4,073. Let's see what's moving this market so far. The upside, you got some of the airlines because UAL is up $8, $7.50. Delta Airlines had earnings.
Yes.
Delta Airline earnings were good, up $4 and change. OKLO up $5. MP up 3 and change. NVIDIA, just buying business, up $3 there. Pepsi had earnings also. Pepsi up $1.50. Both of those are well inside the expected move. I haven't called Reddit's number for a while. Reddit IV rank of 61 has earnings on 11/4. That's about a month from now. Reddit up $1. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. Reddit up $1.40. Hasn't been on the radar because it's been going lower, not participating in this. IV rank of 61. Maybe there's something to do in Reddit today. Again, earnings November 4th, a couple of weeks before the November 21st expiration. Let's see what's moving everything to the downside, then we'll get to your ding here in just a quick second. APP down 14, Tesla down around 8, MSTR down 4, BABA down around 3, some of the Chinese stocks, TSM down 2 and change, Crowd down 2, Microsoft down 1. It really is a mixed bag of tricks here across the board as even the S&Ps catch a small bid up 650. What'd you just do there, son?
I just closed out the Delta put. We put that in the cherry picks.
Nice.
On Tuesday, so that was a longer duration trade. We had it on in November, the 52.5 strike put. I think it was about a 30 Delta at the time. We sold it at $1.85 into this move today. It trades at 86 cents. Take the money and run.
Close it. Why not?
Not much thinking behind that one. You just kind of take it and you go.
So easy to manage winners. It's so hard.
No. The closing order, there's no thinking to it. It's just you move on and a good trade. So that was a good one. In terms of other things kind of popping out on my radar here, not a whole lot. Gold rallied all the way back, so it's up. Cancel crash there.
Definitely cancel crash there for sure. Gold catching a bid again. Can't keep a good gold doggy down.
Yeah.
High IV rank. Anything kind of, hitting you here? I'm going to go to the list just one quick time and click on the IV rank here just to see what's going on. And you'll notice that the top few stocks here all have earnings looming. And they're not the stocks that we really trade. The CMG, which has earnings on 10/29. 10/29 is the first one with an IV rank of 71. I remember Vanetta bringing that to my attention. If you go to the non-earning stocks, you'll see that BMNR, which seems to move crazy every day.
Yeah.
Relatively small move right now of $1 and change. You got to kind of zoom in here to see these moves. A lot different when you kind of zoom in there than zooming out. Options in BMNR are about 50 cents wide. Hard to trade there, but there is a lot of volume on everyone. Probably a defined risk trader just got an email about it. That's why I wanted to mention.
You want to do this trade in Micron, kind of similar to
MU? Let's take a look. What are we looking at here in MU?
I can pull it up on my.
Okay.
You want to switch to me?
Yeah, please.
I'm thinking we do what we did just before the other day, like an upside ratio, but kind of stagger the strike, sell the call kind of further out on the curve and buy a closer at the money call spread. I'm thinking something like maybe doing like the 210, 220 and then selling, the 240 against it, like this sort of upside. You're selling a upside tail option around a 20 delta or, one standard deviation ish.
I like it.
You're buying this at the money call spread. You're doing it for a pretty hefty credit. If you get a downside move, you can buy in the risk by buying the 250 call, or you could just close this position out like we did before. But I think this gives you a little bit of a breather to the upside if this continues here.
I like it.
Problem is these markets are a little bit wide. You want to try like $2, see if we get filled here?
Yeah, you're going to have to be creative with your pricing there, or even leave it in if you think MU is going to rally a little bit here. While you're doing that and changing the prices, we could switch over to my screen.
It is rallying a little bit. Yeah, I'll switch off so you can get
Sure.
that.
I put up MU here. I was already.
Look at that. We can go from platform to platform. That's
and
pretty
we can go no
fancy.
platforms.
Look
See
at
how easy that is.
Look at that. Well, my platform supersedes yours.
Absolutely.
Just so you know.
It does actually. Yeah.
I know. I put that into
I'm
the
always
contract.
The bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
I like to see the IVX 5-day change. I like to watch that be green. What does that mean? Volatility, IV rank is high in MU. It's 46 and change. Now that's high, and you can easily see that. What you can get a little bit of a look behind that IV rank is over the last 5 days, it's up another 7% in those 5 days. So yes, IV rank is high in there, and it's been going higher each day, which is nice when you're looking to put on a trade that's short a little bit of premium. You want volatility to be expanding, always feeling that volatility is a lot more mean reverting than the stock price. So maybe you can take advantage of a little bit of that volatility contraction in MU. I know that's what you're playing for, not only just the price itself.
I also closed out of some puts. I think this was Dr.
Silver
Data
puts, right.
in silver. We did the strangle. I think it was last week in SLV. I can't get filled on this Micron position. I'm gonna just leave it
that's
in.
the only problem with Micron. I don't think you can chase it.
Yeah.
Put it in.
If we get a little bit of an up move, it should.
You're gonna get an up move because you got an embedded short call spread in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had we did the 40.5, 47 strangle for $1.56. We did that on the 2nd. I think that was a trade from the research team. Obviously, silver has had a huge move higher. That the 40.5 puts are now at 35 cents. I think this goes to one of the questions about like legging out on confirm and send today. I don't mind buying back the puts into the highs and leaning a tiny bit short here. If you get a little bit of a down move, like I did with MP yesterday, I did kind of the same thing where I bought back the puts and then sold them out again because we had a little bit of a down move yesterday. I mean, obviously you can't time that, but it's okay if you're doing it in. There's Micron at $1.86.
Yeah. Now you saw a mid price that was closer to $2 too, right? When you first put that on,
it was closer to like 190. I put it in at $2, and I've been
because you didn't know, like you got wide markets, and you don't want to give away that 2 or 3 cents. Really, that's what it comes down to, right?
Yes.
Market in there, and you keep walking it down until you get filled. 186 is where you got filled. And now, if you look at that spread right now, you would see a mid price of 180. So
yes,
it's all, and you got an up move. The stock was only down 60 cents. So that mid price of 190 and change wasn't accurate, meaning that there was one option that was probably 20 cents wide, and another option was 50 or 60 cents wide. So when it picks up that mid price, it's going to skew it all. Now, all the prices to the 3 strikes you were trading were 20 cents wide. That mid price is a pretty solid price.
Yeah.
So you can easily look yourself to see how accurate the mid price is. So here's about a 20, 25 cent market. Here's a 20, 25 cent market. Here's a 15-ish cent market. This mid price of 182 and change is probably pretty accurate. If these get a little bit wider, like the 210s go 50 to 60 cents wide, and everything else stays around 15 cents wide, here you got everything 15 cents, and you see the accurate mid price there. So your fill of 186, fair fill.
And then what happens is that the market maker's like, no, I can't take that one. It's got to move 2 cents, and then you just kind of beat them to death, sort of thing. And then they're like, all right, I'll take it. You can have the 2 pennies.
I wish it was that way. It's probably
kidding.
a server. You know that.
I know.
Look at
I'm
the
joking.
open interest though, on all of those options, thousands on each one. You know you're going to get filled within a penny around fair mid price. So like if you would have put that in at the market, you might have got filled at 185 or $1.85 or $1.84. It's not, when you got thousands trading on each line, you're fine.
Yeah. A little bit of
3 indices green. Does that surprise you? 3 of the 4 indices are green. Only the NASDAQ.
I mean, we've gone basically nowhere, obviously. These are up.
gone nowhere quick.
But you have a little bit of kind of bifurcation in the market here. Tesla down 6 or 7. Apple is down. Amazon kind of reversing a little bit of the move yesterday. Microsoft is down.
40, yep. Okay.
Nvidia has been strong and is kind of at highs here at 191. So it's been a little choppy.
A little choppy.
As
choppy, not going anywhere. Spin our wheels right now.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. You ready to take a quick 90-second break? We'll come back. We've got Dylan Radigan in the house. Hear me out. We got three
Beautiful.
good questions for him. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Tasty Live.
When the market moves, traders need to move faster. Tasty Trade Active Trader Tool offers full depth of market visibility, one-click order entry, and instant position management so traders can react in real time. While others charge for professional tools, Tasty Trade provides them for free. Opportunity can move fast. Seize it with Active Trader. Try it now on Tasty Trade.
My dad, who was trading options in retirement, introduced me to options trading. He said, you have to check out this tastylive site. The way they taught options was very accessible and easy to pick up. I think a lot of people think that options trading is gambling, but it's not. It is simply probability and taking an educated guess. It's more like insurance. People should watch Tasty Live because you can pick up a lot of information in a short amount of time, and it's actually practical. You can use it to make money, most important part.
Calling all traders. Are you using Tasty Live mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, Tasty Live has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities, and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you would like the chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
are back, son, and you know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. Well, we've got a little bit of a connection issue with Dylan.
A kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle.
Yes.
We'll try to get to that. Market taking I don't know, is a $7 move to the downside taking a breather?
This is a dip. This is the
This is the dip.
this is it. 6 points.
Yeah, 7 points. Even the S&P expected move expanding a little bit as the days gone by. You see volatility up 15 cents here, 1870. There maybe time for a little bit of a 0-day trade or something like that.
Ooh, yeah, let's do that.
Let's take a look at the rest of the market before we do that. NASDAQ down 60, Russell down 5, and the Dow up 8. That's the bucker to the upside. Volatility up 10 cents, trading just off its highs, but still only up 10 cents. Bonds are down 9, 116.16 is the low. They're just about 2 ticks off of that. Bitcoin trading near its highs for the day, but still down $675. Oil basically unchanged, down 1 after having 3-4 days of up movement, and gold now down 28. Gold IV rank of 48, still relatively high. Looks like you did a
20 delta, exactly.
Did you do the right quantity there, son? Check out your 15 puts there.
Yeah, I got one. Oh, you want me to do it a couple more times? I can. I got cash.
No, I think your ratio is off. 1 by 1 by 1 by 2.
No. I'm all good. I think you might be.
Are you?
Yeah. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah. So I did the 67.25 for the short, 67.15 on the upside, 67.70, 67.80. So we did 10 points wide. Exact same thing that we did the other day, where we did it at, I think we did it at 270 as well yesterday.
Yeah.
Or 2 days ago, whenever the.
And I think it started out like this one did too, with a little bit of short delta to it also. Ever so slightly because of the call skew that you have there.
Yeah, I mean, it's very minimal.
And we got a little bit of a down move yesterday too, before the up move in the overall market.
Yeah. And we'll put this in. What do you want to take out of this? 80 cents?
Yeah, I was going to say 60 cents, but it doesn't matter to me.
I'll
either one.
I'll even with you and say 70 cents.
Okay, sounds good.
Because I think that's what we took out of the last one.
We did.
Was 70 cents. So we'll put that in at a $2 debit to close.
Classic 65% pop on that trade. You can see it on the follow page through the bats.
Yes.
There. Just trying to take advantage of
dynamic duo.
Yes, a little bit of volatility expansion here on the overall market itself.
What do you think about Tesla?
Let's take a look. Tesla.
Is it warrant a position here? IV rank at 26. Not exactly high, but.
No, not exactly high. Let's see what it's been doing over the last 5 days. It's been going nowhere fast. Volatility's just been kind of staying steady. It is down 7 and change. Usually when it goes down, volatility is going to contract a little bit. It has had a little bit of a 3 or 4 day slide from this recent range of around 4 and change up to around 450, 460. I wouldn't mind something. Earnings coming October 22nd.
What do you think about like?
This is one where you can trade weekly options if you wanted to go into the October 17th and forget about earnings here. You do have
so much call skew.
Yeah, you do have so much call skew here. Stock is down today. I mean, you could do an iron condor with a little bit of delta one way or the other. You could do one of your call ratio spreads that you've been looking at here. If you want to take no downside risk, it's completely up to you. What are you thinking here? I'm kind of in no man's land here. In Tesla.
What if we do a little risk on here? We do similar to what we did with. So I was looking at a wide iron condor. I was looking at the 500.
November.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was looking at like the 500 525 spread, which trades at $3. You go to the 350 325, and that spread is trading at like a $2. Like it's but much cheaper.
Twice as much call premium, equal distance, equal delta away.
Well, equal distance. Deltas are way bigger on the call side. But the put side, there's no juice. Like
there's no juice.
For a 20-point wide. So I think you got to do something on the call side. So I think we do kind of what we did in Micron. A like a call ratio, but moving the call spread closer at the money because it'll hold that value a little bit. So I'm thinking 450, 475. So you have $25 wide. You go up to the 525. This gives you a break even at 550 and change. So the stock has to go another $125 to the upside. So you're fading a 30%, 25% move in the stock in the next 40 days to new all-time highs. $2.80.
You're going to have to hold it to earnings, all things considered, if the stock doesn't sell off.
Yeah, unless you get a little bit
22nd.
Yeah. But this one, I mean, if you get an inside up move, you can kind of hit both. You get
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And for earnings, you're looking at around a $40-ish expected move. So it puts you in that range. Again, that's today's numbers. If stock rallies, you're going to be outside that range. If the stock goes lower, you're going to be well outside that range, which would be a good thing for you. It would be a profitable trade.
Yeah. And you could turn this into a butterfly. So, there we go, 280. So I'm in at 280. So I'm naked on the upside at the 525 strike. So if you do get a little bit of a down move in Tesla, if you can buy in the 550 call or somewhere around
550,
the 550. So so I have the 450, 475 long call spread. I sold the 525.
That's correct.
I did the whole package at $2.80 is what I just got filled up.
500, 520. Oh, you want to buy the upside.
Yeah. So what
you would have a long call spread. You'd have a condor on all
butterfly condor. I can show it. I'll switch to my platform here quick. So I'll just show you the position. So we got the position on. So we're long this 25-point wide call spread.
Right.
If you get a little bit of a downside move in Tesla over the next, couple weeks, and you can buy in this 550 call for somewhere around $2 or $3 or even $4, you leg into a big wide condor / butterfly. I mean, the way this would look.
Not iron condor, because it's all one side condor, so you have risk to the upside still. Yes.
So the way this would so the way this would look is you'd leg into the spread.
Look at you going to the curve view.
Well, this is the analysis mode.
This is classy.
So if you can buy this in at a $2, just to show what this risk profile would look like if you do this at like 250, and then we'll put this in, you would leg into this free butterfly on the upside. And this, you can only do this if the stock goes down or if volatility decreases pretty significantly.
Sure. Or a lot of time goes by.
But this, Tesla is a stock where wouldn't be a shock to see it down $25. I mean,
no,
or on a random day.
It has a $60, $70 expected move for all of November. It has a $25 move for the next week.
Yeah.
So you could get that move all to the downside, or you can get some of that move to the downside. And some volatility contraction. I like it. You can also, if you wanted to have no risk on that trade, that's what I was taking a look at. If you bought back that $25 spread that you're synthetically short, you're short the 500, 525. So if you bought back the 500 call and sold out the 525 call for around whatever you did the spread for, 280.
Yeah.
If you did that for 280, you would have on a true synthetic long butterfly. Now it sounds like when you look at that spread, the 500, 525, buying it back for 275 sounds like it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's trading under $4 right now.
Yeah.
The 500, 525 is trading for $3.90. So buying it back for $2.70 is not an unreasonable expectation if you get a small down move there. And then you would have a classic butterfly. Not the beautiful big tent that you have, but a classic butterfly. Even the S&P's down 13, probably helping your SPX trade a little bit too. It's basically unchanged, 260, maybe a little bit too much, too fast.
Oh, you got the. Did I put the GTC in? I think I did.
I don't know.
I think I did put it in.
You
Yes.
did. You
yeah,
did.
it's in there.
$2.
It's in
trading
there.
around mid-price, 255, 250. Nothing move there. Expected move now in SPX, $19 as you get a little bit of volatility staying bid here, just about before the 9 o'clock hour, which usually starts to mean that usually starts to come in a little bit there. If we're going to meander around a little bit, we're making new lows on the S&Ps. We're close enough to them. down 11. Where's the plunge protection team when you need them?
Crashing. Do we do something in AMD? Do we get back into like a wide strangle there?
Sure. AMD up $3. IV rank of 71 is huge in AMD. AMD volatility has been expanding the last couple of days and continues to expand. It's up 24% in the last 5 days alone. This definitely warrants something if you can get filled in there.
So we did our original strangle, the 170, 280 at $8 and change. Closed it at $7 the next day. Similar, and those strikes were the 170, 280. I'm looking at the 180, 320 now. It trades at about $8.50. So around the same amount. It's about a 1 standard deviation on the upside, 10 delta on the downside. Leans slightly short delta, so if you get a tiny bit of a pullback, I mean, it's really a short vol play.
It's a short vol play, more than delta play.
Does that interest you?
I'm interested.
All right.
Definitely warrants a trade. The problem is, markets are actually pretty good.
Yeah.
AMD.
Well, the stock's only moved $2, but, it's at the highs. Let's see if we can. Come on.
Come on.
2 cents below the mid. 838.
838. Put that up on the board for everybody. Just everybody to see what we're talking about here.
Gives you a break even. I mean, at 170, which is right where it was.
172 or something like that. Close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your break evens are down around 172, which brings us to where the big move higher was. You'd need all-time highs on the upside, which anything is possible.
Nvidia up $5.
Can't keep a good Nvidia down, son. Can't keep a good Nvidia down. It's almost 80% pop trade that you put on in AMD. So I like it. I like it. Expanding vol. I mean,
what do you think the delta is on the 200 strike? Don't look.
I won't.
200 strike call expiring tomorrow
in
Nvidia. So that's 6 points out of the money. What do you think the delta is?
And expiring what?
Tomorrow. The 200 strike call, it's trading at 194.
Probably close to 50.
Can't be it wouldn't be a 50 delta.
I'm just teasing.
What do you think?
25-ish?
18. It's a 1 standard deviation move, puts you at 200.
Yeah.
And it's another $6 move on top of the $5 move, on top of the $4 move.
But it's moved $4 or $5 every day. What should it be?
Good question.
Even the S&P is down 14, NASDAQ down 65, Russell down 13, and Dow down 177. All 4 indices are down. We saw this earlier in the week. And it's only Thursday. This is the second time this week that the market has been lower by all 4 indices. We'll see what's going on with the rest of the day. Immediately following these quick messages, when we come back, we got a market measure. Sound good to you?
And all those trades are coming through now. I'll give you some comments when we get off the show. So you can catch those all on the follow page. They're coming in basically right when they happen. No delay as
previous administration.
As previous administration.
90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with a market measure.
Beautiful.
Tasty Trade's Money Match event. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits to jumpstart your trading when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. Level up your trading experience with Active Trader Mode, smart order tracking, risk analysis tools, dynamic watch lists, and more. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered.
The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily, covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the Tasty Live core strategies.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs. 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with Tasty Live to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Nicky, we are back, son. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this market measure sponsored by the SIBO. Double dipping on zero DTEs. Double dipping.
You're a double dipper.
I am not a double dipper. Maybe I'll spin it around. Like if I'm getting in with a chip. I'm not a dipper, first of all. Like I don't dip a chip. I'm not a chip eater. I do like pretzels though.
I don't know why, but when you said double dipping, I thought of like back in before times.
Yeah.
One of the things that always terrified me as a child, when we would sit at the dinner table and you would have your napkin and you would blow your nose and it would be like wet and all like disgusting. And then you go and be like, oh, you got something on your face. And then you wipe my face with it. I don't know why the double dipping made me think of that.
That is
but you would blow your nose and then you'd be like.
That is completely
That's called a core memory.
It's a core memory. And
completely untrue. That is completely, I will. You have a lot of memories.
That was a memory. That was a core memory.
You have a lot of memories, something, but they're just a little bit skewed and off, ever so slightly. Let me correct you, and maybe you can think about it. I'll tell you what happened. There was no nose blowing or anything else like that. You would have something on your face.
Yeah.
And I would lick my finger and wipe it off your face. That I do.
Maybe that was an addition.
That I do. But not blowing. I'll admit what I do.
Yeah, you do.
That I'll do.
Yeah,
I do that to this day. And it could be a smudge on something. I'll lick my finger and I'll do it. I think my mother did it. And you will end up doing it too if you watch me long enough. You'll see. There was no blowing nose.
Yeah, it was blowing the nose. It was blowing the nose. You blow the nose. You'd use the napkin.
I sit here all day long. Do I blow my nose? I don't blow my nose. I don't have a runny nose typically unless I'm sick.
Well, back then, you were doing
the other guy that was your daddy.
Yeah.
You would.
No. Back then, there were some extracurriculars on the floor.
No, I was not into that stuff. I never.
The nose running. I don't know. I remember that.
No,
I remember that. The blowing the nose.
No, No.
Market measure.
I home every day at 3:30. I don't let anybody tell you anything different.
No.
Every day.
Double dipping on 0 days till expiration.
So are you a double dipper with chips? Are you a chip guy?
I like a good chip. Flamin' hot Cheetos.
But are you a dipper, like a ranch dipper? Are you like a Midwesterner?
A little bit. Like if I'm gonna dip, I dip a scoop.
Oh, you're
like a big scoop.
Scoop.
Yeah. If I'm going to dip, I don't mess around. It's a big one. The full thing. Want a little bit of everything.
Okay.
I'm not like like some people are like little like.
Yeah. Just
scoop. Yeah, just full.
Easy.
Sorry, Matt. This one is sponsored by the CBOE, so they don't want to hear about our. Yeah. We're gonna stop.
Good job.
Double dipping on 0 days. You think this is gonna work?
Oh, you gave me a little bit of a hint that it's pretty much random. It doesn't work that well.
Should have set you.
This is not. We're not looking at rolling the untested side or anything like that. We'll see what the parameters.
Yeah,
Let's take
you're not used to the hints. Usually he'll ask you and then you say that, and he'll go wrong.
I wasn't wrong a lot.
No, I know.
I wasn't wrong a lot, but yes, he would say.
Well, because he wouldn't know. He wouldn't know the slide.
Or he would try to trick me and go, "You sure you don't want to change your answer?" And he'd give me the eyes.
You sure? So far, our research has found that quickly securing profits was the key to success in 0 day trades. I think we've experienced that too through some of our trades as well. This often involves closing positions quite early in the trading day. However, given the active and liquid nature of 0 day markets, does this mean we are missing opportunities? Would reinvesting in subsequent trades after a successful one have improved results? And did the timing of the initial exit influence this? So what we're looking at is basically putting on your first trade, closing it, and then resetting at whatever those parameters are. And we're going to look at a number of different parameters. So it's putting one on, whatever happens in the market, whether the market goes up, down, sideways, volatility.
Whether the trade's profitable or not, they're just looking to close it and then opening another one?
Well, it's profitable and then starting a new one based on those parameters. So if you're using the 20 delta and 10 wings, getting 10% of the max profit and then starting a new position with those same parameters, because markets are going to move and, your deltas on each of those options are going to be changing.
Okay.
So the study that we are looking at here is using over 2.5 years of data in the 0 day SPX options collected every 10 minutes. We began each day by selling a $10 wide iron fly at 9 a.m. So this is plus or minus 5 minutes each day. On these days when the trades reached 10% of the max profit, closed it and sold a fresh iron fly at that time. So you're probably only adjusting the strikes small because assuming the market's probably not moving a ton if you're making 10% on this trade. So we're analyzing the performance of these second trades only, bracketed by the time of day they were entered. So we're looking at, we've taken the 10% profit, and now we're looking at the second trades, the double dipped.
Redeploying.
The double dipped. The second, you already got your bite, now you're doubling. You're getting back in.
Tables full of other people putting their hand in the cookie jar.
Yes, exactly. So we repeated the analysis looking for 20% of the max profit instead of 10%, and then using $20 wide iron condors with short strikes at the 25 delta. All these trades were assumed to exercise at mid-price. All times are Chicago time, so.
Could be Central.
That's correct. Good.
Also known as Central Time.
Correct. Yes. Chicago, it's a hub.
Chicago.
The CBOE, Chicago Board of Options Exchange.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Yeah. Chicago.
Options Exchange.
That's right. There's no of. A lot of people say Chicago Board of Options.
Oh, Chicago Board Options Exchange. CBOE.
That's right.
Chicago, not Midwest, not Central. Okay, Chicago.
What do we got here on these double dipping?
$10 wide iron flies closed at 10%. All of the second trades, so you have a 73% win rate. Your average P&L being $26 and change here. The sample size was 411 of them. You could see here that if they worked really quickly, they worked again better than if you had to wait a long time and then you're trading these afternoon. You really didn't have much juice to squeeze. So it was really. If it worked real quickly in the morning, basically you get this chop fest. Deploying it again before 10 a.m., so this is an hour and a half in the trade or less, was really the best entry point. So if they work really quickly, you could think about adding another one. If it worked but took you half the day, there's probably not a ton left to really squeeze from it moving forward. The double dipping kind of didn't play out there.
Right. The wins are there, though. They're just not as big.
Yes.
So it's almost like the risk reward might be too great, the risk. But the reward is there. It's small, but it's there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not bad. I mean, it doesn't say you shouldn't do it.
Correct. Yes.
And if you're managing them, maybe there was times when they were significantly better winners, and then by the end of the day, you get a movement kind of takes you out of it. I mean, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I was going to hate double dipping.
Well, this one is where it kind of gets a little hairy when you get into the $10 wide iron flies closed at 20%. So this is on the profitable trades that you're taking off. You're taking 20% as opposed to 10%. So you're likely holding these. You're usually going to have to hold these a lot longer. And so you can see here all the second trades, they were basically flat. You got a couple dollars of profit here. If you were able to get that 20% of profit in that first hour and a half of the day, it made sense to redeploy it and put a new set on based on where the market is. If you got to the 11 a.m. or even afternoon, those became losing trades. So to me, this says, if you're taking the 20%, you're probably done for the day. Yeah. You're not looking. There's no other.
Pack your bags, nice play. You took the risk.
Patch your bag.
What are you trying to do here?
Yes, exactly. So that's kind of how this one played out with the $10 wide iron fly closed at a higher profit potential. So then the next one that we did was a 20-point wide iron condor closed at 10% of the max profit. This is pretty much what we've been doing. I mean, we've been doing the $10 wide, but kind of same sort of thing. Closed at the 10% of the max profit here. You can see of all the second trades, they were profitable. You have a high win rate, but the net P&L, the average P&L per trade was basically flat. And again, when you get into the later part of the day, you have a lot of the tail risk. Like you're not getting, if it worked, it's kind of done with for the day. Like you don't have to chase this moving forward. It's a one and done type thing with these iron condors. And I think across the board, all these, the major takeaways, if it works, you take your money and run and you wait for tomorrow.
And I think it's supporting a lot of the past and prior 0-day market measures that we've done where after that 12 o'clock time frame, it gets dicey. Even if you're putting on a new trade, not even trying to double dip, it's probably better to put these on earlier than later. A lot more time to be right in the trade, a lot more time for volatility contraction. Premium is higher because there's more time in the day, and you're only using a short period of time as it is. So if you're looking to do something here, you're probably looking to put it on earlier. We've come up with that 9 o'clock-ish time frame. By noon, if it's not working, you probably should be out of it too. I mean, I know we're not talking about that right now. We're double dipping, taking a profit, and putting it back on.
Yeah.
But it really shows that noon trade is a tough one.
Yep. Next slide here. So this is 20-point wide iron condors closed at 20%. So again, we're taking a little bit higher profit on the first entry trade. So they're working in the early part of the day. The big problem is if you're putting these on again, it's a lot of tail risk, and a lot of the losses come into play with that double dip position. I mean, you can see of all the second trades, these are actually net losing average P&Ls per trade. So again, it just reinforces the idea that, a lot of these, if they work, it's kind of done with, and you manage the position, you move on, pat yourself on the back, especially if they take you, most of the day or a good, half the day. That's kind of your indicator that, you're out. It's done.
Yeah, it looks like you're eating like a bird, pooping like an elephant.
If you're trying to do more with it.
If you're trying to do more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it works real quick, there's a case to be made. You know what? I can adjust the strikes.
You know what? So this comes down to, entry price, entry contracts. Like, remember we got the confirm and send today where it's like, you kind of ladder into your trades. This will be another one where if you're going to trade one set of contracts, put it all in at one time. It doesn't support anything about doing this, another time or anything like that.
Yeah. Agreed. Last slide here for some takeaways. So while previous studies have highlighted the dangers of repeatedly rolling zero-day options, winners or losers, looking for a second winner in a day shows more promise. In particular, following the quick winner with another similar trade was an effective way to supplement an already successful day. So if they work really quickly, you can think about doing it again. If your opening trade didn't come in until after 11 a.m., which is just a couple hours, right? So this is there's not a bunch of gray area here. It's after a couple hours. If it hasn't worked, you leave it on. That's your trade for the day. It's done with. If it works real quick, you can think about adjusting the strikes and getting back in. It was generally better to be done for the day. So if they don't work by midday, that's your trade for the day. There is significantly more room for personalization and experimentation. While the study focuses on repeating strategies and mechanics, an iron fly in this example, you can be more flexible and find the combinations and approaches that work for you. So, if you're doing just one side, the put side and then the call side, maybe you're looking at it more on a directional move. Like if you sell the put spread in the open and the market rallies, you close it at 10 or 20%. And then if the market comes back down, you can sell it back out. And those are the subjectivity to it. And maybe we'll do those in the future here.
I like it. It was a nice study by the team there showing you a little bit of the power and pain of zero-day trading, right? Let's talk about your trade for a moment. Trading at around 210, you put on around 260 or
270, I think.
270.
We close it? I have it at a $2 debit.
It's entirely up to you. That's why I'm just asking.
Let it sit.
I'm just asking. Let it sit. All right.
I guess, what's our 20%?
Well, you're there at 20%.
Yeah. We'll go to 210. I'll put it in at 210.
Awesome. Let's
see. It's popping around 210, 220-ish. It's mostly on the put side. I mean, the market's sold off. The call spread's at 40 cents. So a little bit of a bounce, and we'll probably get filled on this at 210.
Even the S&P is trading near their lows or right at their lows right now, down 17. That's about a quarter percentage point.
This is a crash.
Of recent times, yes.
I can't wait to see the tweets that'll ask, what happened today for the market to sell off?
It's not over yet. I might be asking that. NASDAQ down 80, Russell down 14, Dow down just about 200. Volatility up 32 cents. Significant little move here on a relatively small move in the market at just about 2% in volatility. Bonds are down 4 off of their lows of 116.16.
Gold finally.
Bitcoin, which was lower this morning, higher on the opening, now mid-range for the day, 122.6. Ethereum, big move lower, almost 3.5% or more, down $163. It's a big move in Ethereum. Oil down 30-ish cents. You see here a lot of green across, a lot of red across the board. We've been used to seeing a lot of green across the board. Even gold is down $37 to 40.33, trading about $10 or so, $10, $15 off its lows. Silver with a 1% move to match that move in gold. Let's see what else is moving this market. Let's see what's moving this market lower since we're going lower here. Some of the stocks, APP down $33. That is a 5% move, even though it is almost a $600 stock. It's still a significant move. Carvana down almost $8. Dell, which had a big move up yesterday, down $7. MSTR down $7. Your Tesla that you traded earlier, down $7. Some of the Chinese stocks like Baba down around $6. Boeing, which has earnings coming on the 29th, is down 5. And IBM's even down 4 and change. Let's see what some of the buckers are. Netflix up 12. NVIDIA up around 480. Absent in this list is Apple. Let's see what Apple's doing. I'm sure it's moving. It is down $2.90 to the downside. Son, that's all I have right now. You ready to take a quick 90-second break and come back?
Let's do it.
I believe if the trade desk is available. If not, we'll have Quentin or somebody else come in. We'll have Glenn also. If we don't have
phone calls,
you can go to phone calls too.
Yeah, we take some phone calls.
You want to?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll get rid of
855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. That's the phone number to call. Matter of fact, if you call in, we'll preempt and tell those guys to be quiet a minute while we take your phone call. So we got the power. 855-238-2789. We got the power. Ngawa. We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. That number's below. You call in, I'll come to you. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Tasty Live.
New from Tasty Trade. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insight.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
In the money. It seems pretty easy to understand. If I'm in the money, I must be profitable, right? Not quite. In the money is in reference to the option's strike price relative to the current price of the stock. An in-the-money option is an option which has intrinsic value. For a call option, that represents an option with a strike lower than the current stock price. For a put option, that represents an option with a strike higher than the current stock price. Being in the money is a good thing for long options. It's not so good for short options. Look who's back testing. tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to tastytrade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Dear Kaylee, hats off to you for being such a culinary genius. I don't think it has ever dawned on our kitchen staff to serve gazpacho hot. Sincerely, Bob.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
I don't want to fact check you with my vagina, but I will.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
Coming up on Bad Money with Jim Blamer. Blamer's hot stock tip of the day.
Trade ideas? Trade ideas? You're coming to me for trade ideas? I'll give you a trade idea. Trade me for tastytrade.com. Those guys are great. I love those guys.
It was a great show, very inspirational and motivating. I feel like you got to know each of the traders a lot better on a personal level. It was awesome.
This is my 10th or 11th live event. I thought the math was really complicated and it wasn't, and then it just made sense.
They've opened my eyes to many different strategies.
And I realized there's a reasoning and strategic planning that you could do to be successful. I love all you guys.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At tastytrade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. tastytrade, make your move.
Nicky, we are back, son, and you know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. We're going to your phone calls also, so 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. The number is right there below. No question is off limits. If you haven't had a chance to call in, you can call in right now, and as soon as you call in, I'll give them a button it, and we'll get right to your phone call so we don't keep you online for too long. But for now, Quentin in the house. My man, how are you? Oh, dee-dee.
We're working on it. We're working on
my timing.
It's okay. What are you doing?
Quentin, what's up, my man?
Change of
Fellas, how's it going? You know, I know it's been a little.
You've been
while.
busy the last couple. I feel like a jilted girlfriend or something like that. Like, you're gonna take me out. You're gonna take me out. You're gonna take me out. You just want me to come over and
cancel
popcorn and watch Netflix.
You know, we've got
Double dip.
October and the crypto. I mean,
Double dip.
Business is booming right now. Business is booming. We've been growing. Got a lot of calls, and it's not like everything is about the same thing. You know, like when we have big moves or like new features come out, we'll get a bunch of calls about the same thing, and that makes a lot of sense why we're getting a lot of calls. But they're all different, all just good customer interaction, and yeah, good days on the desk.
Did you get a phone call about Nick closing a 0 day for 210?
We missed that live on air by about 20 seconds.
You know, I actually just
It was a good miss because it's trading 260 now. So I mean,
the ding. We didn't get the ding live on air.
I just placed something actually while we were on break. A little mobile app action.
Okay, what are you looking at?
Zero day iron condor. I like it when it moves down a little bit so the volatility stays bid into the, throughout the day, and then just sell it there. I mean, we'll see how it goes. But
even the S&P expected move for the rest of the day is 16 and change, which is elevated.
See, that's crazy that's elevated.
I know it hasn't.
Yes.
I should say it hasn't moved. You're right, Quentin. I didn't use the right adjective. It's not elevated. It hasn't moved that much.
Exactly.
From its high of the day of around 17, 18 or so.
Yeah, and volatility over the last week and a half
It's come a little bit.
It hasn't been contracting into the move. It's been staying kind of where it is. It hasn't really gone up. I mean, we've had a couple days where it's up 10 cents, 15 cents, no big movement.
1820 high, 1720 low, or 1790.
Market's up 200 points in that time frame.
Yes.
So
market is definitely up.
It's certainly been bad. But
all right, we've got top 20 symbols going through the system and their IVRs. We've got number 1, NVIDIA 15%, AMD 67%, Tesla 27%, DAL, Delta Airlines, wow, 24%.
Earnings this morning.
Earnings, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
GLD 52%, PEP 49%, SLV 90%, Costco 12%, Meta 45%, Amazon 42%, Apple 23%, Netflix 39%, Palantir 38%, Oracle 70%, RGTI 49%, TNA 17%, UNH 42%, ETHA 68%, Robinhood 32%, and Intel 63%. Delta earnings, they have any move or anything, or just a lot of activity?
It was inside the expected move. It's only up $2.20 right now. It got as high as 62 and change. It's under 60 right now. So it got to just outside or at the expected move. Has now come significantly inside the expected move. And they took the whole sector up with it. United Airlines traded all the way up to 106. It's under 100 right now, so it's only up $1.90. It was up, $6 or $8. So it took the whole, the whole.
They took some vol out of that though too. What's your airline allegiance?
I don't really have one now that I'm traveling for all the Tasty Live events. It's been a lot of United.
Okay.
With our fellow Glenn here.
Yeah.
A lot of United, but I don't really have allegiance. When I was in New York, it was a lot of Delta, or a lot of JetBlue as well. JetBlue, underrated airline within the country.
All right. I'm a United guy. I like my United.
Everybody, it's funny. It's a funny question to ask, but everybody has their favorite. Airline. I mean,
oh, for sure, yeah. Everyone, they're a member, game in the point system and stuff. You don't see that as much now. I think.
News bulletin for you. There is no gaming the point system.
There used to be, for sure. I think they've patched the glitch now, but there used to be with the airlines, because I have friends who did it all the time.
Yeah, you can move points from here to there, and
open up credit cards, spend this, which you were going to spend anyway, get the points.
I never went to open up a credit card.
Neither have I, but there was a point. I don't know if it exists. I mean, it may still exist, but there was a point where it did exist. You could start gaming the points, getting free miles left and right. Sure.
I'll take your word for it, but I've traveled all over this country, and you don't get any perks anywhere.
Right. Well, you, me lord, were never in charge of the bookings.
Love would give you a free companion pass if you did over 100 flights in a year, and I did that one time. And
over 100, that's a lot of flights.
Yeah, just on
traveling,
one airline. Right. I did that 1 year traveling around, and I think my wife traveled with me once with the companion pass the following year.
Yeah.
It was not.
That's how they get you for sure.
Yeah. And I remember I had to take a flight from Chicago to Indianapolis and Indianapolis back to win the companion pass, because I was going to be short by a flight.
Yeah. So you just find
I just flew a little trip, pay $110 or whatever it was at the time just to get the companion pass, figuring I was going to use it forever and for the year would travel all over the place.
Yeah.
Never had.
Yeah. And now you're back to silver.
Now I'm back to a schnook.
Yeah,
everybody else. I'm eating egg noodles and ketchup. And by the way, meals, taking a real dive on the airlines. You wouldn't notice because you're back in Johnnyville.
Yeah.
The meals, just letting you know.
Yeah, no, I'm in Johnnyville too, don't worry.
Yeah.
That's on the trade desk, we can't get those, those premium meals.
After 15 years, you won't be in Johnnyville either. Okay? Just takes
10's not enough, okay? I'm at 10 and I'm still in Johnnyville.
You have a bone to pick.
15.
I don't know who you could
I think they've moved the goalposts a little bit too,
right. Oh, just a couple more years.
Yeah, just a couple more. Just stay around, hang around. Yeah,
You're
no
so
problem.
close, son.
That's what they tell you. Next year, don't worry. You just keep doing what you're doing. Next year. You hear that for 7 years, 8 years.
You're almost there. The budget cuts. We got more expenses here and there.
Yeah.
Just one more year and we got you, right?
100%.
So close.
100%. One day, it's okay.
Just to show you how fast those 0-day spreads move, before we came on the show, you closed it at 210. It went to 250. It's now sitting at 310, 330 just a moment ago as we were selling off. Even the S&P's down 26. So there's entry and there's exit. Sometimes it's fortuitous on both sides. Sometimes you get lucky on one or the other. But you got to look to manage the winners on.
We are in the double dip territory, though.
What's that?
We are in the double dip territory.
You
311. Do we double dip?
You are in double dip territory. Volatility up 47 cents. Expected move in the E-mini S&Ps right now are 1765, which is about as high as it's been the whole day, with an hour and 10 minutes gone in the day. So if you did want to double dip, we just did a little bit of a survey, a little bit of a research that showed at this time frame, you actually could do it. Now, this is a one-off, which means you're really just doing it, one time and not through multiple times to see if it works. So it's going to be a lot more random. But you could do something like that.
Yeah, we're going to try a little double dip here.
Going equal distance away on the overall spread, or are you leaning with a little bit of delta? You're leaning
slightly long delta.
Yeah.
5710, 5700.
Yeah, I put it up there.
57.55.
215 credit, small credit. You went a little bit wider. You're outside the expected move. Volatility actually just came in a little bit in there, so maybe you'll catch.
Try and get $50.
Sit here, so
50 cent. That okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
I got to put my GTC on. Can't forget. When I get back to my desk, GTC's going on.
We'll let you go because we have another special guest waiting in the wings for you. So
yes, we do.
Go get that GTC in.
You got
Who is our next?
There it is. That was vintage from you. That was good.
Noodles, what's up, man?
No.
How are you?
We remember, yeah.
We remember, yay. What's up, G?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
I have to say, I game the airlines.
Do you?
Sure.
Really?
What's your?
tell.
They got me, but I have the credit card, and I try.
Oh, you did the credit card thing?
Growing up, mom was definitely Southwest. So now, me living in Chicago, United.
Yeah.
Hub.
Yeah, that's the hub.
You can do Southwest, though. It's Midway. So.
Yeah, and now they have a terminal at O'Hare. They have like a couple flights.
Yeah, but they only got
O'Hare.
a couple of flights.
Yeah. But now they're charging for bags. They're doing assigned seatings. It's not the same.
Yeah.
But I did get the United credit card. Got a free flight to Denver out of it so far.
Ooh.
So, okay. I if you're going to use a credit card, I like the ones that give you back 2 or 3% on every purchase.
Right.
I look at that as why try to get the free flight that I have to fly somewhere when I can just get it back on every purchase? That's the way I look at it.
No, for majority of people, probably myself included, you end up performing an action in favor of them as opposed to in favor of yourself. But
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's if it's a kicker to go on vacation because I get a free flight, I'll take it.
How is it traveling by yourself on a vacation? Just teasing. Just teasing. You don't have to take this from me. You really don't. You're a good.
Feels like I do.
No. I just have the microphone longer.
I've seen his game. He
I heard. Yeah.
He's a special one. He's good.
He doesn't look like much. But
no, I know.
He's got something.
Still water.
Still water.
Yeah.
Running real deep.
Yeah, he is. He's still water, no doubt.
You see me with the glasses out.
Very nice.
I know. They look. That's an extra angle. You look taller too. They give you a stool or something.
No, they've added 3 of the little standing desk.
You're sitting on the Vanetta
the
bump.
The bump.
Vanetta bump.
I've got my Hokas on. Those give me an extra inch. They're Kirkland Hokas.
Nice.
Yep.
Do they have? They've gotten into that realm.
They have, yeah. And Jason Chow on the trade desk.
Is this our second ad of the week? That is nice, those look good.
my powder whites.
Nice.
Powder whites. Well, you sit right there and think of something else to say. As promised, you call. We'll get to your phone call. Gonna go to.
Wait. Oh, do we have the calls?
Yeah.
We're gonna get. He's got FX stuff. We're gonna give you. Can we do that quick?
I'll get to his FX. I don't want to keep my customer waiting here.
Okay. Stay there.
We're gonna get to him. Bloomington, Indiana. Scott, what's up, Scott? Maybe he's got an FX question.
Hey, Tony.
How's it going, brother?
How's it going?
Good.
Hey, I tell you what. I just want to share my success story with you guys.
Please do.
I started trading with Tasty this spring. Talked my son into trading with Tasty. Talked my wife into trading with Tasty. I talked my boss into trading with Tasty Trade. My wife called you guys in the spring, Tina. We're doing fantastic.
Awesome.
I hope to some point be on Rising Stars.
Awesome, man.
I'm about ready to transition probably in the springtime to full-time trader and leaving my working career behind.
It's awesome.
Awesome, man. I mean, listen, you need
guys
goals.
really helped.
You need goals. That's an excellent goal. Take it slow, slow and steady.
Yep.
Don't rush things. Great story, man.
I started out, so I've been trading for a long time. So I started trading, believe it or not, in the 1990s. With a Palm Pilot and a modem, plug in at work at lunchtime, check the market. Then I went to a wireless Palm Pilot that had the little flip-up antenna. Then I switched over to Forex, and I traded Forex for 15 years alongside the stock market, but never really touched options. So you guys kind of turned me on to options and love it. And I'm not naive to the market. It's like this kind of market, I hate to say it, but you could probably get anybody to make money in this market. It's making money in a market that drops.
Sure.
So I'm very much aware of that.
So Scott, I got a question for you because you bring up an excellent point. When you were trading in the 90s, not being a floor trader on the floor like I was, you were at a technological disadvantage. Do you see the advantages today of what you can do versus somebody who has no idea of what it was like in the 90s and even
my God, yeah. And I tell you what, I don't know if there's a difference. You tell me, but I feel like spreads are different. The spreads are a lot tighter now.
Yeah, because I was making the market. I mean, I had to feed my family.
So to give you an idea, if you want to date me, date my time period. Do you remember Daytech?
Sure.
That's what I started with. Was Daytech.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a tough platform.
It's going back in time. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, no, I got 8 up starting out. I got 8 up. As far as like just, you were at such a disadvantage. I felt like it was the stage after the trading in a newspaper.
Yeah, commissions and everything else. It really puts you behind the 8 ball before you even, were lucky enough to find a good trade.
Yeah, and the volatility didn't seem to be there as much. I tell you what, we've got, as the markets have aged, they've got more volatility in them. There's more opportunity, though.
Yeah. Good job, man. Thank you for your call. Very nice call.
Okay, appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, bye.
See, Glenn, you heard a nice story.
FX trader, too.
I'm perfect. I could sit here all day.
Yeah.
Stand.
Yeah.
What do you got for us? You got a slide here for me. Something is extreme. What is it extreme about?
I do. I have through TastyFX, we have access to IG Group retail sentiment data by pair. So here we've got the top 5 most extreme client sentiments among popular pairs. So this is among the 7 popular dollar pairs and the 12 or so popular non-dollar pairs. So coming in at number 5, we have Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, 66% short. Number 4, British pound versus Japanese yen, 78% short. Number 3, its neighbor, Euro, Japanese yen at 70% short. Number 2, the Australasian pair, Australian dollar versus New Zealand dollar at 75% short. And top of the board, and been there for a while now, number 1, US dollar, Swiss franc at 84% long.
I had that on. I took it off yesterday, the USD Swiss franc.
It's funny you say that. Because
I took that little bounce, but
this is the
big move today. Missed that.
A little bit, yeah. We're trending higher, top of the range.
Yeah.
Because that's one that's I think pretty interesting, just because 2 through 5 are kind of more recent reactions to new highs. As you can see, retail sentiment likes to favor contrarian historically. So you see a lot more people entering short positions there through these new highs. So this is more of a context, but this US dollar Swiss franc I think is interesting because as I've been monitoring it, it's been in the 80s, 82, 81, 84 for the recent months, even as this pair's been kind of stuck to near 10-year lows. So now we're at the top of the trading range, getting back close to 81 Swiss francs, 0.0.
Yeah, you're at 84.53. So you're like 80.
Why don't you throw that up on the screen if you could, real.
Yeah. So this one, I think, when we're trying to contextualize what this client sentiment means, it is a little more interesting because you have something that's had extreme retail sentiment in the long direction. Now we're getting to the top of the range, so you could see some of these positions start to
Take
get
profits.
liquidated. Yeah, and so that's kind of a little backdrop of why in Forex markets in particular, kind of technical support and resistance levels are so popular because you have a ton of players that are moving in and out of these markets,
because of the leverage aspect. And these things don't, you don't get moves like Micron or AMD where it's up 40%.
Exactly.
And you're riding that wave. Like these things have, to some degree, limits, right?
So, exactly.
Unless you think government currency is going to zero, which some of them have basically done. But
yeah, but this one I'm looking at closely to see, if we do get some rejection here at the top of the range with all of those sellers, and we start to see this sentiment come down, or if these traders and traders worldwide are holding on for long-term dollar strength. We'll see.
I'm already in the euro and the pound shorts against the Japanese yen. Just
and
as
you're
a
not alone.
I see that. The 68% and the 70% are also in a little bit of pain with me as well. I usually like to be on the opposite side of this, so that doesn't give me.
Well, the yen is on a 4-day slide, and the yen had done this in the past. I mean, in September, but it was coming from a different time frame. I mean, it was up near its highs, trading well over 70 and change in September, and then it went all the way down to about where it is right now in the mid 60s, low 60s. Yen trading at 65.7 right now, down another 130 ticks. Decent sized move on top of the last 5 or 6 days, going from what was it, a little over 68 to 60 under 66.
Yeah, so we'll see how far it slides. I did a nice little segment with Mike and Jamal yesterday on how far the yen could slide. But yeah, as you mentioned, when leverage is an aspect of these trades, you could see, maybe the majority of these retail clients will be directionally correct, but how much pain can you endure if you're trying to call a reversal too early?
And it comes down to size, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to. How long can you hold the trade? I mean, currencies, if you trade them small enough, you can almost withstand. You were talking about this.
Yeah.
It's like 100 shares of stock, depending on how you're trading it. And you can get even smaller.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, the leverage, the margin requirement. I mean, what is it, like 50x on most of them? Is what you can get to
on euro dollar and Canadian dollar. It's 50-1, and then the other majors will be 33-1, and the yen pairs are 20-1. So still some.
So a couple grand, you can trade $100,000 worth of currency.
Right.
Small incremental moves mean something.
But that's also, the size aspect is where you got to watch yourself, because you have to understand that the margin requirement is small because you're controlling a lot of it's a big size.
Sure, a lot of notional.
Yeah.
And you were talking about this earlier with your futures. If your lot size is 5 micros and you're thinking about layering into them.
Yeah.
Don't start with 5 micros, and with spot you can get very small. So
yeah.
Does like in span margining, does Forex change at all the parameters of how much the leverage you get?
No, so the margin requirement is set at those percentage rates, but it is interesting for some pairs because the exchange rate itself is a function of it, right? So the pairs that are quoted in US dollar and not in US dollar, like for a euro dollar, your contract, your 2% is on 1,000 or 10,000 euros. And so depending on what side you take and the move in the exchange rate, you could have an increase in margin requirement just because for US traders, that €1 could mean more US dollars.
Very nice, very nice. Cool. All right, son, your double dip is working ever so slightly there.
Yeah, it's coming like 10, 15 cents.
Yeah, just a moment ago. Even the S&P's down 21. They're about 10, 12 handles lower than that just a moment ago. Volatility's still up 40 cents, mid to higher end of the range. NASDAQ's down 92, but it's off of its lows by about $80 or so. Looks like, from the looks of things, that maybe the low is in right now for the day. Bitcoin back near its lows, down $2,200. I'm looking at the Bitcoin futures to 121.8. It got as low as 121.4. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with Liz and Jenny next.
Live,
always live.
Yes, in studio.
When the market moves, traders need to move faster. tastytrade Active Trader Tool offers full depth of market visibility, one-click order entry, and instant position management so traders can react in real time. While others charge for professional tools, tastytrade provides them for free. Opportunity can move fast. Seize it with Active Trader. Try it now on tastytrade.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex. Now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs. 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. With the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
When you define risk, you set a limit on how much you could lose if the trade goes bad. If you have a small account, you might not be so interested in selling naked options. You'd use up much more buying power, and the risk is undefined. Defining risk, though, controls how much you can lose if the trade goes sour, and it gives you back some of that sweet, sweet buying power. We can define risk by combining options into certain strategies. The short put vertical spread is the simplest one. Selling this put sets your max profit with the credit, and the long put at the lower strike blocks off the risk where you want it. And if you're more neutral than this, you can throw on a vertical call spread to make it an iron condor. The only downside to defining a risk is that it lowers both your max profit and your probability of profit. That little compromise might mean you rest easier, though, and a good night's sleep is priceless. So see, we can define risk when we use more than one option at a time. Pretty simple.
New from Tasty Trade. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
Hi, my name is Liz Deerking. The beautiful brunette next to me is... What an intro. Jenny Andrews, and we are about to play a very exciting game. No. Hold on. No, you're wrong. Hold on.
She's wrong, I'm right.
High school party, high school condo.
Yeah, because it wasn't in school.
I I had friends at my high school who were mutual friends of Liz, and so we were all at the same party.
And then parties for the rest of our lives.
For the rest of our lives. Same thing with college. She went to a different college. I went to a different college. But we both ended up at the CBOE together.
Yep.
Tasty Trade is now on TradingView. Trade stocks and futures directly on TradingView charts with Tasty Trade's low commissions. Try it out and leave us a review.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Start the show. Watch me go, 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 go. Watch me go, watch me go. Start the show. Start the show, start the show. Watch me go, 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 go. Watch me go, watch me go. Start the show.
everybody, and welcome to the Thursday edition of the Liz and Jenny Show. I am pleased to announce that we are joined by Glenn. Glenn, thank you for coming on. We love having you.
Thank you, guys.
Do you get this kind of a warm welcome in the boys' show? Because I don't think so.
It's actually really funny you say that. No, first off, but Mike Butler started like clapping after I finish any slides, and it kind of makes me feel like it's like a kind
thing?
of participation award.
Yeah. Would you like us to clap after your
No,
slides?
thank you, please.
Yeah, we will.
No. It's just funny. It's kind of off-putting. Like, did someone say out there, like, "Hey, can you give Glenn a little more
No, we
support?
heard
He
young
really
people
needs
want
it."
young people like affirmations. is what
Right.
we heard.
Are you from the generation that got trophies, win or lose?
I suppose. No, I don't know. Yeah.
No, he's younger than the win or lose trophies. That's like my cousin Lauren, the millennials. You're not a millennial.
I'm not. No. I mean, for maybe medals. Medals were very popular. Like, oh, if they didn't win anything, give them a medal.
Meaning, like, they weren't- they were
like,
under-
but I can't really think of.
Yeah.
No, sports that stops after you're like 6, I think.
What sports did you play?
Growing up, I played everything. I continued playing basketball and tennis.
Oh yeah,
to
tennis, nice life skill.
high school.
Life sport.
Yeah.
Into high school? You played basketball in high school?
Yeah, I stopped after freshman year because I stopped growing. Everyone else did not stop.
I'm a basketball mom. My son played last night.
Oh, nice.
Oh, did he play last night on his college intramural?
Fraternity team.
Oh, fantastic.
They played. Okay, supposedly they played the number whatever ranked team and they beat him by 10. So if this goes, he has to go to like Nashville to play.
Glenn, I don't know if you know
fantastic.
this, but her son is 6'6".
That's pretty tall.
He's huge.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
The one story I have about fraternity basketball is at Northwestern, which is.
Were you on the fraternity basketball team?
I was not, no, but I was playing basketball in our rec center or whatever. I go in, and one of the courts is just like, and Northwestern gym, usually not very crowded. I go,
I love the Northwestern gym.
they're playing a basketball game, and there's no seating in there, but just lined along the walls are just all girls. And I was like, what on earth is going on? This is like the most, this was not on my bingo card at all. And it turned out they were having like 2 fraternities playing each other
So the
as a
girls
part
all
of
came.
some like pledge thing. And the sororities actually made it like a mandatory social
You gotta
events
go.
as well.
Yeah.
So they're just all like sitting on the ground, like no one's actually
Watching.
watching, but it's
Oh,
so.
JD
I wonder if JD had the girls there last
JD
night.
was telling me the place is packed, but a lot of the fraternities, maybe the sororities do too. They force like all the pledges to go watch.
Exactly.
So he's like, the stands are packed.
So funny. Yeah.
Fun.
Miss college. Sounds like a blast.
I don't miss college. I never really cared for it.
Oh, I loved it.
Interesting.
I had a little too much fun.
No such thing.
No, yeah, but I'm glad JD's having a blast.
Yeah, he's having a blast.
He's having a blast.
Yeah, I'm glad he's playing basketball again. It's
Yeah.
sad. It's kind of sad when sports are over with because I keep, there's, nothing to do.
When sports, you can have continuous intramurals in college.
Yeah, he will.
Like,
But
he never
but
has to
you.
stop.
You're saying your
Yeah, it's-
viewing sports
Yeah,
is
viewing
over now?
sports is over.
Oh.
Yeah. My mom still goes to like some high school games.
I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to the home games. I will not travel.
My son's on like a men's league. My son is on a men's league softball league in the summer, and all of us old moms who used to watch them in high school go and watch their men's league.
That's really funny. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
What a great time.
It's funny. All right, Glenn, I don't know if you know this, but when you were on 2 weeks ago, the yen had been up 3 days in a row.
He knows this. He sleeps and breathes.
I know he knows where the
No,
yen.
but I forgot about this.
I know. Okay, so let's go in the platform and pull this up. So here I have USD JPY right up here, and here we have the chart. So when you came on,
Can we see the platform, please?
if everyone can see the platform.
1 second, Jenny.
Sure. Okay. So
Why don't you describe it to us?
so
Green candles
I don't know
everywhere.
if you remember
Higher.
the trend. It was like the yen is the trend is your friend with the yen,
Yep.
and so the yen was up 3 days in a row. And typically contrarians would say let's short it, and per your recommendation, we got long it. Then it had a move down for about 10 days.
We didn't. We sat in it.
Now skyrocketing.
And
There you go.
our good till cancel. Do we call it a GTC?
Our profit
Take profit hit.
Yeah.
Very nice. Did it? How close? I mean, this was a wild move. This week we're up
Yes.
4%, which for FX markets is incredible.
I think it was like probably this day that we hit.
Let's go to your history tab and we can see it.
I mean, I don't think we were asking for much. I don't think we were asking for much, but
And then date filter, go
like 3 days.
3 days, sure.
Or maybe 7 days. Oh, I've got to move it down.
Oh yeah.
So where is
Oh,
it?
there you. Yeah, 36. There you go. Yeah, so
3601.
you got closed at 150.86. So you got a lot of that move. You
158.6. If I
Yeah.
go back to this
Yeah,
trade
we got
page.
most of the move. We had an aggressive. We wanted.
Oh, we were
Yeah.
like,
I mean,
oh, 150. Yeah, we got filled up here.
Yeah,
it was
so-
that day.
So I mean, by any realistic expectations, very reasonable take profit. This thing's just been ripping to no end.
Yeah. So now what? Now what?
It's funny you say that. We had, the impetus of this move over the weekend.
Good word usage.
Thank
Hey, he went to Northwestern.
And I'm wearing glasses,
Yeah.
so I got
And look at him.
of my vernacular, if you will. So over the weekend we had a gap higher due to an incoming prime minister in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Who favors
Heavy metal.
technology. Yeah.
Oh, heavy metal music.
Heavy metal music.
We're not talking about the gold and silver. We're talking about heavy metal music.
When I heard that, I was like, "What?"
Yeah, awesome headline. Yeah, but she just recently took the stand, whatever stand that was, and said she is not outright, in favor of a weaker yen. Is already aware of how much speculation has, gone into her stance as it pertains to the currency. She laughed at the question and said, this is not.
Then she turned up the radio.
Yeah.
Turned up.
This is not, what I want to be known for or what I'm actually commanding of my term, however long that is. I don't even know how long.
I don't know.
So it is interesting, but we're seeing an overpowering U.S. dollar narrative.
Yeah.
As it turns out, we're in the stage of a shutdown where, from the beginning, no news has been good news for the stock market. Now it's kind of looking like no news is good for the U.S. dollar as well. Not too much going on. We had a Fed Chair Powell speech this morning, but it ended up being just a.
Oh, that's when this boost turned.
Maybe.
Or just kind of dropped a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean they're down. They're down.
I mean, we were on the train, and then we saw, they went from down 5 to down 10, down 15, down 20 pretty quickly.
Yeah, so there wasn't like a ton of expectation priced into this speech, but it turns out it was even less than that. It was just a pre-recorded welcome to whatever conference.
It was a pre-recorded.
He was traveling. No commentary on any policy or economic.
I mean, are you
outlook,
feeling
so
okay without the news? All your Super
it's
Bowls
starting to
coming
get
up?
to me.
So have you guys done any research? Because I know our research team has showed what the market tends to do or what the market has done after the shutdown is over. Have you looked at, what the dollar tends to do after the shutdown is over?
Yeah, so we actually see, I did some slides with Mike and Jamal, and we've seen that the dollar, shutdowns overall are not generally good for the dollar. We do tend to see over a 3-month time horizon a complete,
Reversal?
rebound. So nothing really structural that's hampering the dollar through shutdowns. We do see that duration matters. Right now, we're looking at, I think markets are pricing around October 15th at the least that this will last. But the data is kind of skewed because we have a lot of instances of pretty short shutdowns, and then the last one, also the Trump administration, 35 days.
35 days, right.
So we have seen the longer it goes on, maybe the worse it is.
The more of
for
a
the
move
US
we
dollar.
can get after.
And then also you have kind of what the resolution is can be impactful, because that's kind of a standalone data point for markets, as how much stimulus is in the package that inevitably resolves the shutdown. Is that on its own good or bad for U.S. prospects?
Yeah.
But yeah, so far the only real data we've gotten from the FOMC minutes are what we expected on rate cuts, as well as a little bit of an increase in GDP forecast. So U.S. dollar responding pretty well right now, and with some of the geopolitical stuff getting cleared up in Israel, Hamas, and the dollar. I mean, the U.S.'s role in that, maybe some tailwinds there.
So is there anything right now? We only have on the euro, pound, and then the U.S. dollar shekel. Still, is there anything right now that's kind of like the hot pair to get into?
I mean, this week we're looking. Yen pairs are definitely of interest.
So the yen trend is your friend. Is it still the same thing?
I mean, who's going to get long now?
I don't know.
Press that button, Jenny.
Oh, no, we just got out.
So some context if you want to hop back into the dollar yen graph.
Oh, there's a chart.
There you go. That was
There's
from
the dollar yen graph.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if we could actually go to the next slide here, is exactly what I was going to refer to. This is what I did yesterday with Mike and Jamal. Last time we were here at 152 was in February, and that was on the way down from 158.
Okay.
So it did. So
Exactly.
somebody that might there be like, hey, you going to catch a falling knife? Well, it kept going.
But then do you say to yourself, I just closed my trade, I just closed my long trade. Why am I going to buy it back at a worse price?
Well, it also factors in, how did you close it? For you guys, it was on a take profit
Right.
that you kind of thought was lofty. Now, with the information that you have, categorically, that might be different. We're in a different environment. We're no longer in a range where your profit target was the top of that range. Now, maybe we've had a new range established. So there definitely is a case for further.
For either, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. And so we've seen this story before. The one wrinkle here that gets very interesting with the yen in particular is the potential for Bank of Japan or Japanese finance minister directly stepping into these markets and trying to prevent further yen weakness. We've seen that before at price levels around 150. We've seen it most recently at around 160. Where they'll use their funds to try and step in directly. So that's on Tuesday we had the finance minister talk about that they were watching FX markets, monitoring them. That hasn't dissuaded any price action so far. And from recent history, we know that they prioritize kind of the velocity of the move as opposed to a round number. Like,
oh, really?
They have a price alert that's like, 160. Sell, buy. And so it's kind of a black box, but that's definitely one to consider here.
So if someone was going to we're in a new territory now, maybe I do want to get long again. Is there a way that we can offset that risk using, let's say we do put on a USD JPY long position again, but offset that risk using 6J options or spreads to kind of take away some of that risk?
Yeah, you absolutely could. It would be more of a by hand calculation since you don't have these products talking to each other in the same way of kind of buying power reduction that you see from some of that sophisticated margining. But you absolutely can. Or you could take this new trading range and say, okay, now my thesis favors option strategies entirely because I don't want to be getting directional, but I could put on, something like a strangle.
Right, because the rank is high now in 6J.
Yeah. And so I think that's what Bat and Bat were doing.
Oh, strangles in 6J.
Yeah, I think they put on a put spread.
Okay. So they're still thinking it's going to stay up.
Hey, I will check their work and see what they did.
On the fellow page. Sure.
Yeah, I think so. So there's definitely a line of thinking where you just kind of respect the range for what it is, and not try and just pick outright directionally. But the other part of this is you have this U.S. dollar that has that's
6J, it's an iron condor. I think it's a little skewed.
Okay. You have the U.S. dollar that's been beat up year to date. That's coming back widespread. And so you could say even if I do think the yen will regain some strength, maybe what we're seeing today is that U.S. dollar part of the narrative might overpower that. Whereas then you could look to a market like Euro yen or pound yen.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's kind of
They're at
good.
greater extremes, and those European currencies have been bolstered year to date.
All right, let's go. Let's go back into the platform. I pulled up Euro Yen here.
Okay.
Yeah. So this one's just coming off. Yesterday hit a high. overnight almost hit 178. And this is really uncharted territory, literally, because since the euro's inception in 1999, this exchange rate has never been so high.
Really?
Yep, and so if that scares you, maybe you look to a pound yen, which has been here before, but just barely in 2024.
Where's the pound yen?
GP, right here, GP, BP, JPY.
Yeah, so this one touched, got as high as 208 in July of 2024, and around pre-2008 was as high as 240. So
wow.
This is some historical context for a stronger pound, but it's all pieces to the puzzle. But if you didn't want to step in front of a trending U.S. dollar and you wanted to maybe play a reversion.
We're better off either this Great British Pound yen or the Euro yen.
Right.
I mean, the Euro
You get a
yen, if
reaction
you
and pop
said
one
it's
in.
never been there ever before,
Correct.
maybe that's a better one to fade.
I say the trend is your friend. You want to fade it?
Yeah. I wasn't so the Euro yen, you said it's never ever before been here.
Correct.
Never in history. Never in history
Off the
been here
charts.
before.
But yeah, I mean, if you wanted to follow the trend and
I would rather just sell this.
I mean, it's interesting because you're talking about the yen. I feel more comfortable selling premium with the levels that it's at. If
but
it's
you
higher.
can't. There's no. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have premium to sell in Euro JPY. All of our premium sales are connected to the dollar. But that's the dollar.
Oh yeah, because it's versus the dollar.
So the only way I can play like Euro JPY would be one of these FX products.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But to an extent, you also have, there's two sides of these. So as we saw with the moves this week, you can cross-check all of these pairs and you could say comfortably, okay, this is yen weakness as opposed to just dollar strength.
Yeah.
So
Because they all seem to be.
yeah. So while this is your most unique exposure to Euro yen specifically, using the yen futures still gives you that yen exposure, just particularly against the dollar.
All right, let's put something in.
Yeah, let's put something in.
I'm laughing and learning. So pop something in.
Hey, Glenn, what would you do? What would Glenn do?
I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I can't tell if this this.
I mean,
dollar yen
nobody has a
market-
crystal ball. Although we used to on our old set. On our old set, we actually
did
had
have a crystal ball.
Why'd you get rid of it?
Somebody took it
when we moved.
Well,
I
that's
think
smart. I would have too.
we didn't see that coming.
when we moved from our old studio, it didn't make the move.
Man, yeah, someone definitely swiped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now they're probably up a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Like you probably don't know this either. Our old desk was Oprah's old desk, so we had Oprah's old
No
desk.
way.
and I
a
asked
crystal
Tom for it.
ball.
Tom said I could have it. He goes, if you can take it home, you can have it.
It was so heavy. I don't know where it's
Huge.
So we're missing Oprah's
Sorry,
old desk
Oprah
and
girl.
the crystal ball.
Maybe you could have just like shaved off a little corner.
I bet it's in the synagogue. You know, our old studio was turned into a synagogue.
Yeah.
Am I right, Beth?
Yeah, it was turned into a synagogue. You were right. She doesn't have to answer. I know it is.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool.
So maybe they're
Oprah's old desk and a crystal ball.
using the crystal
Now
ball.
we're in this.
Anyway, okay, Glenn, I'm going to leave this up to you. Glenn.
And we won't say it took us down because we trade responsibly.
No, if we
and all
lose,
these
we
trades
don't.
are our trades.
Yeah.
But what about the shekel, yen or Glenn?
Yeah, that one.
We're gonna start calling you Yen.
I'm steering. I've been called Yenny Glenny before.
Yenny Glenny, I like it.
All right, what do you think? If this were your money, and you had to put on a trade right now in Euro yen, what would you do?
I mean,
You're stressing him out, Jen.
All right, you know what? Forget it. I'm just selling it. I'm not.
Do whatever you want to do.
Here, I'm selling it.
learning. Like I probably would have went the opposite, and that's fine.
I'm going to sell it, and we're going to figure out how much. Let's see, what size? 0.01 is only $57, so we're gonna.
She's big today. She's gonna go huge. Straight.
Here, 0.05, $289. 0.05, how's that?
yeah. I mean, for your account type,
Okay.
it's definitely one of the lower leveraged pairs
Okay.
of the
Yeah.
offering, and so I think that's at 5%. And so if you want to command a bigger position, you'll have to have a higher margin requirement there.
Do I need more than 0.5 then?
No, if
What's your
that's
margin requirement down there? I can't see
that's
it. 'Cause my eyes are.
289.
Ship it. did.
But he's saying it's lower leveraged. So like 289 in margin isn't like 289 for some you might get a lot more leverage. But this you don't. So should I up it to like 0.1?
No, if that's your standard trade size, I don't think
It's been our standard trade size.
Ridiculous. It's just one of the things to consider that, for like euro US dollar, you can get away with some smaller margin requirements for the same notional, whereas this is.
Okay, so let's say
it's like 230, so it's commanding a contract of roughly 46.
Notional 885,000 yen.
And that's roughly $4,600.
So it's not that much. But let's say we go from 177 to 175. How much could we make?
What does it say the yen per pip is?
The yen per pip is 50 yen per pip. So if it goes down that wouldn't be two full.
50 yen is around 33 cents. So per pip. So
if it goes from 77 to 75, that's like 200 pips?
Correct.
200 pips times 35 cents?
Exactly.
So $60.
You're very good at math, yeah. That was good.
I was
that
told
quick.
there'd be no math.
I know, that was quick.
All right. Well,
yeah, you're absolutely right.
I'm gonna increase the size. If we goes.
This is another thing to consider is what you're trying to do here is effectively call the top, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's what she's trying to do.
And so there's also merit, I think, to a strategy where you go into this, anticipating almost that you might have to layer in.
Okay, then I'll go back to 0.05.
And so if your complete trade size that you're comfortable with, given the leverage is 1, then you might start with a smaller one. And if you're right away, can't be mad making money.
Right, and if we're not right, so I made it only 0.05, so I was only using $200 and something.
Yeah, I like
it's
the
very
layering
small.
in.
And so if it goes up, great, we'll layer in more, and if it goes down right away, we'll take it off.
Great.
Do we want to put in a GTC for this?
Yeah, to
Or
take
a
profits.
Closing, take profit.
Take profit. Put the closing order in, the take profit order.
I should remember how to do this, but
You didn't press the button yet.
yeah, I did.
No,
I
she's
should.
in.
Oh, you're in.
I'm in.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm in.
If you're on the chart and you just click your position size,
Here,
and then you can
take
drag
profit, and I'm going to drag this down to 175.
There
Okay.
You go. So that's roughly filling the gap or getting back to where we started the week.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that can, acknowledge that given the new political regime, this might result in a weaker yen long term, but you're trading the range here in terms of an
You're
overreaction.
very politically correct. I like that.
Thank you.
We
haven't got-
We're not used to this.
Having Glenn on here for 20 minutes, we come off smarter. Every Thursday, Liz is a little bit smart. Liz and I are a little bit smarter after Glenn comes
Politically
on.
correct. You don't say anything.
Nonsense.
You don't say any. But you say both sides. I like
try.
it.
Yeah.
Doing a good job.
People out there get mad at me. If
But he's also been working overtime, so make sure you have that in. He was.
Oh,
on the
no,
show
I know. He's
before
got to
us.
go. 10:24. It's been a
no,
long.
You're good.
All right, that's in.
I
That's
appreciate
in.
being on.
Can we slow
here with
clap
you
him
guys.
out?
The slides were amazing, Glenn.
Thank you. Good to
Next
see
time
you
I need to
guys.
see one of these out of you.
Thanks for wearing your shade of red. And honestly, I told Liz, you don't have to wear red every Thursday.
I'm gonna wear red every Thursday.
Yeah, he has to.
I have to.
She's getting soft in
I
her old
appreciate
age.
the out, but
Yeah.
not
There's no
taking it.
I don't want you to stress over.
You're
it.
either in or you're out.
I don't want to put any stress on you, Glenn. So
Thank you,
if
that's
you're in
very
your
kind of
closet and it's a Thursday and you don't have red, don't worry about it.
I'm taking a sick day.
You're already in. He's already in.
All right, Glenn, have a
Thank you,
wonderful
guys.
day.
Thank you.
You as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we're in for our FX trade.
Euro
You
yen.
want to take?
Never before seen levels in history.
I know. I would have went with the trend. You.
Not with never before seen levels in
because
history.
the lady who loves
What is this?
heavy metal.
I don't know what you were doing.
Okay, there's some things we want to take off. Let's pop in the platform.
There's not a lot to take off, but IREN we put on yesterday. This might be the only thing I see to take off.
Okay.
We put on IREN yesterday, and I know we have a lot more profit potential. It was a buffer, so there's still $824 left to make, but we made $135 overnight. So maybe we take it off?
Yeah, let's take it off. I mean, honestly, we're trading a lot. We're taking a lot off. I mean, we're going to be wax on, wax off.
Right. Again, if we had unlimited capital in this account and didn't have to have so many trades on in a small account. That's hard. We have so many trades in a small account. We take things off quickly.
Yeah.
Personally, if I had this on, I might not be taking it off yet.
Yeah, but you know what though? It's fine. It's fine on like today. I know we put on 2 bearish trades yesterday. One was the SPY calendar. That is, I mean, it's going in the right direction, but it's not doing much for us.
Okay, so we're out of iron, and let me push that out. Activity today. Sure. You know, not bad. I mean, we never would have even looked at it if we didn't get it on.
No.
What do we get it on? What's your assumption?
You pushed it out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was just going to do that too. So you're going to do that side. That's good.
Now, I told you I saw DraftKings up a lot.
We want to take a look at Webull. We want to take a look at.
Oh yeah, there's. We were selling puts this morning on the train in a few things.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take a look. I don't know what happened. Serve and Webull. But DraftKings last night when I went to bed, I opened my account, looked at my account. DraftKings was up a lot last night.
I didn't see it up
at bedtime, unless the markets were super wide.
Time was bedtime.
I went to bed at 10:20. 10:20. Finished Black Rabbit. Thank God. That was the worst series I've ever seen.
Tony loves it.
Because it takes place where he grew up. I hated it.
You did?
I thought it was terrible.
So I love Jason Bateman.
I do too. And I still hated it.
Really?
You know what I love? Chief of War with Jason Momoa. Now that's a good series.
Did it come full circle? Did
it was the dumbest series I've ever. It was. I felt like I wasted I don't know how many episodes it was. 9. I felt like I wasted 9 hours of my life.
Really?
Couldn't stand it.
The whole thing.
I never cared for any character. Like you never had. Like I just thought. To me, I like them both, but I thought it was the biggest waste of my time.
Oh.
But I had to finish.
Once you start, you got to finish.
Yeah.
I started it. I played like the only reason
you won't like it.
Questions. I played like a wee bit of it, and then I went back to Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah. I will tell you what's great is Chief of War.
Is it?
It's so good. Mm-hmm. So good. But you have to not mind subtitles.
It's subtitles?
They speak a lot Hawaiian.
Oh.
Probably 50% Hawaiian.
I like a good comedy. Chief of War does not sound like a comedy.
It's really good. Okay, so anyway, when I went to bed at 10:20,
I also heard there's lots of butts in it.
Well, they're Hawaiian. They're in their outfits. Like if you go to a luau, they're dressed like the men in the luau.
So lots of heinies.
I don't know, but it's a good series. It's well done. Unlike Black Rabbit, I don't know how those two committed to that. And even Laura Linney, she was one of the producers. Like they had a good
director.
Yeah, director. They had a good crew.
So it's not like Ozarks.
No, I just thought it was. I thought the people in it were so dumb. You're like, how could you be this dumb?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, why was DraftKings up in the middle of the night? I have no idea.
I did not see it. So that's interesting. I'm going to try to look at news and draft.
Something that had news that we don't have, but let's get into, is SERV. SERV, Serve Robotics. It's up 250 today, up 18%, which is a lot, but it's not too late. It's not too late to get into this little. Serve Robotics is one of the. You found this searching for how to invest in those little.
No, you found this. I have a different robot company.
Okay, so
I wanted drones, those kind of drones, and you wanted the ones that like.
We were just looking. We were just looking, like the little robots that serve food.
Yeah.
Which ones are public? Which ones aren't?
Yes.
This is one that I think that is public, and they made a deal with DoorDash. So they made a deal with DoorDash. And it was just a conversation we had, like, how can we invest in those little robots that deliver food? Because you are on a college campus, I was on a college campus. We see these little robots everywhere delivering food.
Yeah.
So this is one of them.
What was the news you found in this?
They just made a deal with DoorDash.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Yeah. So let me take a look. News, Serve.
And that was this morning.
Serve Robotics announces multi-year partnership with DoorDash.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. So, and wait till you see this. Wait till you see the premium here. $16 product, 15 put, $2.
We looked at this, and I actually did spreads in my account too, because in every account it's cash settled. Not
cash secured. Cash secured. So if you sell put 15 puts for $2, your break even's 13. 13 to 0 is $1,300. That's the buying power it's using. If we don't want to use $1,300 in buying power, if we buy a put only to release buying power, I don't want to spend too much on it. There's the 1510.
You can go all the way down. Now, granted, they're all no bid.
I mean, it's the top because you look at this. It's like 0 at 75, 0 at 75.
I would go with the 8.
Man.
They won't let you change it.
And so here we're using 500.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because no matter what you get, if you buy that 8, you're releasing $800. If you buy that 10, you're releasing $1,000. That's just.
So we're not doing this to. We're not looking at this as defined risk. We're just looking at this as using $500 instead of.
I like this. I mean, I'm glad you brought it to my attention. I was not in this.
I had very little, but this all comes from that day on the train where we were trying to find, and I think after
what was because you found this after I was like, I'm in this. I'm in some weird robot company.
Well, I think I was at Parents Weekend, and I literally got run over by those robots. Were running over our tour group. They're everywhere. They're everywhere at Miami's campus. They're everywhere, and it's not these. It's not this company. It was a different company.
Yeah, I think there was like a different company. Did you see the news story? This was weeks ago, but said there was like a house fire, but like the robot doesn't know there's a house fire.
Yeah, and it's still going to deliver chicken. So we had the I made Lily do a tour, even though we were there for Logan's Parents Weekend.
Oh yeah, Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, so we were there for Logan's fraternity Parents Weekend, but I made Lily do the tour. So we're on the tour, and there's this huge tour group, and I think it was just such a big mass of people. The robots didn't know where to go, how to get around us. So they couldn't get around the big group.
I'm gonna get through.
Anyway, 15.8 put spread, $1.95. That's pretty good premium for.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna send that.
And I got filled pretty quickly. You got filled pretty quickly. Okay, push that through, and I'll do it on the side.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna send this to the follow page activity. So we closed IREN and we put on a new put spread in Serve. Another trade we added today on the train this morning. This is one nice thing about taking the train together.
I know.
We find trades.
I know. And I'm telling you, so you were looking at this, and I was like, wow, that's all also on my hot stocks to watch. Because how many shares have traded?
Look at this. 29 million shares have traded.
Yes. So it was on the like a heavily active list that I look at, and it was Webull. So this is, and it's a cheap product, 34 rank. It's got earnings coming up.
I'll tell you, and I don't know what is going to happen, what the future holds, but I've been selling puts in this stock. I've been selling puts in here, and this thing doesn't really move.
It hasn't moved.
No, I know. So it's kind of a nice product to sell puts, and it's had earnings before, and it's not like, we haven't seen anything crazy. It's been in this, $10 to $15 range.
Yeah.
All seems like almost up most of the year, minus this like wild ride up.
JD's little high school buddies used to use this.
Oh, yeah. But they don't anymore.
No, because now they're in that other weird futures zinging situation.
Oh, yeah. All right, so you look at, we just saw Serve, $16 puts, we're using $1,300. Here, 12 and a half puts, we're getting the same thing for $2, and it's using $200.
I know. This is a number I can wrap my brain around. I like this. It's funny because, and you're all the way out in November, which is great. I don't mind going through earnings.
The funny thing is, on the train, I said to Liz, I go, how many, because we were both selling this. I'm like, look at these. They only uses $200. I'm like, how many of these did you do? And Liz did 5 times more than me. And I was like, what the heck? And you're like, it only uses $200. I'm like, all right, tick, 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 tick.
Yep.
But again, here's the risk. Here's the risk. Let's say someone sells one of these, and your risk is getting long Webull at 10. If you're long 100 shares of Webull at 10 and it goes to zero, then you're out $1,000.
Correct.
You're out $1,000. So
that's why I like low priced. And it was funny, you were trying to talk our cameraman, Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew. Like this is
something. Yes.
Yeah.
So, but $1,000 is the risk.
But $1,000 is the risk if this company goes to zero.
Yeah.
And it's a high premium trade. So I was trying to explain to him, like, you could find some decent low price products that give you a lot of premium, and your risk, your risk. Because if it goes to zero, you're like, that's your risk.
It is harder for newer traders. I think Matthew is comfortable with what he's doing because I hope he's watching because he's doing iron condors in the SPX. He films in the SPX bit.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's what he's doing right now.
I just said like expand your.
Well, I said that's what I was trying to say. I was like, once you're comfortable with one, keep your one trick, and then keep adding tricks to it. Yeah.
Speaking of, we forgot to put on our SPX, but SPOO's down 30.
We had Glenn in though.
SPOO's down 30, and I mean,
I freaked out this morning. I put on the put spread when we were down, I don't know, 7.
Yeah.
And when we went down 15, I took it off for a loser.
I sold a call spread when we were down 5, and then Liz is like, "What? You sold a call spread?" And I was like, "Fine, I'll add on the put spread." So then I had to sell down and sold the put spread.
So
the call spread is off because I had my GTC in for the call spread. The call spread's off. The put spread's still on, but it's all right. I'm on a SPX losing streak. So this will be like 30
keep the
days.
dream alive.
Keep my streak going. This will be day 3.
Keep the dream alive.
Okay, so 193 credit here, using 235.
That's really good.
And we don't know if this is going to be a winning trade. A bull could be 5 after earnings. Who knows? But it just is a lot of premium for a low amount of buying power.
And it is interesting because it hasn't really moved.
And this is one of them that I've had my son trading. Because like think of JD's account, $200 to make $190.
Pretty good.
If he takes 200, think about this. Like if he took $200 and bought a stock with $200, how high does that stock have to go for him to make $190?
Do you know what he put in his account the other day? Take a look at this because I think I should. I have complete and total control. I should take it out of his account and put it all in Webull. he went into net and he bought shares.
Yeah,
and it's expensive.
So yeah, and that's I think the biggest thing to explain to these kids.
Somebody in his fraternity told him to buy it.
Cloudflare.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a $218 product.
So if he bought 2 shares.
He bought 10.
But let's do apples to apples, right? Like compared to that one Webull put. That one Webull put uses.
To your point, if you bought 2 shares,
you're using $300 for 2 shares.
Yeah.
$300 for 2 shares, and in order to make $200 on this,
it'd have to go up to.
It'd have to go up $100.
Yeah.
This stock would have to go to $318 to make $200.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he could use $200, sell a put in Webull, and make $200.
I'm gonna clip this and send it to him, Jenny, because if a mom says it, it doesn't mean anything. But if you say it, he's like, whatever. I like this.
That's just when you find these low price products and sell the puts in there, and then explain to them. You want to buy this stock. Like Logan always wanted to buy TTWO or some of the $250 stock. How high does this stock need to go for you to get as much money as you could get on these puts in these other products?
What do I do right now? Because I can. I'm putting it in. You can't stop me.
You're putting it in his account?
Yeah.
The Webull puts. And are you going to take off net?
Nope. I'm just going to leave it.
Yeah, just leave net. Yeah, leave it. Leave it.
See if we can get them filled.
What time is it? 10:38. Okay. So what else? We've got
plenty of time. Okay,
I
want to hop into Twitter too. I do think we missed some things yesterday, but that's okay.
Yeah, hop into
Let's hop into
Twitter.
Twitter real quick. We've got.
I'm double checking all my missed calls. Missed call. Just because my son is driving a carload of 7 kids right now. He piled 7 kids into the car heading to Michigan City.
Yikes!
I know.
No bueno.
I know, and it's so funny because I'll usually watch him on Live 360, and if they go over 75 miles an hour, the car turns into a race car. Do you know that?
What do you mean it turns into a race car?
Like on Live 360.
Oh, I was like, why would it do that to him? I thought.
So on Live 360, if you go over 75 miles an hour or something, the like little car that's moving turns into a race car.
Oh.
And then I'll call his girlfriend who's in the car, and I'll say, Sydney, tell Logan he's got to slow down.
Careful, kids going to Michigan City. Keep an eye on your phone.
I know. That's why I gotta.
Okay, let's pop into Twitter if we can. I think.
Yeah, let's go.
Is up. If not, I can just read them. Oh, here we go. No, you're still not in.
Any minute.
Ash Finn's up first. Nice little
Hold
day.
on, I don't see it yet. Let's pop into Twitter. Pop into Twitter, please, and we will take a look. Unless, there we go.
Yeah, so Ash Finn's up first. Nice little one-day winner chicken dinner in Delta Airlines. We missed it. That's what I was going to tell you. Is I believe Delta and Pepsi were this morning.
We were so busy in last call yesterday.
I know we were.
Hey, there's a secret guy roaming in. He's like a peeper in the corner.
I don't even need to look to know who that is.
Don't break your other arm.
He's got a bum flipper. We'll just put it that way. So we've got, I think we did miss Delta and Pepsi, but we're not going to pop back and forth because I think they might be busy in master control. But so we're going to go to Eric, Blue Wackadoo. I wonder if Blue Wackadoo got out of his yesterday.
Probably. It wasn't too bad.
Well, because if my iron fly hit
at some point in time,
Eric probably got out.
Maybe he did.
Yeah, so that's good.
I didn't get out of mine, but yesterday mine was just the iron fly, so it was very little risk.
Yeah, Eric's back at it. He's got some different things in here. Take a look at
that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that image.
I'm gonna click on it.
Oh, because he's showing the green flag is like where we are, and that's where his trade is. So if he put it on this morning, we're a lot lower. So that's where we're trading. He needs the market up.
He needs the market
Yeah,
up.
I put it on 10 live call.
Definitely not an iron condor P&L, right? See, it's almost like a big lizard with a.
I put on a 10 lot call spread and 1 6 lot iron condor.
Oh, so he's got a call spread.
He's got a call spread and an iron condor.
Okay.
Well, he needs a little pop. I could use a little pop in the market too.
Just a little pop
just a little bit.
Just a smidge.
I might take an SPX break. Three losing days in a row.
JD is filled. He's gonna love it.
What do you think?
He's gonna love his Weeble.
3 losing days in a row. Would you, if you have 3 losing days in a row, would you take a break or would you keep going thinking the 4th can't be a losing day?
This is my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I think you're all over the place. I think you're very erratic with your SPX trades.
Hey, I sold that call spread today. I never would have added the put spread on if you're like, you just sold a call spread? I was like, all right, I'll add on the put spread.
You're like, you know what? I could do both sides and take 50 cents off or what? I was like, you just put on the iron fly. But you're all over the place. Sometimes you take a lot more risk, like where they're wider. Sometimes you're taking the iron fly. Sometimes, like, you brought it in and did the iron fly today on accident, and you did the iron fly yesterday. You're like a little erratic with it.
Yeah, but you do like iron condor, iron fly, and then now you're doing put spread.
But I'm consistent with the put spreads. Like I'm staying.
So now you're not going to go back to the iron fly.
I don't not maybe, but with the market moving the way that it has been, I want to stay consistent. Like my goal when my P&L is reversed is consistency is the key.
Consistency is the key. So I will say that, yes, I will change. Some days iron fly, some days iron condor, some days just to one side, depending on.
And I think it hurts when you get hit on those iron condors.
On the wider ones.
Yeah.
On the wider ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're pulling for you, Blue Wackadoo. Okay, then next up, we've got Frank the Great coming in with our, oh my God, that's so funny. Frank the Great's coming in with our economic calendars, and Wednesday's volume was in line with recent average levels.
Okay.
With calls leading puts, 17 to 10. It's always calls leading puts. I'm telling you, Jenny, our biggest thing that we discovered yesterday is what takes advantage of call skew.
The buffer. The buffer.
It really did.
Yeah, it really does.
It really, really does. And then Jackie comes in. Liz and Jenny doing last call. I can watch Liz and Jenny the whole day. Yay, I love him.
Yeah, that's sweet. That's sweet.
Jack Tucker.
And hopefully Jack was okay.
Emailing with him. I love him.
Oh, what was his short? Because we could see where SPX closed yesterday. What was his
this
short
was
put?
yesterday. His short puts are the 67.25.
67.25. And we don't have to go on the platform, but yesterday SPX closed at 67.53.
Oh, he's
so
fine.
where was his short calls?
67. This is a very small number. The calls were. Oh, it was up yesterday. I don't know. I was looking at the puts. 67.55.
Wait. His short calls were the 67.50.
Or the 55s. It depends on what.
Both. And we closed at 67.53.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's fine. He was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did it again. Jack Tucker.
Jack Tucker.
That's the thing with the wide ones. You know, the wide ones where you risk more, they're higher probability, win 92% of the time.
Yeah.
But then if you have a loss, it's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we get that big of a wild move.
But I mean, when you're doing it, the probabilities do play out. You know what I mean? The probabilities always play out. Okay. That's all we've got. Oh, we've got one more. Oh, Jack Tucker comes back in.
3 tranches. Here we go.
For Red Shirt Thursday. Thanks, Jack. He rolled the calls down. He's collecting $23,000 after fees. Ooh, my goodness.
Watching the day P&L curve at 1043. So right now, that's real time. And you can see where the red flag is, that's where the market is, and he's in the green. So we're rooting for you, Jack.
I mean, this guy.
I know.
Good.
I know.
He's good.
Hey, you know, we got an email from him this week, and I felt like a celebrity was emailing us.
That's what I said.
Jack Tucker's emailing me?
I responded that.
Yeah, that's what I wrote too. Because it was crazy. We're like, Liz, this is our first email from Jack Tucker.
Yeah.
We finally made it.
We made it, Jenny. We made it. Do you know what's so weird? Okay. We're in Chicago.
Yes.
We're in Chicago in the SIBO. It's very bizarre because it's like eerily quiet in here where we're used to doing
We're used to all the noise in the background.
Noises in the background. Sometimes I have to talk louder. Sometimes I have to talk lower because when it's real quiet, you and I will talk like this when we're on the SIBO floor.
I know.
But when it's yelling, you'll notice like our energy level pops up.
Because when we're there on the floor.
Yeah. Because when there is yelling around you, and even when they're turkey gobbling, because that guy's
It's weird being in this
Doesn't
studio
it
so
feel
quiet.
very quiet?
It does.
Yeah.
Because even my home studio is louder than this. My home studio has got.
So is mine. Like a snoring dog next to me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. It's even louder.
I've upped my game outside with my animals. Now I've added more things. So this morning when I left, I had male cardinal, female cardinal, woodpecker, chipmunk, squirrel, everyone. I've got all these new feeders. I went to the store and was like, I'm just going to buy all these new feeders, set them all up.
I'm sure El Welby would be able to tell me this, the bird watcher from the SIBO floor. Oh, how do you know if it's a male or a female?
Oh, well, the male cardinal's red. The female's not.
The female cardinals are not red?
No. If you see a red cardinal, it's a man. It's a male.
It's a man. It's a man.
Yeah, the females only have like a red beak, and they're brown. They're like a light brown, red beak.
Look at you, El Welby.
So El Welby was a trader in the OEX pit.
In the OEX pit?
He was in the OEX pit, but he loved...
Was he in the S or the O? He was in the S.
No, I thought he was in the OEX. Because because the S, I think he was in the OEX.
Okay, maybe you're right.
But... whatever, wherever he was a bird watcher, and on the weekends he would go with his binoculars.
On the weekends, he'd go at lunch and sit
out with his binoculars.
What are you doing, Al?
Yes, so I've got quite a few varieties of birds now, and I got all these different seeds, mixed them all up, have my different feeders.
I mean,
nothing makes me happier.
I want animals out of my yard. She's like Snow White. She goes like this. She whistles in the morning, and then a little squirrel will come and land here.
I have a tree outside my bedroom window, and if the squirrel feeder is empty, the squirrel climbs on the branch, comes to my bedroom window,
on the window,
stares in the window, and is like, "Lady, put those corn on the cobs out there."
Corn? Oh,
now I have a corn on the cob wheel that spins around, and they're all on it. The chipmunks and the squirrels.
I don't even know what to say. What do you mean they're on a wheel? Like they're all on the wheel and it goes around?
So it's like on a tree, screwed to a tree, a wheel of corn on the cobs, and it spins, and they climb on the tree and try to get the corn off. But then one of them the other day got spun on the wheel, flipped like a backflip, and flew into the yard. But they're agile.
That is pretty funny.
You can handle it.
Frank the Great is saying he was from the OEX.
OEX. I just remember him when we were in like row 13, or what row was over there?
Yeah,
we were in row 13, because every row, so all the rows on the floor, so there are the pits in the middle and rows on the sides.
Which are your runners and
the clerks, stock clerks,
yep.
People trading stock on the phone, like that's in the row. So if I had to run and row 13 was over there, I just remember seeing him, and that was by the OEX pit. His binoculars. He had his binoculars. He had his badge on, and most people had their little like sheets or computer, everything around his neck. He had his binoculars.
Binoculars around his neck.
I wonder how he's doing.
I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, my neighbors think I'm crazy because I have that side porch. I sat out there after I
sat. A picture of the corn wheel. I need a picture of the corn wheel. I can't imagine. I just envision all these creatures being stuck on like a wheel.
After I screwed that corn wheel into the tree, I sat outside on my side porch for 4 hours straight, watching for them to come.
Watching for them to come?
Yeah, to come to see it, try it. It took 3 days for them to find it.
What'd you do?
I just sat out there for 4 hours waiting. It was my little side porch. I mean, I was just sitting out there having coffee. But they took 3 days. So 3 days to come.
I mean, I would be a little bit, if you put a Prosecco wheel out for me, I might walk by it once, second time.
I'll post a picture tomorrow.
And I would jump on that wheel.
It's not, you can't jump on the corn wheel. You're a little big for it.
We need a picture. No, I said if you made a Prosecco wheel for me, it would take me 3 days before I realized.
Before you realized it was there.
And I would go into your window being like, it's empty.
Hey, I sent you a picture of that Prosecco wall. Remember that Prosecco wall?
Yes.
That probably had, I don't know.
That was on wheels. You should just wheeled it over. Your car.
All right. What do we want to do?
Let's pop back into the platform.
Well, so we missed Delta. Let's see what they're doing. Up $3. Look at that move.
Delta and Pepsi. So Delta and all the airlines were up on the Delta move. So you can
Still
take
at
a look.
24 rank. Earnings are over. What do you think of this?
Well, I was going to say, let's take a look at.
What do you think of that strangle? $1.50.
Look at the capital requirement. $52 product, only $600. That's not bad at all.
No, right?
What about a lizard?
Well,
bring it up to the 55 and do the 60.
It's 2 50-wide strikes. You know,
That's what I'm saying. You can bring it up to the 55. Oh, no.
Well, I don't care if there's
here's what I was going to say. I wanted to look at Delta. I like Delta. I'm fine with Delta. But I wanted to look at all the airlines. I'm not in a lot of the airlines.
No, I usually have AAL. I don't right now. AAL, 1168. And this is...
Oh, I thought it would get a little bit of a lift.
It did. Look at the chart. It did.
Oh.
It went all the way up to 1245, 1250, and it's right back down. So let's try to sell puts in AAL. In AAL, you have to go to the... I know it's like, it doesn't look exciting because we're getting 46 cents.
It's not bad, though. But I'm fine with AAL, too. Can we look at United? I want to see if it got a rally. And then...
I mean, that's not good. I thought you would get more than that. I was trying to act excited.
Yeah, I know.
Like, can you believe you're getting 47 cents?
I was like, geez,
no, that's not enough.
Take a look at United, UAL.
UAL's tough because it's 101.
So it got, it's up still today.
It was up as high as 106, but now it's 101.
Mm-hmm. Can we check the premium?
Yeah.
I don't want to press this button. I'd actually go back to Delta.
They have earnings. We can still probably do the 8-day. And you could do a Jade Lizard here in UAL. 109, 110.
Oh, and then not bad. You're using $1,000 to do it, but it's only 8 days. It's not bad.
It's not bad, but then that's your earnings trade.
Isn't this before earnings?
No, the earnings are in a few days.
Oh.
So, I don't know.
We'll put it on the eve of earnings if we're going to do that.
I don't know if I want naked puts in UAL for earnings. Just because Delta is good doesn't mean, I don't know.
When are you getting on a plane next?
October. I leave on a...
Plane before you? No. Because there's like huge lines now.
Well,
your husband's
he's
going
leaving for Germany tomorrow.
That's who I was worried about.
He's leaving for Germany, so I don't know. He'll get there early. He'll get there very early.
Yeah, but like TSA in air traffic control, so it doesn't matter. Air traffic control. My husband was stuck on the tarmac because air traffic control.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not necessarily TSA.
Yeah. So he'll
be super excited. Is he excited?
That's funny. That's funny.
But okay. I love your husband. I love him, and it was so fun to come home with him from Germany. Like we flew home with him from Germany, and he's 1K, so he can get on at any time. And it was killing me because he was just like waiting with us because we were.
Yeah, he didn't
1K.
go. He didn't.
And I was like, get on the plane. You can get on first.
He was fine. He didn't care. But he goes to Germany a lot. So he's going to Germany this week, and then he's going again, and then he's going. He has this is one of 3 trips between now and December.
Does
the end
he
of the
own
year.
lederhosen?
No.
Christmas gift.
No, he wouldn't want it. He wouldn't want it. Mm-mm. No. I don't think he would. I think going to Germany every month isn't enough.
It's a hard no.
Hey, I don't think he wants to wear lederhosen at home.
At home. I hope not. Okay, take a look at Pepsi too, as I'm just drinking a Diet Coke.
So the Delta Strangle, yay or nay?
I'm in.
Earnings are done, and you could get pretty far.
I would skew it a little.
I did. Look, I was only getting, on this call, I went all the way to the 70 call. 16 Delta call. I got 16 Delta call, 16 Delta put.
Yeah, so look at that call skew, right? Is that call skew?
We're trading 60, so $10 up or $8 down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's call skew.
Yeah.
Does everything have call skew now?
Everyone's afraid of the upside? I don't know. What his... Here, hold on. I'm going to ship this 149. And I'm going to look at something like, does like Meta 726, and let me just go, I'm going to go $25 down. So I'm going to go to $700, $28.
So it's
I'm going to go 25 and then $33. Yeah, they do.
You call skew.
Yeah. So it's the new thing. Call skew instead of put skew. Welcome to the 2025.
Yeah.
2025.
I was talking to Beth in Master Control before our show, and there was a caller that called in. I forget his name, so I don't want to butcher it. But he was just talking about how he was thanking the boys and telling them they're doing a great job. But he said that everybody can make money in this market because everything goes up. And
So far.
So far.
But I would protect
Right now.
yourself. I mean,
no, like right now, that's what's happening. It happens until it doesn't. Today's a down day, but we're down 18.
We're down 18, and my account's still green. Is yours?
No.
Oh, because you have a lot of crypto, and crypto's down.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm unched.
I got a lot of things still up today. Like I think Etsy is up. ETSY. Hang on. ETSY. Etsy is up. Are we in Etsy?
No.
No, we're not in Etsy. But I always have that on. And they're like, look at this. It's trading 71, 60 puts, $1.71, 1,700. We have a lot of short puts though right now. And then HIMS. I think HIMS is up. Didn't we put that on yesterday?
We put it on yesterday, but
now it's down.
No, it was down. That's what I was going to say. When you were like, we could take off HIMS, I was like, I don't think so.
I think it was one of those that was like up earlier, because what was the high today? 59.99. Yeah, did you see that?
59.99.
So, and it's trading 57. So it was like at one point in time, it was.
Everything reverses.
We sold these 55 puts yesterday. I'm gonna put a GTC in for those.
Yeah, we should put GTCs in for everything, just in case. Like when you saw it up this morning, by the time I looked at it, it wasn't.
And we put on Oklo yesterday. That's up almost $4.
But it must have been down yesterday because we're down on that trade.
No, we did a big lizard. It was trading 132 when we put this on. It was trading 132 when we put this on, and it's trading 138.
Then how in God's name are we down $54? Is it wide markets?
Or is vol increasing? I don't know. Is vol increasing? What's going on? It was 132. So this is strange, because usually a big lizard, when it's up, we make money. We're up $4, and we're up like $7 from where we put this on.
Those markets are moving so fast. This is wide markets, because we just went up 107 to up 6 to down whatever.
Yeah, but if you put on a big lizard and the stock's 132 and then the stock's 139, you should be able to take this off for a winner.
Yeah.
And we can't. So
no, can you open up the trade page and look at the markets real quick, and then
I'm sure they're wide. I'm sure they're wide, but not wide enough where, like, the markets in here are
they're
wide.
$1 wide each.
Yeah, but this trade, if you put on a big lizard here and we're here, you should be able to take a win.
You could put it in for you can put it in for probably maybe $100 win.
We sold that for $16.38. I'm gonna see if we could get out for $15.38.
Yeah, because your market down here is $13.75 at $18.75.
So I'm gonna see. This is a test. $100 winner.
Let it work.
And see.
Yeah, we'll leave that. You put a day order in, not a GTC. Okay, if we could pop back into Twitter for our closing thoughts of the day.
Okay. Thanks, Florida 7. They're not afraid of me either.
I need a picture of you and your animals.
You should see my neighbor Pam.
I'm telling you, I would never do this because that weasel that lives on my... Weasel. You've got like these kind of animals. I've got a true weasel that came upstairs on my upstairs deck.
The weasel.
The weasel.
Yeah. It looked like a mongoose or something.
It looks like a ferret, but it's a weasel.
So I'm going to post a picture of my neighbor Pam. The squirrels, like, she holds the squirrels in her hand and pets them. They go in her hand.
Is that what you...
Which is, I know, don't text me or email me. I'm sure that's dangerous. I don't do that.
I was going to say,
I'm sure that's dangerous.
I feel like you're trying to be Pam.
No, but that's how, like, there's just so many in our neighborhood and they're not afraid of the people. But she has them, like, she sits on her porch and they run around with her dog and the squirrels play with her dog.
Sophie would eat the squirrel.
My dogs my dogs have eaten.
All right, Jenny.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Wonderful afternoon. We will be on the morning show at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Tune in. It's going to be me, Jenny, and Vanetta for the first hour, and then a cast of characters after that.
Yeah, so the boys are on their way to Dallas. They're leaving for Dallas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Half the Bat team is going to Dallas. I don't think Dad Bat's going, is he?
No.
Nick,
Mike, Katie.
Can I call him Dad Bat?
Dad Bat.
The kids.
The kids are all going to do the kids. I like that. All right, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show.
We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Tasty Trade's Money Match event. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading. Plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits to jumpstart your trading when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. Level up your trading experience with Active Trader Mode, smart order tracking, risk analysis tools, dynamic watch lists, and more. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, two female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the show. My name is Mike. I'm here with Jamal and the one and only Zadie McGarrigus.
Katie.
Yeah, Wizard Katie. It is a beautiful day in Chicagoland. We got the dub yesterday thanks to your hat, which means we extend one more playoff game. Cubs play tonight, and it's going to be a chilly one. Could be interesting.
Cold.
Yeah.
Ding on the bat. You hit it wrong.
I mean, it's like golf. If you hit it wrong, you're getting the instant numb pinky.
Yeah. No,
feeling.
full hand.
Full hand?
Yeah.
Very nice. Sure. But yeah, I'm excited for it. Interesting to see this market is a little bit red, kind of ominous. Ominous indeed.
I mean, how long is it really going to stay red? Come on now.
Well,
I don't know.
It'll be exemplified in my trade idea, which is not long. Not long.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing
This
great.
is new.
This is new,
The
yeah.
trio has emerged. Has entered the villa.
Yeah, and it's fun. It's been good, and we're keeping it that way. It's awesome though.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I think you and I have done a show together, but
I was just thinking the same thing.
I know, but also at the same time, we were on the road all last year together too, so it also feels like obviously very familiar as well.
For sure.
But it's good for us to kind of, shake things up a little bit.
For sure.
Come with a new trade idea. Got the chat popping off.
I was just thinking earlier. I was thinking about that we hadn't been on something in a while, and then it dawned on me. I think this was literally the only show that I had not been on a whole entire network.
Really?
I think so.
And now you're the headliner.
I think I've been on every show. I think. Yeah. It's possible.
It's good stuff.
Love it.
I'm excited.
Hey. You just never know when you're going to get clapped. You know what I mean?
I need that validation in my life, honestly.
It is nice.
Could use it.
The soft clap. Yeah.
Even when I just wake up in the morning, somebody just clapping, like, you did it, step one.
Well, I think you know this, but when I was in college, my alarm clock for waking up was "Don't You Forget About Me," the Breakfast song.
Oh, really?
Breakfast Club song. Because I love 80s music, and
Yeah.
that song was just like, this is just it's like the best 80s song that I'll wake up and feel great. And sure enough, I was chipper when that was happening.
Listen, that is awesome. You struck a chord. 80s music. Look, you're speaking to me right now. There's no question. There's
I
a lot
don't
of
really use like a ringtone for my alarm though. Anymore.
No, now mine is just pure hell. It's the.
Oh, so you still have like a sound though.
Yeah.
See, I just use like the vibration on the watch. That's enough
That works.
to get me up.
I'd be scared. That might
You are
make
a
me
light
pee or something.
sleeper.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Vibration on the wrist might make me pee or something. I feel like I don't know what it would do.
Just
I really
like
don't.
A drop in a warm.
Oh, you guys are gonna think I'm
bowl of
crazy.
water?
I use an alarm clock that basically makes me do math. Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, it'll be like
turn it off?
Yeah, it'll be like 35 times 5 plus 29. And so it makes my brain wake up, and I can't go to sleep.
And then you're doing the please excuse my dear Aunt Sally of trying to figure out the order of operations in which to solve the equation.
I've gotten pretty good at those. I can do them pretty quick now.
Nah, couldn't be me.
You get used to it, right? You thought in the beginning that you wouldn't be able to price up spreads, but now look how easy it is.
That's true. Maybe that'll be what I start to add to my morning ritual instead of doom scrolling Instagram and playing the mini crossword on New York Times.
There you go.
Alarmy. See, Big Deal Donuts knows exactly what I'm talking about. Alarmy is what I use. That's correct.
Alarmy.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never heard of it before. Very nice.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. Well, speaking of checking stuff out, we got some fresh promotions. We got
Indeed.
some shows coming up.
Yes, tastytrade.com/moneymatch, pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. If you want to join us there, just head over to the Tasty Live YouTube channel. 30-day commission-free trading. 1% cash match on any and all deposits in that 30-day window.
Up to 2K.
Up to 2K. Scan that QR code, get all the information. But yeah, I've said it time and time again. It's a promotion that leans towards active traders for sure. So if you're like a 0-day SPX trader and you want to check us out, that is a great way to try it for sure.
Should we check and see if she knows? Do you know what the QR stands for in QR code?
Oh gosh, quantitative reasoning.
That's a good answer.
You guys said the same thing, like quantit.
You want another try?
QWERTY.
Nope.
It is a QU word. Say it.
Quality.
QUI.
Quality. Reassurance.
It's more like speed, the QUI word.
Quick.
Yep.
Reference.
Close. Yeah,
Response.
Quick response.
The more you know.
Yeah. Who would have thought that a QR code would result in a quicker response?
Right.
I love that. Mind blowing. But yeah, valid now until the end of November, so don't sleep on this one.
Yep. And speaking of sleeping, also don't sleep on the live event coming up this weekend.
Big D.
Big Dallas will be down yonder.
You know what I like? You guys are similar to me in this way because we've traveled. You guys like to do things to take in the city a little bit, whether it's before or after. So what's the deal this time? What are you doing?
Oh man, we've got a stacked agenda. Stacked.
Yeah.
So Friday night, going to the rodeo. And this is not my first rodeo.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys went last time. I remember. Yeah.
It was a blast. So doing that, and then
Wait,
Saturday.
the same spot?
Same spot.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Saturday, we are blessed with the Texas State Fair.
Yep.
In downtown Dallas.
Oh man.
So we're going. Who is it? Waka Flocka?
No, Paul Wall.
Paul Wall.
What? Paul Wall? Get out of here. I know that. Yeah, Paul Wall.
Climbing Saturday.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing.
He's been on the socials a lot recently, I've noticed. Like, I've seen him. I was like, I didn't even know he was still around, but apparently he is.
Yeah,
That's
and
pretty
he's a
cool.
Texas boy, I believe. So it
Yeah, I
should
think he's
be
a
like,
Houston dude, I think.
Yeah.
I wanna say.
But I was also scoping out like the food situation, of course, because like you've got all the fried things on all the sticks and
That's
all
what I was wondering.
So it looks pretty delicious. Yeah, so we've got a lot of fun before and after the show.
What's like the go-to food for the Texas State Fair? It's got to be one thing, right? That everybody like talks about.
I'm partial to corn dogs. I love corn dogs.
I assume they have elephant ears as well.
Oh yeah.
So the Big Tex Choice Awards, some of the hits are crab and mozzarella arancini,
Interesting.
Cookie Chaos milkshakes, Wagyu bacon cheeseburgers, and deviled egg sliders. Ooh. Vietnamese crunch dogs. There's your corn dog.
I gotta say, none of those sound like fat enough. They don't sound like fat boy enough. You know what I mean? Like, I was expecting a little more of that. Honestly, I mean, I really was. That's what fairs are about. That's what state fairs are about. It's like going to get fat, man.
Yeah.
Texas toast a la mode.
There we
That
go.
looks pretty dense. Yeah, and the alcoholic beverages look like sugar in a cup. So I'm sure one or two of them
There
will
it is.
be pretty good.
There it is.
Lovely.
Yeah, so yeah, still time to come to Dallas. Sunday night show.
Yep.
Skip the football game.
Whoa.
Or watch it on your phone while you're learning about trading.
I wouldn't be mad about that.
Yeah.
I'd respect that decision.
Yeah, we won't turn you away if you
Yeah.
need to kind of like look at your phone while you're absorbing our content.
But yeah, Sunday, October 12th, Dallas at the Kessler Theater. Join us live.
Nice.
Fun time. Grand old time.
San Diego next month too.
Mm-hmm.
So don't miss that one as well.
Yep.
And I just looked. You guys are fine. The Cowboys play earlier in the day, so
that was
as long
the
as you're
first
not
thing
going
we
up
checked.
against the Cowboys.
That was the first thing we checked.
Yeah.
We're like, wait, Sunday night, please don't be a Sunday night game with the Cowboys.
You're good.
So yeah, hopefully they can get a dub. Everyone will be in good spirits,
Yeah.
and we'll go on from there.
Awesome.
But yes, join us on the YouTube channel. We'll pop over to your trade ideas questions in just a little bit. Quick market update. E-minis down 20, NASDAQ down 65, Bitcoin down 2,000. If we look at the futures list, biggest percentage change move is Ethereum to the downside. The 2-year seeing another big mover to the downside today. Silver, Bitcoin, Natty Gas. Natty Gas. I saw you might have a Natty Gas trade in there.
May or may not.
Gold also. Everything else kind of within 1%. To the upside, volatility. Wow. Volatility and HG, copper futures leading the way to the upside. And, you know, we haven't really seen a sell-off that's sustained for more than a couple of hours. So seeing a little bit of a boost in volatility there.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm saying we're green at 3 o'clock.
Wow. That'd be great for my position that I'm putting on.
I'd be fine with that. This is quickly becoming one of my most favorite market environments that I've seen in a while. I mean, again, Mike and I've talked about it ad nauseum, but like the amount of different things that you can do in this market, the amount of diverse trades that you can put on, I think maybe 2021, I feel like might be the last time you were able to do that. Not in 2023. Not in 2022 for sure. Maybe some of 2023. Last year was all about just the election, and we were just waiting on it, and just it was like a lot of confusing things happening. This market's pretty fun. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, I'd agree. My trade idea today too, I mean, albeit still in my typical wheelhouse, is slightly different than what I normally do too. So I totally agree with you that started to broaden some things out. I feel like has been kind of fun too. Just there's been a couple more things that have been like me in nature, so I can appreciate some of those little engagement plays and or things that typically don't come onto my radar that I'm now looking at. As you know, Nick had me in my degenerate crisp trade.
Yeah.
Covered that thing.
Yeah.
Proud of that one.
I mean, look at that.
Yeah. Costco recovering, Mikey.
Oh, you love to see it. Costco, nice little gap higher.
Yeah. I'm going to take a green scratch if we get a couple more points up here. Because I did not adjust mine the way you adjusted yours.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice recovery for sure. And that's the beautiful thing about longer term trades. Like I've had this on for 2 weeks and I still have 43 days left in the long option for this semi-calendar diagonal spread here. Also have on this Oracle position, the 320 calendar. I actually looked at closing this and then I looked at the details. I've got 8 days left in the 320 strike short call that's trading for $600. So I'm not going to close this until next week because even if we stay right here, this option is going to go to zero next Friday. And this long option at 320, 43 days out is absolutely not going to go to zero. So this could turn from an 80-cent winner to a $500 winner just on a flat move here. So I'm going to lean on that one. And then UNH doing the same thing. I've got the 400, 420. UNH seeing a nice recovery from the lows. They've got earnings on October 28th. I believe the DOJ hearing's on November 4th, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there's some more implied volatility baked into this. We'll have to see when earnings fall off, but pretty sure it's November 4th. So there could be a lot of movement in UNH over the next couple of weeks. And I've already hedged this position. I've got it down to 390 in terms of cost basis. It's trading for 760, but this is another one that could be a really big winner if we get a continued rally here. Yeah, let's pop over to the slides. Yep. Let's get these trade ideas out in the open, October 9th. So we're talking about, how long this little sell-off here is going to last. Looks like we're seeing a little bit in the market right now. I'm on board with that. I'm buying the dip here. I don't think there's anything too substantial that is telling me that I should play for more downside moves. If you look at volatility futures, yes, they're up a little bit, but 20 cents is really nothing. If you look at the VIX, we're up 40 cents, which is nothing. Still in the 16 handle, so
You just put the kiss of death on us.
I mean, whatever. Any red day that's like this without a change in volatility, I'm just gonna lean into it. I'm still doing it in a defined risk way.
Yeah.
But I went and I looked at the watch list. So how I found this trade is I went to the NASDAQ 100 watch list, and I sorted from lowest to highest mover. And I saw Google, it's actually rallying a little bit, but Google was much lower earlier this morning. It was near the top of the list in terms of downside moves in the NASDAQ 100. So I was like, okay, let's take a look at Google. Do they have earnings coming up? Yes, they do. Priced into the 22-day cycle. So I just went out and I bought a diagonal spread, bought December, sold the October 31st option, and ultimately got into this for a debit of $760. And if this thing rallies prior to earnings, you could get up to a $500 winner. I've got it at with the risk analysis image that I put on the slides. But yeah, I think looking for just a reversal here of this move. I'd be happy to take it off pre-earnings, but if not, I'll just hold through earnings and see if we get some good numbers and a boost from that.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, is there some news in there today? I don't know what it was. I actually saw some news that seemed like it was positive for Google, but yet stock dipped down. Not really sure what it was, but I think it's a good buy.
Yeah, I just think we've seen this before. Volatility is not going to creep up unless we get a much bigger move to the downside, and until that happens, I think we see a general movement up and to the right for a lot of these big name stocks. So that's what I'm playing for.
Dig it.
What you got for us, Jamal?
Let's see.
I have a trade in ETH, and you probably sort of could telegraph this based on when we had a convo with Ryan the other day. We were looking at those cryptos, and we were looking at, obviously, that was the day I think Bitcoin was kind of back on highs, but the idea stems from the fact that Ether was kind of, I think when we looked at it on a ratio between Ether and Bitcoin, Ether's kind of underperforming some. So my thought process is to just ride some ETH with a zebra, and let's see if these things can not only get back to highs, but maybe, just maybe, there's a situation where the little brother starts to outpace a little bit, kind of like we've seen with silver and gold. So that's kind of the thought process. Yeah, sure, max profit is unlimited, but truth be told, you always want to think about these things in terms of where is the next stop that the stock could go to. So I just look at 40, and I like the gain potentially at 40 if it gets up there. That's kind of where I think. I don't think that I'm going to make unlimited money on this trade. I think that maybe at some point stock gets to 40, and then we close it out. But only $570 right here for this thing. Pretty cheap.
I'll
like it. I like it. Yeah, the straight up zebra gives you that unlimited profit potential. If you wanted to cap your profit potential and reduce cost basis, you could do a similar trade, like going to the 30 December call, selling, like you said, the 40, if that's where you think it's going. You could do a 30-40 diagonal for 440. Yep. Similar risk profile up to 40. So yeah, plenty of implied volatility there, plenty of leverage, whether you're using a zebra or diagonal spread. So. And ETH is down 5% today. So if you wanted to play an upside move, you're getting a 5% discount from yesterday.
Yep.
Love it.
Cool. I just got filled at 576.
Cool. I'm going to do the diagonal spreads, and we can compare and contrast the P&L on it. But I just got it filled at 441. 10 points wide.
There you go.
Beautiful.
And that's a good point, too, like the idea of comparing and contrasting. Because I thought about that recently. There's a trade that I had on, and it's in my long-term account. But I often look at really like a lot of upside plays. I've gotten fond of zebras more recently. What I used to do actually a lot is the opposite of a zebra, which is sort of selling, say in the money, selling one in the money, and then buying two either at the money or upside, right? So then on a call spread, obviously it's a back ratio and it can fly that way, but that's a different type of risk profile. Usually that involves a little bit of margin, which is usually the difference between the two strikes. And so I've kind of done a lot of that analysis, really, like analyzing what trade do I want to do, how I want it to look, right? Whether it's a zebra, whether it's a back ratio call spread, or whether it's a diagonal. I think it's a good exercise to do all the time.
Yeah, totally agree. And also like talking about shaking it up and stuff like that, because I was like curious, what is the correlation of this, ETF relative to any other equity positions I may or may not have? And I love like that we've got that rolling, I think it's a 60 or 90-day correlation on the Tasty Trade platform. It's at 0.1 right now. So if you're also just looking at trying to participate in what is still like deemed a volatile asset class, if you will, but in $500-ish or less, and you're also adding a diversification element without the anxiety of like the crypto that trades 24 hours or the crypto futures that trade 23 hours, this is like an interesting way to kind of participate.
Mm-hmm.
Checks a lot of boxes is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. True.
A little ramble. All right, I don't have much of a justification for my trade other than that I needed some energy exposure, and we are kind of entering, some seasonality with natural gas. Had to pull out the puffer jacket today. The blood is thin. I am a baby, I know. It was 49 when I left the house today, so yeah. I feel okay about it.
You did not. The puffer jacket?
Not like a huge one, like one of those Uniqlo, like light ones.
Yeah.
So
I wear a bomber jacket.
Yeah.
So similar idea.
Yeah. But, natural gas isn't trading at its lows necessarily, but not far off of them, I would say. So I thought originally about, doing something maybe with a broken wing butterfly or something like that. Natural gas is interesting because I feel like this is one where we oftentimes see kind of the call skew demonstrated here. So it was kind of frankly tough for me to find like a put side broken wing butterfly to kind of work with. So instead I went more of like the synthetic jade lizard route / dynamic width iron condor, if you will, where I have no upside risk. So as you can kind of see by my screen grab here, it looks pretty much like an iron condor, except the fact that because I collected a credit wider than my more narrow spread, I don't like lose anything if it blows past my call spread.
Mhm.
So I've got the 345, 325 put spread, the 460, 465, so very, very narrow call spread. And you can see I've almost encompassed the expected move over the next 45, 46 days or so of this trade. Not a lot to do in terms of like downside defense unless I were to take that 460 call and, you know, buy that in and roll that short down. And then of course I would change my risk to the upside. But collected about, you know, 510 here, and I'd be happy with $200 from this thing if we see a little bit of volatility contraction in natural gas.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
And this is another one too where the futures options are pretty liquid, especially during U.S. trading hours. I'll say that. Maybe not as much in like the overnight hours. But you can find something in here that is suitable if you're particular about your price and entry. We've talked about UNG and how just like the drag on that product makes it kind of tougher to trade, I feel like. At least, and then with futures options too, you kind of get some more of that like pure market exposure as well.
Definitely.
I absolutely hate UNG. Like I will never trade that thing ever again. And even worse is getting the K1 statements in the mail. I'm so annoyed when I get those things. I do not enjoy trade. I'd rather just trade. And for the longest time, I probably did trade UNG because I was a little scared to trade natural gas, even though I traded so many different things. And I think that's something that Tasty has done for me, helped me understand the product a little bit more, that being natural gas, and finding a multitude of ways of trading it.
Yeah, for sure. There's also a mini natural gas. It's either a quarter of the size or the fifth of the size, that QG contract if you wanted just more static exposure, but the major contract is too much for you.
Yeah, I think it's QG is a quarter of the size, and then MNG is 1/10 the size, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So a couple different ways to scale in and out as you look to maybe add this to your portfolio. And speaking of the correlation feature on Tasty, so UNG, which is the corresponding ETF for natural gas relative to SPY, a negative 0.33 correlation. Anything between like a negative 0.4 and a positive 0.4, I think we would all agree is considered pretty uncorrelated. So another diversification play if you want it.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it. I have
natural gas is like the honey badger. It don't care. It don't care what else is going on in the market. It has its own, marches to the beat of its own drum.
Yeah.
Totally.
I put on a short call spread 2 days ago, but I'm going to, into this sell-off, I'm going to leg into your put spread. Okay. So just throwing on the other side of this, the 345, 335 brings you below where we've been trading recently.
Yeah, and if you do like the $ natural gas, that allows you to kind of see like the longer term performance of natural gas in its entirety and not just the December Z5 contract. So like I was saying, like not necessarily at its lows per se, and we've seen how this thing can be defying logic in some instances. But that said, I didn't mind adding a little bit of semi-bullish delta here.
Yeah.
Neutral bullish.
We'll pop it on.
I'd pop it on, but I've had this strangle on for like maybe a week. It was like immediate winner, and it's still been winning. I have the 325.10 strangle on. I don't know why I keep talking about it so much because I feel like I might jinx it. This thing has been awesome. I mean, if both of them are like 14 delta options, I am not touching a thing.
There you go.
Like, I am not touching a thing.
Yeah. I can respect that.
Love it.
Just keep letting theta work in your favor.
Yeah.
We love theta. Speaking of theta, how's our Tasty FX positions doing? Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. Euro yen up $10. One click close. Done.
There you go.
British pound yen 26 buckaroos.
That'll buy you like a
Nice.
small cheval burger.
Yeah. Well, I'm now in a position where I'm going to be holding this one for a long time. The dollar CAD short. Not a fan of this P&L here, but we're offsetting with other winners for sure.
Well, you must be happy about this yen move ahead of your trip.
Couldn't be happier. It's going to make everything just very affordable. I mean, Japan's already very cheap relative to the dollar, but now we're reaching a whole new threshold here.
Nice.
I think I did that one on the show with you all at the tail end of September. Obviously, now it's out of the money. It was a long call spread, so nothing to really do there in terms of management. I've had a couple people ask me about it, but nothing to do. Debit spread.
Don't look now, but the dollar's up 4 days in a row. 4 days in a row.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday on overtime. Like, it's getting some boost for sure, but it could also be the slide in the yen relative to the dollar. Like the yen dollar, this is sliding, which is going to boost your dollar overall. But yeah, volatile currency markets the last like 6 months. It's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen that kind of move 4 days in a row. We haven't seen that since the end of July and the beginning of August.
Yeah. Love
Should
to
we
see
get
it.
to some chat questions?
Please.
Cool.
Uh,
Also, I don't know if I told you, but I'm now playing Assassin's Creed Shadow.
Ooh.
So I'm still a wizard, but I'm now also again just like back in feudalist Japan.
Dark wizard. Yeah, that's a solid game.
I just got one of those not too long ago, but I haven't even played it yet. I'm still like so many, but those were always pretty sweet. Those Assassin's Creeds, those were pretty dope.
This one was a little slow to start, but I think it's starting to kind of open up and I'm understanding the story a little bit better. I will report back, but H. Montero in the chat loves to know what video games I'm playing, so I feel behooved to share with everybody where I am in my gaming journey at any given time.
Love it. Have you noticed that spot silver prices have been trading above silver futures for the past 2 days? The difference is $2 now. I'm annoyed as I'm long the silver future and not spot.
Not something I have necessarily paid super close attention to. I have on a Zebra in SLV that I've had on forever. It's expiring in 8 days. Nothing to do about it, but...
Yeah, I was thinking maybe if there was backwardation in silver futures, but I'm not seeing that. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's definitely a reflection of the velocity of the move we've seen, one way or another. But yeah, interesting to see. Decent sell-off today. Opened at 46, back down to 44. Silver futures, similar story, except they opened lower than where we're at in silver spot.
What's this gold-silver ratio right now?
Great question.
Yeah, what is it right now? I mean, I assume below 100. So like 85.
Yeah, we're at essentially annual highs. Long gold, short silver. If you flip it, lows. Yeah, we're bouncing off of the extreme for the last couple months at least.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I've got both on. I'm short both. Nothing to do there. I was just curious to see relative
Yeah.
where we were at.
Yeah, I'm short gold as of the other day, and it's looking good right now.
Hopefully you're the thing that'll make us fall out of bed because we need you.
I mean, basically, I just was like, okay, look how far it is above this 1 week moving average, and I put it on 2 days ago, and of course I did endure some pain yesterday, but you know, look, it was either going to really jump up and go like another $100 and then turn around, or start to turn around a little bit now. And this is actually the harder part of the trade, because now I have to determine, if I get the flat, should I close it, or do I actually want to see if it's going to really touch this and go below 4,000 meaningfully, like about $20 or so, and actually touch this 1 week moving average, which seems to be about 39.84, which is not a great gain for this trade if I get, but that's where things get scary. I'm going to have to really determine I have to watch the fashion in which this falls now.
Totally. Well, what I can tell you is, since Mikey is going to be on a plane tomorrow, that's when you determine it, because historically, that's when things really start to kind of to shake out in the market for better or worse. So I think when Mikey, is at his gate, you can text each other like, hey, all right, I'm getting on the plane. And then that's when you just kind of lock into your gold trade.
Yeah, exactly.
The flight's at 9 a.m., so right when the market opens, you'll feel the turbulence.
Okay.
You'll sense some disturbance in the forward.
Exactly.
If I want to get long yen, do I do yen futures or options on futures, or the FX equivalent? So if you want to get super small in a perpetual trade, you can use the tastyfx platform. You can do the dollar-yen pair. You can do a non-dollar pair if you want to get more granular. But if you're looking at 6J specifically, the nice thing about the current time frame is that the December and November options for 6J both settle to the Z contract. So if you wanted to do a traditional calendar spread or diagonal spread, you can do so in these two specific expirations if you're long December, short November, because they both settle the same product. So that's an interesting way to get long if you wanted to. Just going to throw up this example here. The 675 is $250 in risk. And if we look at the theoretical P&L here, you can basically double your money if you get a rally up to or near 675 over the next couple of weeks here. So that might be one way to approach it. You could do something like a diagonal spread here, put up a little more, risking a little bit more, but your max profit potential is higher. So I think anywhere in between here, diagonal spread, calendar spread is probably where I'd go.
Yeah, same.
If you're looking at 6J futures, because these diagonal spreads are still under $1,000 in risk, but you can still get super small with a straight up calendar spread too.
I know some people like, and I'm just checking, I haven't traded in forever. Is it FXY? I mean, that's also an ETF. I don't really love those. Personally, like Mikey said, I would probably just go with 6J. But, there is the FXY situation that you could trade as well. I mean, these things don't trade a ton of volume. As you can see, 124K.
Yeah.
And you would imagine the options don't trade as much neither. That's why I don't really love it. But, there is that.
Yeah, or 2 strikes out of the money and there's no bid. So kind of tougher in terms of strategy to select, unless, like you're saying, you do like a zebra or something like that.
Yeah.
Or, you could just send a cash full of envelope addressed to Mikey Butler prior to 9 a.m. tomorrow, and he'll just go and buy you some yen when he goes there and just bring it back. You can do that.
That could work. But yeah, I agree. I would use 6J instead of FXY. 6J is small enough if you're doing spreads to where it'll be similar and you can actually get something out of it. Or FXY is just
cratering, by the way.
Yeah.
Cratering.
And I believe that there is like a micro yen futures contract too. I just don't think the volume is quite there yet, which is why Tasty hasn't listed it. But hopefully, maybe this move will kind of spur a little bit more price action in that smaller futures contract as well, if you wanted a static trade but didn't want the full bite of the 6J.
Yeah.
I got to say, for a currency, this is actually a pretty massive move for a few days in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Actually. It's kind of hard to determine whether to catch the falling knife on a currency, but this is tempting.
Yeah. Well, and like that you said too, with the FX, integration into the platform as well, like that's an interesting way to kind of size that down and or ladder in if you kind of wanted to, right?
Yep. I'm gonna get into this diagonal spread. I was filled at 580. So this 6J position, $725 in risk. I bought the December 66, sold the November 67 against it. And this is ultimately a risk one to make one proposition. Collected almost $400 in the short, paid $1,100 in the long. We'll see if we get a little bounce here into this move.
Sure. All right, who's next?
Who is next? Baidu and Baba.
Like that trade, I'm doing it too.
Baidu and Baba, hoping for an uptick in the next 14 days.
Baidu Baba pair or just separately?
Separately. Yeah, both of these are like the exact same chart. It's kind of
They are.
eerie.
Well, they've also had news. Both of them they've been bouncing, I think, on news of like AI related stuff recently too, right? So it's been around the same time. I haven't even checked what Chinese equities are doing in general, but I mean, I'm guessing there's something related to that as well. FXI.
Yeah, similar chart. Just copy paste the same chart on all three of those.
Yeah,
it's insane. Yeah, I don't trade the Chinese names, but hoping for a rally for you if that's what you need. SPY 675 calendar, November, December. So an upside, November, December calendar. Let's take a look here. $500 in risk. And if we do the Theo analysis, so because this is SPY, I think it's fine. I don't really like these like at the money calendars for equities because you have gap risk and you see it every single day. Look at AMD, look at Costco. Like there's just gap risk everywhere and you don't want to be directionally right and then have losses on the upside. SPY has gap risk too, but not as much. You're not going to see a 10% rally in SPY in one day, for example, unless something insane happens. But for these ones, like I kind of would rather just take on some more risk. So this trade, the 675, you're putting up $500 in risk, but you're basically playing for a non-move and kind of just puttering around here. If you actually are bullish, you can throw on a little bit more risk and you remove your upside risk entirely and you multiply your max profit to the upside. So instead of the 675 calendar, you could even consider something like the 690, 700 diagonal. Put up a couple more $100. If you get the rally, you've now tripled your max profit potential, and you have no risk to the upside. So something to consider, but I don't mind the calendar spread if that's what you want. Gold is falling like a knife right now. Ooh.
Thor.
More. I always think of the Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More.
I'll take it. Keep going.
SPX testing new lows of the day. Down 26, crashing.
Yeah.
Crashing. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Bitcoin, though. Bitcoin and Ethereum, big sell-off today. But, I mean, you should expect this. Like, when you have a market that's just continuously grinding higher, even if it's kind of flattening out up here, like, you're going to get the sell-off days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if you have a day like this where we do see Bitcoin down 2% and maybe starting to fall lower, same thing with gold and equities, then I think it'll be sustained because that's the kind of days. We just came in early this week. It was up, bonds up, gold up, oil up, everything up. And I think when you have a time when they start to reverse a little bit, that's when correlation catches on. That's when volatility gets bid. So that could happen. Careful what you wish for, though.
Right. Totally.
You know?
Yeah, which is obviously like why we all harp about size, capital on the sidelines, all the things, because we don't know if this is a drop in the bucket or a nothing burger.
Yeah. But yeah, I think when it comes to how to read scenarios like that, I'm always going to lean on volatility futures and the VIX because we can all have our opinions, but at the end of the day, like when the VIX is popping from 16 to 20 to 25, like that's when we should really pay attention. And then if you look at the VIX and you're seeing that, and then you go to the vol futures and you see this 1780 or this 1930, 1990, if they start to become the same number, where the V contract jumps to 18, 19, the X contract goes to 20, once you see a flattening of the curve, that's when you take it more seriously. And then when you see the curve invert into backwardation, where the near-term contract is more expensive than the next one, that's when you really take it seriously. And you should expect to see 200, 300-point moves in the E-minis until something changes. So, like we're saying, volatility isn't moving into this down move. Like 2.5% doesn't mean anything to me when it's 40 cents on a 16 print. So I want to see it above 20 if I'm going to take these sell-offs seriously.
And nowadays, and also because we haven't seen that in a while, like what is your favorite or preferred trading vehicle if that were to occur? We've talked about UVXY, SVXY, VXX. Like which product would you consider for if and when that would happen?
I still like SVXY. I think SVXY is the most predictable way to trade volatility just because SVXY is an inverse product. So here's your April crash in volatility where you had volatility going through the roof. SVXY is crashing from 50 down to 30, but we know that volatility is mean reverting. We know that in times of chaos, eventually there will be periods of calm, and you can try and play it with the options, but you could even just buy a share or two of stock here, like or 3 or like whatever. If you want to risk $500, you can buy 10 shares of SVXY. If you get down to 35, 30, over time it's going to recover. Volatility will go back into contango, and this thing will drift higher. There is the risk of this going to zero, like you saw in the Volmageddon, where XIV. I don't even know if we have this anymore. No.
Nah, it's been gone for a while.
XIV and other products just went straight to zero because volatility went from 15 to 30 in 10 minutes. This is 0.5%, so an inverse 0.5%. So you don't have that as much of that risk, but yeah, if volatility goes from 16 to 45, like you're going to see this thing go well below this chart. So there is that risk. But if you believe that that's not going to happen, or you're waiting to see like a drop like this, that's when I would take stands in something like SVXY.
SVXY right now, 32% of it is the no futures and 17% is the OCT. And they move these things, they change over time as expirations get closer.
Yep. So it's easier to predict when volatility will contract after a big pop versus when volatility will pop in a time of contraction where we know the VIX is going to cluster in these low volatility levels like we see here.
Totally. People are always asking, how can I get on a VIX trade, right? And that's just hard, man. I mean, it's hard predicting the pops. But to Mikey's point, that's what makes SVXY really fascinating because you can look, a historical vol is not going to remain that elevated for that long if we're in a situation where VIX gets to 30, and VIX is not going to stay elevated for that long. Unless it jumps higher, which, again, you're just taking a shot either way.
Yeah.
But the better shot is for volatility to eventually contract.
Right.
Yep. And yeah, you can see there are periods of time where you have massive sell-offs here. This was, I believe, Volmageddon here, 2018. But it stayed alive.
It was, yeah.
And since then, you've had your healthier periods of volatility where you've got your big drops when volatility pops, and then over time it drifts higher. You get your big drop in 2020, volatility expands or contracts, you get this thing expanding to the upside. And then you have from 2022 to 2024 where we had that market rally. This thing went from 25 all the way to 60. And then 2024, you get your volatility bouts. April, you get your volatility bouts. So it's an easier way to trade volatility if you wait for this thing to happen and then get long SVXY. Easier to predict.
I think that was a split, right? I feel like they might have split it on that one. I don't know if it ever actually traded 200. I think. I can't remember. And they used to reverse split these a lot too, like not SVXY, but right, like VXX and all those, like that's happened as well. So
yeah, SVXY split in 2012, and
I only say that because I don't remember it actually trading 200 and change, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be wrong.
It's split a couple times. 2012, 2014, 2018, and 2024.
Okay.
But it's all been 2-1, 2-1, 1-4, 18. So that was a reverse split. So yeah. Either way, if you wait for the pop, you can get long SVXY in a small way. To the YouTube chat's point, you have to be small enough to survive that pop in volatility. Absolutely. So another way to do it is like, if you have $500 that you want to risk, if SVXY is dropping, maybe you buy a couple shares, then you wait a day or two, buy a couple more, and you can get up to that. You can dollar cost average to your limit and play it that way. But yeah, it's the most predictive way to trade volatility, is just shorting it by way of a long position in SVXY. A couple more here. Want Netflix to hit 1250 to re-enter a short. Yeah, there you go. Nice little pop in Ned's Flicks.
Heck yeah, I got a 1300 calendar call in here. Oct 24, short regular Oct. So I'm on the other side of you, Dan, is what I'm really trying to say here.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix will be an interesting one. 100-point move priced in for earnings in the 2-week cycle, October 21st after the market closes. So pretty big expected move there, but it is a $1,200 stock. So not too crazy when you break it down to a percentage basis. But yeah, we'll definitely check this one out. It'll be a fun one to watch after the close on October 21st.
The real question is, are we watching the new season of Witcher now that Henry Cavill's not in it?
No.
I've seen that one.
You never seen it?
I didn't even know there was a new season.
It's coming out.
Oh.
It's not out yet, but it's with Liam Hemsworth replacing him.
Oh, really?
And not trying to poo-poo Liam, but Henry Cavill was made for that role.
Yeah.
So
what are they? Yeah, I don't like that.
I know. It'll be a tough one to watch.
Yeah.
But
It's like Game of Thrones. Like, they barely pulled that off when they swapped out
Dario?
Yeah.
I was a big fan of Dario number 2.
Okay.
Dario number 1,
Well, he's probably kicking himself because he had like a contract dispute. Like, he wanted more money for his role, and they were like, no. And then Dario number 2 took over the role.
Yeah.
That's the same thing I heard about Nick Batista for Option Trading Concepts Live when the swap happened. I heard he wanted more money, and then they brought in somebody else. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Oh, man. Nikki
That was
B.
a good one.
Okay. At the end of the chat, if you have any other last-minute trade ideas, let us know.
Do either of you have anything in oil? Dan also talking about oil selling off. I don't have anything in oil right now.
We're out. We did, was that a week ago we put the trade on? I think it was. I actually closed mine on, was it Monday night? I can't remember. I think it was Monday night. And I literally put in the note, money never sleeps, and neither do I. I closed. It was up 100. I closed it out. And I think maybe the next day you ended up doing the same.
Yeah, I bought into this initial sell-off around 61. Got out after the 2-day sell-off. But yeah, we're now selling off closer to 60. I love getting long at 60. Just because you've seen a handful of times recently where it's bounced off of there. But again, it's just doing one contract. I can hold this thing, even if it drops to 20, I can hold it. So that's the key. Just keeping it small and just taking your shots where you see them. But yeah, I think if we get closer to 60 to this lower area here, I will buy another micro contract. Because yeah, I'm out of mine.
Look at gold, y'all.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Are they canceling gold?
I don't know. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I say all the time. It's not just about managing your losers. It's about managing your winners. So I was like, what do I do now? Well, like I said, the idea has always been around that 1 week moving average. So we'll see.
Was that 30.84, 39.84, or 38?
Basically, it's right here now. Yeah. It was $20 lower a couple of days ago, but obviously it rose. So I had to make decisions.
Yeah, that's a big move.
I know. I might have to close it.
I have a put diagonal spread at 345, 335. But then I'm also long silver on the other side. So
Did I follow you into snow or Nick into snow?
That was definitely Nick.
Okay, that one's still just kind of a red scratch, if you will. 43 days left.
Bearish?
Iron Condor. Actually.
There you go.
Getting a little bit tested to the upside, but still out of the money on both sides. CCJ. Probably going to close that, actually, with 8 days left.
Yeah, that was another Nick special. Yeah, I've got a handful that are on the table to be closed, but I think when it comes down to it, like I want to hold on to this Oracle position just because the 8-day has so much value left, and I want to hold on to the UNH position because that one I just believe is going to 400. And if I'm wrong, it's not really going to matter because I've reduced bases already aggressively in here.
Your winners run. It's true. I know. I'm starting to. Oh, this is where things get crazy, right? But I'm starting to analyze whether or not to close it, or maybe to sell GLD put spread against it. Maybe we do that. See how things roll.
Sure. Yeah.
Good work.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that's actually a really good point because somebody asked me before I was like tested with my gold broken wing butterfly the way I now am, just being deep in the money. There's nothing to really do. Somebody asked me, like, how would you consider hedging this, and going to the gold ETF, or if you're comfortable with adding more capital, a put spread is a great way to hedge any type of short delta you may have if you've actually started to see a little bit of a correction in your favor.
Yeah. Or you could even, if you have the static short, you could, I guess you'd have to go to spreads.
Watch out, folks. This could be the thing that unwinds the market if we get a sustained thing like this, whether it's a couple days in a row. Gold going down the way that it is, oil going down, markets are already heading down, and Bitcoin being down. That's where correlation really starts to kick in. So just keep an eye on these things.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if we're green at the end of the day, if we're not green at the end of the day, it's because I said we would be.
Yeah, right.
You're welcome, everybody, if you're short and we end up red.
There you go.
All right, time for one last one. I saw somebody called out DOCN.
So this is Digital Ocean Holdings. These ones I don't personally trade. I mean, they have earnings coming up, projected to be November 3rd, but they don't have weekly options. So everything's just going to be lumped into this November monthly cycle. If you want to trade it, fine. I don't like the fact that it has strike limitations here and only up to 50. But yeah, I usually don't trade things that don't have weekly expirations because it tells you that there's not enough activity to open them. So this one I'm out on this one, but if you are trading it, I would say definitely defined risk just because it's an illiquid product. And that's pretty much it.
Pretty much it? All right, last word. What are the football picks tonight?
Well, I was talking about this with Gus, and then we realized it's a Saquon Barkley revenge game. So 2 touchdowns, over 100 scrimmage yards. That's the bet.
Is Philly and
Philly Giants. Yeah.
Yeah, and where's the game? Oh, it's at New York.
In New York.
Boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Absolute
Bright
revenge game.
lights.
They're gonna give him 30 touches, and if they don't, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
I think they will.
For sure they probably will. There's a lot of debating going on in that team. Some people are talking about A.J. Brown possibly getting traded. I mean, I think Philly wins this game. I mean, New York's not very good, but I do like Jackson Dart, not gonna lie.
I like Scadaboo too.
Yeah, I like Scadaboo.
He's a little,
got a nice
little psychopath.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I got to go with Philly here. And of course,
especially after they lost to Denver, they're going to be coming out firing. But yeah, I love the revenge game narrative because in football specifically, the coaches are leaning into that, and the betting markets are not necessarily reflecting that. So, like Stephon Diggs the other night, New England versus the Bills, he had like 10 targets, 150 yards. It was clear as day. So I think it's going to be the same thing here. So there you go.
That insight.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna pull up my degenerate account after the show.
Perfect.
After we eat some chicken. If you guys want to see anything in future episodes, just tweet at us. I'm at Trader Katie. Mike is at Trader Mikey B. Jermal at Jermal Chandler. Good luck. Good trading. Let's go eat some chicken. Peace.
Peace.
of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
This is Breadwinner Trivia here at Tasty Live. I'm here with Nick Batista. We're going to present him 4 questions. If he gets all 4 correct, I have to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Let's dive right into it.
And I'm hungry. I want 2 of those.
Which commodity is often considered to be a safe haven asset?
Gold.
Gold is the correct answer.
The shiny rocks, boomer shiny rocks.
What does the Sharpe ratio measure?
Return relative to risk.
That is correct. What is a credit default swap?
It's a credit that originates somewhere else, and it's traded for different amounts across many different parties.
That is correct. That's not gonna exactly match what they have on screen here.
No, you know, come on. I'm not the smartest guy here.
For all the marbles, for the PB&J, what is the national animal of Scotland?
It's the Highland cow.
It is a unicorn.
What? That's a trick question. I hope nobody heard that, because I want to see a peanut butter and jelly sandwich get made.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
If you've ever been curious about where to start with crypto, join me, Ryan Grace, for the Tasty Crypto Show. Alongside co-hosts and industry guests, we'll break down what's going on in the market and show you how to take advantage of crypto. No hype, no shills, just crypto know-how. Watch us live, join the chat, and fill your bag each week on the Tasty Crypto Show.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Cause I'd advise me trust, cause I got an eye for the best. Oh, I'll tell you one
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to Risk and Reward. Today's Thursday. We've almost made it to the end of the week. Gold is not at 10,000 yet, so you haven't really missed the boat just yet. But we're going to get into all the market action, do a little tour of the market. But before we do that, my brother, how are we doing today?
Doing good today. Vibes are high. Portfolio is low, but that's okay. On these red days, things are always hurting, and I'm hurting particularly bad today as Cracker Barrel has decided to tank. My genius intuition that they were going to change the logo back was correct, and for that, I have been rewarded with a max loss.
The market.
Yeah, I know. Do you still want to take that jacket off? You a little warm?
Oh yeah.
You guys should have seen the little dance move Errol just did, taking his jacket halfway off right before we got on air here and the intro started playing.
I heard it.
Wanted to give you a chance. Yeah, exactly. That countdown starts and it gets real.
No, it was getting hot in here, and we're gonna be touching on gold today, a little bit of Nasdaq. That's why. Got to take the jacket off. Things are getting a little hot in the kitchen. We're not trading oil yet.
Hottest thing we got right now. I'll tell you what.
It is. No
Which
doubt.
I can't believe that in the big 2025, in the era of meme stocks and retail traders dominating the market, that somehow gold is the thing that is flying and that we can't stop talking about. It's the boomer shiny rocks.
It is. Bob, Kim, Dan, everybody. I hope you guys are still holding your gold positions. They've been panning out pretty well. In terms of gold, we got Nasdaq at the highs. We got gold at the highs. We have a lot of these quantum computing stocks at the highs. We're stocking a lot of the quantum computing stocks. I mean, I'm almost too sure these are extremely overpriced right now. A little bit of a bubble forming in the quantum computing space. But I think if you're patient, there is some opportunity there to the downside. But we'll circle back around to all of that. We can jump into the Tasty Trade platform here. And I'm not logged in right now. We got a couple questions about how do you even attach your trading broker to the trading platform that you're trading off of. So I know sometimes we'll do our analysis on TradingView, but it's really simple to connect your Tasty Trade broker. So what you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna go down here towards the bottom. Once you get that little arrow, I want you to drag that up. And then once you see the most famous cherry you've ever seen in your life, you're gonna go ahead and click that. And then once you click that, hit connect. Once you connect, you'll be able to log in with your Tasty Trade username and password. You'll be able to get logged in from there. But it's pretty straightforward and simple, right?
Yeah. No, yeah. It's as simple as it could be. It's just, the only nuance is knowing that you got to go to the bottom and drag up like that. It does kind of hide from you if you don't know what you're looking for. But yeah, you're good. Yeah. No doubt. Anything else standing out to you in the market? Get a better AC guy, says Edward. It's actually, our AC works wonderful outside of this studio. Just in this studio, there's no airflow for, I guess, sound purposes. Our production team could give you a better answer on that. But it does get a little warm in here sometimes. I'll tell you what, too. Yesterday, I wore a quarter zip with nothing under it, and I was warm all day, and I was like, man, I wish I had something under this quarter zip and I could take it off. And then today, I just did the exact same thing. I also am a little warm today. What are you going to do? Boomer Yellow Rock. Can't wait to meet my Boomer buddy and tell him that's Gold's nickname. Yeah, Boomer Shiny Rocks. I have to credit Nick Batista with that name. That is not an original Gus thought. That's his. It's his vernacular is the word I'm looking for.
There we go. Almost logged in here though, guys.
Excited to dive into some gold here.
I almost put on a position here as we were getting logged in, guys. Don't fat finger anything, but we're going to take a quick look at Nasdaq to get started. We can go ahead and pull up the TradingView platform right here. Some of the levels that we did have marked out, we're getting some type of response by them today. We got the initial sell-off in the morning, and then we went to go trade around a price level that had the most trading activity from this entire week so far. So it's not too much of a coincidence or a surprise to us when we see some response at this level. But I almost entered a position. So down here at the bottom left, I was clicking Tasty Trade to log in, right? And then if you hit trade with this little button, this little trade tab at the bottom, it'll pull up that right menu on the side to where you can adjust your position, put in your stop loss, add to your position, do whatever you want. It just gives you a nice little menu window to operate out of.
Just for clarity, yes. Boomer Shiny Rocks is Nick's proprietary name for gold. Proprietary to my knowledge. I don't know if he stole that from somewhere else.
Shiny Rocks, and you know what? What I really wanted to touch on today was just how. What do we have to say, guys? Like, what do we think? What do we think about gold being at all-time highs, Nasdaq being at all-time highs? I thought gold was the commodity. It was like the safe haven. I thought whenever we had turmoil markets or we had a lot of uncertainty in the markets, gold would be performing very highly. But we can tell that all these assets are almost at a correlation of 1 right now. It looks like that's not the case. It's almost as if gold is a great asset for diversification because it almost acts so independently to something like a NASDAQ, which is funny to see over the years.
Well, yeah, and it's something that I touched briefly on yesterday, but this run we've had in gold is just so strange because it ran alongside the market for the entire time as the market was recovering out of the Liberation Day lows. And then the government shutdown happened. And so then all of the people who do still think gold's safe haven came pouring in and drive this thing up even higher in the institutions and whatever that may be. But now there actually is a substantiated reason for gold in the safe haven asset context to be running the way that it is. And it is the government shutdown, which, again, I'm surprised is not tanking the broader market more. We've just continued running up against this, obviously, today notwithstanding. But now there actually is a legit reason for people to turn to this as a safe haven asset. And so I don't know when I think that the run is going to stop.
Who knows? We will see. I think it's got into one of those territories to where things can get dangerous. You don't really know where the ceiling is going to be. It could go to 5,000, 6,000. I feel like it's in that like parabolic, just straight euphoric kind of state right now. Like try to top tick the top if you want to. Like try to pick the top if you want to.
Yes,
that's what it feels like.
Absolutely, and yeah, and Dan, that's a great shout. There was a study that showed gold and SPX are no longer in inverse relation. They're trading correlated in the last few years, and yeah, I mean that's certainly just kind of I think what you observed. That's the conclusion that I kind of would have drawn just from being in the market the last few years. Is it very much does not feel like that inverse safe haven type asset anymore. And a part of me wonders if it's just as new tradable products enter the market, if that's part of what pushes people off of gold. Because why would you use, gold as your hedge against the market when you can just straight up buy inverse SPX if you want to?
Right.
So there's just much more direct and tactical ways that you can do your hedging without relying on the price of the boomer shiny rocks that I think perhaps has attributed to this shift into gold being a little more correlated.
I love the boomer shiny rocks. I think gold is a dope piece of metal. Like I think it's dope, but like even again,
I got gold in my hand. I got gold on my wrist. Not to flex on y'all. You can't even see it. I don't.
No, but
I'm gonna start wearing a Cuban link. I'm gonna get a.
I like the Cuban links.
I'm gonna get a big iced out diamond Cuban link. Start wearing that thing.
Start branding yourself.
Let me know your thoughts, guys. Yeah, start branding myself. Yeah.
No, but I was thinking the gold market is at all-time highs, right? We'll take a quick look at the gold market, but NASDAQ, the overall market is at all-time highs as well. So it's almost like we don't really see any inverse correlation right now on the broader market and things like gold. So again, it almost starts to feel like gold is a great product for diversification because of the fact that it's not necessarily inversely correlated and it's also not very much so correlated to each other either.
Yeah. Somebody throwing out, I believe you're talking about Swiss franc when you say CHF, unless that's some specific. I guess I can just verify this. It is not. So you are definitely talking about Swiss francs as your safe haven asset. That's a very interesting analogy, and I think that absolutely does hold up.
100%. It looks like gold is pulling back over the last hour, so maybe we've been speaking too soon. Gold is now trading at 3,967. We were trading at a high of almost 4,080. People haven't generally used gold as a hedge against the stock market, but more as a hedge against the U.S. dollar. That's another conversation that was brought up earlier today as well. I know the dollar's been getting cooked. Euro's trying to pull back a little bit. The euro's looking a little strong.
Feels like anything but holding cash has been the play. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I keep going through these gyrations in my head where I have what feels like constantly. I mean, for the last 6 months, I have what feels like an irresponsible amount of my portfolio allocated into positions. Like currently, I'm about 75% positions and like 25% cash. And I would generally like to keep that much closer to 50-50 to kind of be prepared in the event of something that requires management or being able to post up a little more capital or whatever, so that if I get into that situation, I'm not putting out literally the rest of my portfolio to try to do my management. But yeah, I mean, I think you just hit the nail on the head. Anything but holding cash has kind of been the play. I just keep getting along things and they keep working out. And so yeah, it's led to me getting more deeply and deeply long. And if again, it's until proven otherwise, and when the pullback eventually comes, I will pivot. But because I've done this over and over and over through this bull market, I have a huge cushion of profits to fall back on in the event that everything turns over.
So right now we're looking at gold and we got the volume profile up. We're going all the way back to the end of September, and what we're now doing is plotting the ledges on this volume profile. So, cool enough, gold is trading at this ledge right now, so we'll see how it responds off of it. But I just put a horizontal line. The ledge is just going to be where we go from a high volume node to a very low volume node. So we got a ledge here.
Yeah, in statistics you would call it skew.
Skew, there we go. Another one we have here. Let's go ledge. And we'll treat it as such. And this is all of the trading activity, all the trading data from September, and it's showing us where all the trading activity occurred at various price levels. So this volume profile is just showing us a distribution of volume, and it'll just show us where most of the trading activity took place or where most of the market interest was.
And just to be clear, in between these two ledges, you would expect imbalance and a race back to the levels.
Yeah,
where it is more
exactly.
volume.
Yeah. Because again, since gold was trading at all-time highs, there was no what was value. It's like we can go back to AMT, auction market theory. The market lets us know that the goal of the market is to constantly seek fair value. Fair value being the price range or price level where buyers and sellers agree on price. That's what the market's job is to do. So when we're trading at all-time highs, what is fair value? Where is this price range or where is this price level where the buyers and sellers are agreeing on price? And when we're at all-time highs, that's why we call it, we're just in straight price discovery mode because we don't know. There is no value. The value for gold right now after this bull run is over could be at 4,500. Maybe that's where buyers and sellers then agree that's where fair value is, and then we might top out and stop that momentum. But when we're in price discovery mode, sky's the limit, or moon's the limit, as I believe Dan would say. Moon's the limit.
Good job, Ariel, here. Look at the POC on gold. Gold has more room to possibly fall. Mean reversion. Yes, regression to the mean is likely, and perhaps we're starting to see the beginning of that here. But such is true with any company, asset, anything that goes on a run that is this parabolic and this sustained. Eventually, you are going to get to a point where regression to the mean is increasingly more likely, which is where that I feel that we're at with gold right now. Mm-hmm. I'm actually sitting here as I stare at this big red candle, convincing myself more and more that I might want to get short, but I don't know if I can do that to Bob first and foremost, and beyond that, I think it's too scary. I think it would be trying to get too cute. I think it could work out, but why would I short this against the rally that it's been on when there's literally thousands of other companies that I could trade? So, not gonna let boredom's not the word, but not gonna let over analysis force me into a trade here. Did I hear someone say that gold is past the moon immediately from Bob?
it was Bob.
That's
funny. I knew it was Bob or Dan. I think I said Dan on accident. I meant Bob.
Bob, perhaps it's orbiting the moon at the moment. I don't know about past it.
Yeah, hopefully it's orbiting the moon because it might be. Orbiting the move might mean that we have found fair value. We might start to consolidate or trade in a price range and then reverse. Because one thing that doesn't really happen with these assets, oil is a different story, but it's not. We don't always just see a straight up and a straight down. Like it happens, but that's not typically what the market looks like. A lot of the times, the market it might go straight down, but it's going to go back up, do whatever nonsense it wants to do before it goes back down. That's typically the gist of it.
Yeah, and I would also note, if we're going with the moon analogy, that in those missions, those early missions where they orbit the moon, they use the moon's gravity to send them back to Earth. I would like to point that. Can we get a moon emoji, Errol? Can I get
we can do a quick
Can I get a
moon
moon emoji up here at the top of the range?
We can do a quick moon emoji.
Gold was in the Andromeda galaxy. it's way past the moon.
All right, let's see if we can find.
Are they stickers?
It's over here. It's over here. Yeah, we got stickers, we got icons, we got emojis.
I didn't even realize we were allowed stickers.
Oh yeah, we're allowed anything you want. Some GIFs, some active
I
GIFs,
saw some
animations.
right above you there. That's the moon.
I seen it somewhere.
Yeah. Give me. Choose whatever phase.
We want a full? No, let's go. I'm feeling the.
Sure. You like a. Is that a waxing gibbous? I believe.
It's whatever you want it to be, brother. It looks like
pretty sharp on my moon phase.
Looks like a bouncy ball.
I would just need to know if this came before or after the full moon to really know if it's waxing or waning, but it's gibbets for sure.
All I got to say is gold pulled back before we reached the moon, so maybe we have more room.
You're putting the moon.
maybe we have more room to run.
It didn't make it to the moon.
Maybe we got more room to run. This is just to add to your position. No, I'm just kidding. So this is a larger time frame perspective that we're looking at. We took the volume profile, we took all the data from the last couple of months. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna zoom into the smaller time frame and we're gonna watch how price responded to our areas of interest, being these ledges that we just put in the market. So let's go down to the 5-minute chart. You can see we're getting some type of response from here. Now, let's go down to the 1 minute. To the tick. Maybe coincidence, Bob. To the tick.
I was gonna say, yep.
To the tick.
to the very wick of that candle.
To the wick of that candle.
It just dipped its big toe in the water and said, "I'm scared. That water's cold. Let's get back out. Let's go back to the jacuzzi."
No, but as we go through the analysis, we'll watch throughout this next 30 minutes we have with each other. We'll just watch to see how price continues to respond off of these levels, because I think this is really interesting. Like, I know we have some people watching like, oh, astrology, TH. It's like, I get it. I get it. I'm in the same boat. But it's more about using data and finding price levels in the market where more market interest occurred, because that might be important. And what we look at in the market when we're looking at charts in general, right, we're not really necessarily looking for a double top. I mean, depending on who you ask, but we just want to find areas in the market that give us really solid risk to reward opportunities. And I think this is another good example, but let's say theoretically you wanted to buy this, and we'll create more content to show more examples if this doesn't make sense. But let's say you wanted to get long off of this level, knowing you wanted to target whatever. Let's say you tracked a bunch of statistics and you have your level here, and you're like, okay, whenever we come to a 2 standard deviation, 3 standard deviation, whatever it might be, how much room can I let this trade? How much breathing room can I give this trade without it, until it invalidates my thesis or until it invalidates, the trading data that I have. So if you're tracking data and you're tracking a very specific area in the market, and you recognize, okay, if I want to get long off of the point of control, right, Bob or Dan? You guys are pointing out that point of control. If you want to get long off of the point of control, how much room can you let the market run against you before, again, invalidating your trade thesis? So
yeah, and that's the trickiest part of it, and especially in a case where we're looking at 2 ledges here, is it's like, you want to get long off of that point of control, but at what point do you can say, okay, well, now it's actually starting to retest the one below. Should I wait until that level and get long?
Right.
If it goes through that level, should I get short?
Great point.
Yeah.
That's why I think you have to really define what it is that you're looking for and getting at, because you're right. Things get mixed in translation. It's like, well, should I use this next ledge? Should I not use? It's like we got to get very specific.
Yes.
Which point of control? How much data? When? How far is the next value area? It's like, get very specific, and then we won't, convolute 2 trade ideas into one.
Precisely, yes. Sun for gold, moon for silver. You feel that, Icarus?
Sun for moon.
I was thinking
sun for the moon.
Sun for gold, moon
Sun
for silver.
Moon for the sun.
Which is that just like a color thing? But that is funny. That was the joke I was going to make. You beat me to the punch. Is that we're not helping the trading TA is trading astrology thesis by throwing moons onto our charts here. I suppose that only reinforces it a little bit. What's going on with silver? The people say.
Hey guys, you know we can have fun here, right? A little bit of emoji action.
Silver. I mean, I guess silver. This just seems to be a sentiment move off of this gold move for me. I mean, it's hurting, yes, but I mean, this just looks fairly similar to the gold chart. The slightly more pronounced red candles, but also, I don't know that should be surprising if you buy into the idea that silver only ran because gold was running, which I think is the correct idea. Then you would kind of expect silver to fall off in a more pronounced fashion before gold does, as people would abandon that before they abandon the running gold. Second in, first out situation. But yeah,
just looking at where most of the trading activity, where most of the volume was transacted over here on silver, it's a little bit different from.
If you're a silver long, maybe not time to be afraid yet, based on our designated value areas here.
Let's see. So if we go back to September 24th, September 25th, the price level that had the most traded activity was going to be 48.47 on silver futures. We've surpassed that level by far, but that's where we got most of the consolidation on silver as well. We had a little bit more volume traded at lower levels on gold, which is interesting. So because of that, I'm just thinking when the influx of trading activity was coming in from gold and silver, and it just got me thinking as we're on here now, like we got a lot more buying interest on gold before we did on silver, which leads me to think that gold again was the leader, leading the other metals because of the fact that we got higher amounts of trading activity kicking into gold before we did on silver. It took silver a lot longer.
Absolutely.
So it seems gold is ahead of the movers.
Gold is NVIDIA and silver is TSM here. And in a situation where NVIDIA started really hurting, I think that you would expect to see people sell their TSM before they sell their NVIDIA if they have both. And I think that it's just a similar situation. Obviously, they're not as directly correlated and intertwined as those two things. Oh, I don't know. Actually, historically, I guess they probably are. I mean, metals are metals in large sample sizes.
You see this right here. You see this little line. I thought the market dropped inside of this range already, but I zoomed in, and it's just the market that we had.
Oh,
I thought that was the candle. I was like, guys, we're dumping. We're dumping right now. Let's clean that up a little bit. We are dumping right now.
Your doodles confused you.
I know. It looked like a candlestick. I was like, yo. Things change quickly.
You're too good of an artist. Life imitates art, they say. Hopefully not in this case for our gold bears.
Hopefully not.
Gold bulls. I suppose if you're a gold bear, you are hoping life imitates art. Would love a big silver div to wheel it. Yeah, I can see that thesis.
And then we got to look at the crypto market after this. Just check out Bitcoin, Ethereum, a couple of those products too.
Yeah, now I'm like in the camp of, well, do I short silver? Because if gold, if I just put forth the thesis that the silver run will end first, then logically that's the one to short.
All right, guys, you do with this information as you will. All right. This was one of the price points where we got most of the trading activity over the course of this week. This little range that we have right here, we can see that we got some type of buying response off of this level, right? We are now trading through this level. Take that as you will. Take that as you will. But our next value area high is sitting at 25,122. So not financial advice, but there's a couple areas of interest we could be mindful of.
Certainly. Yeah, we've now engulfed. We've had a bearish engulfing candle on the daily on SPX. So that's something interesting there. I don't think I'm just doing this with my eyeballs. I have to go back a ways before the last bullish or bearish engulfing. We had that on August 19th is the last one of those on the daily chart. Okay. So
you said August 19th?
August 19th is the last time we got a bearish engulfing on the daily chart for SPX.
What's the high on SPX?
Worth noting that took us from 64.54 down into the 63.50s.
What's the high on SPX right now?
Like all-time high?
Yeah.
We're looking at 67.67.
67. Where are we at now?
Something in that realm. 67.17.
Okay.
Close. Yeah, close.
Okay.
Nothing crazy. It's been a steady chug. And that's, again, I'm doing this with my eyeballs. I apologize if I was not right to the dollar on the all-time SPX high, guys. If gold silver is over 100, buy silver. If it's below 70, buy gold. Very interesting. Sell a call vert on SLV. Dan, that's exactly what I was eyeing. You took the words right out of my mouth. That was the angle I was going to choose to attack this with here. Would be take some of that call side premium and leverage it into a short position. It's just like the time frame is just what I'm most nuanced, or like, I don't know, I shouldn't say nuanced, most just confused about in general here is how I should choose to attack this in terms of time frame. Because I feel like it's going to come down sometime. But like to what level and when are the two big questions. I suppose that's the two big questions. Anytime you're going to put on a position of this nature, I just feel that it's much more convoluted in this particular case. But why spend so much time thinking about it when I can just do it? So let's look at.
So boy, put that money where your mouth is.
Let's see. I mean,
you're looking at silver right now, right?
Yeah. What if I just? Okay, perfect. This is December 31st. I'll just say I think silver is going to dip before the end of the year. So we'll go, short call vertical. And I'm willing to actually get a little outside the money with this and leverage some higher credit for lower buying power here, because should this fall, I think it has some room to come down. Maybe we could center this around 41. Something in that realm. That might actually even be too aggressive. I think I could get really good cost basis at 42. Nah, it's just 1-to-1 at 42. 41.50. Still pretty much 1-to-1. 42.43 maybe. Widen these a little bit.
Some of these Bitcoin futures.
Okay, well, if it's going to be 1-to-1, let's just do this.
Now let us know where you get filled at over there on the silver position.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go December 31st expiration cycle. I'm going to short the 42 and buy the 43. I'm thinking, which is a bit aggressive, but that's 52 of buying power for 48, now 46, because here I am yapping about it instead of just sending it in credit. So that's very close to 1-to-1 in terms of yield there. I could also do this 41.50. No, I'm not going to get that aggressive. I want this to be within reason. Yeah, we're going to go 42, 43, 54 buying power for 46 in credit. Hopefully, let's see if I can get a fill. Not going to be too aggressive. Keep it small. We'll do 1% port.
Okay.
Over through. So yeah, that's filled at 46 on those. So I am involved. You prefer white or black background for charts? I'll vote on this. Black. that's my take.
Does the Active Trader version 2 visually show options positions in them? I'd like to enter exit options positions based on the underlying price. No, but that has been brought up multiple times, and I'm more than sure there. thinking of a workaround because there's a lot of interesting creative things that you can do on the Active Trader version 2 page, and honestly, having the options on there would be so OP. OP is overpowered for anybody that didn't play video games over the last 10 years. But I would love that as well. So they're making great progress on the Active Trader chain, right? I know sometimes we look at a trading view a little bit here too, but the tech going on over there, they're cooking. They're cooking.
Yeah, you guys are making me laugh here. Trust me, I'm a Reddit lawyer. Reddit lawyer at Adverse MVP. Bearish engulfing. Since in this market you always have to inverse yourself. That means we're going back to all-time. That means bearish engulfing means we're going back to all-time highs tomorrow. And whatever. What else we got here? Does IG own TradingView? That's a good question. I don't believe so.
Nah.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just a valuable partner. We're grateful for it. It's
Yeah, no. I mean, to be real, they have some really solid tech. If I'm being honest though, I was pretty surprised. TradingView really did their thing over the last 5 to 6, 7 years. I think TradingView was one of those those charting tools that you would come across when you first got into the market. And honestly, same thing with a couple different people within the industry. Like they really did their thing over the last 5, 6 years. And I think TradingView was a successor of a lot of the trading movement that's going on with the younger generation. Because it's so easily accessible and it's helpful to onboard those 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And I think they really popularized TradingView already more than it already was.
Yeah, so absolutely. Dan saying silver SLV is going to fall to 35. That's way more ambitious than the angle that I took. I could have gotten way out of the money if that's the thesis. I'm content at my 42, but interested to see if that comes to fruition there.
What was that, a spread? Was that a $5 wide?
Well, you mean the spreads on the options themselves, or what I got? What I traded was like a $20 wide that got filled right at the mid, which was quite fortunate. The spreads themselves are 10 to 15 wide.
Nice. And again, we're trading beneath value on even the crypto market right now. So it's looking like everything's pulling back. We got gold pulling back. We have silver pulling back. NASDAQ seems to be pulling back a little bit more today. It seems like everything is a correlation to 1 for most assets. It feels like today, at least.
Yeah, I have now 30 total positions on, 6 of which are green. Oh, shout out to Live Nation, which just flipped green by $1. So amend that. 7 of them are green. So that's about if you're 92 delta, that's about what your portfolio is looking like today. Oh God, do I have a crumb in my mustache? I don't think I do. We didn't have tacos today, so you're off base there no matter what. We had what did we have? Oh yeah, we had chicken. We had fried chicken. So
yeah,
it is a crummy food.
The chicken sandwich is always fire. But coming over here to the Tasty platform, we're going to manage some of our positions. Looking at Baidu, we sold an added money call spread. We still have 43 days left till expiration. So maybe some of these underlying
this is way more individual
Baidu,
names
Baba,
than you usually
and a
have
lot of
going
other
on.
Chinese. Say that again.
This is way more individual names than you usually have going
Yeah.
on. I'm proud of you. Look at this.
Appreciate
Look at this
it.
thing.
Yeah. Hey, just know.
I don't even see NASDAQ in here. Who is this guy sitting across the table? What have you done with Arrow?
I'm a NASDAQ trader to the bone. All right, I'm an active trader to the bone. So don't get it twisted. But I love me some premium. Right? No, but I got Baidu one, sold an added money call spread. Gonna be more patient in there. Really not much happening. We've had that on for like 2-3 weeks now, but we'll continue to be patient. We're right on the dance floor. The strike that we sold is in the money right now. So again, right on the edge there. We got a gold position. We sold an out of the money call spread on gold, $5 wide. We collected about $1.85, not bad. We'll be patient in there. Maybe this is the top of the gold market, or at least a brief pullback for a few weeks. Can we get a week? I don't even mean this doesn't have to be the top, but can we get a little bit of a relief? That'll be nice for the gold position. And then we got IONQ. We got some exposure to these almost that semiconductor space, but to some of the quantum computing stocks like RJTI. I know a lot of people are trading right now. IONQ, and there's a few other ones, right? It's almost like this quantum computing space is catching a massive bubble. It's going to be dangerous to try and short these ones, to try and pick off the top, but it's not really a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So we took some exposure to the quantum computing space, and we got Oracle. Oracle was the talk of the town for like another month or 3 weeks here. Sold and added the money put spread. We're up a little bit on that one, but for the most part, quite a bit of these positions just need more time to cook. So Oracle's in the same boat. November expiration, just like the first 2 or the first 3. We collected about, what was it? Oh, this one was a $10 wide. We collected 405. So we were able to reduce the risk a little bit more since we were able to take in more premium on order entry, which is nice. And then QQQ, we sold an out of the money call spread there, collected 232. That's nice. Just because we collected 232, we get to reduce the risk on that position. And this one's getting absolutely cooked. So it's nice that we were able to collect a little bit more than the third on the width on that one, because I don't think that one's coming back unless we resume the market. And I was gonna say if Trump does something crazy, but honestly, that I don't even know if that will pull the market down. It probably would make us go to all-time highs even higher. I feel like whenever we get something dramatic happening in the market, it's a positive catalyst. SPY position, we sold an out-of-the-money call spread on SPY, $5 wide, collected about 271, a little bit more than a third of the width. So this position has 8 days left till expiration as well. We can manage this one a little bit early because we're down about 50% of the credit received. So we can think about managing this one and not allowing it to expire completely dead. So we'll talk about that one tomorrow. And then this was I think Unity software. I think we talked about some of those game stocks not too long ago.
Yeah, Unity. I was surprised to see this one pop up in your allotment here. This is
Yeah, Unity.
You're what?
I sold an out of the money put spread, so I'm a little long on it. Got to get long on the games. It's just too nostalgic, bro.
Oh yeah, this is really, really attractive actually. Nice little diff spot. How long have you had that on?
It hasn't been too long. I think we put this one on last week. It's overall on an uptrend, but it's had a significant downtrend at least in the last year.
This is just a nice little diff spot here. Yeah. I mean, that seems to be a major level of consolidation right there. That 35 to 37 type of range historically. That's interesting.
And then UNH, right? You got to let us know about the UNH position, but it's doing well over here too. We only have on one spread on UNH, so I wasn't able to take advantage of it as much. But that one's working out pretty well in the portfolio.
You're defined risk on UNH?
We are defined risk on UNH.
Yeah.
You want to know why?
Why?
It's because I saved most of the capital so that I have the buying power to trade the micros on the futures. That's actually the thought process.
I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, it was expensive to get on my the one call that I have on UNH, but it's going swimmingly now. That's that thing. I mean, it's like every morning I open my brokerage platform and UNH is at the very top.
For the tasty question, I prefer Arrow zoom in so we can actually see it. Thanks for the feedback, Andrew.
Interesting.
I could imagine how looking at those charts might be difficult to see with those little candlesticks without zooming all the way in. So I got you.
It's true, especially if you're on mobile or something. I haven't ever thought about that. I'm always just watching on this big monitor.
That's true. Never even thought about the mobile.
Yeah. Shout out to you if you're watching on mobile. Thanks, guys.
Especially the radio. If you're still on that thing,
are we on the radio?
Does anybody listen to the radio still though? I am curious. Just a quick anecdotal piece. Do anybody in chat listen to the radio? I won't judge, but you will show your age a little bit.
I listen to podcasts that are also broadcast live on the radio as they're being recorded.
So
but I never listen to like straight up network radios.
So you never listen to the podcast through the radio, though?
No.
You know it is probably simultaneously.
Yes, but they plug their Sirius XM channel. Yes.
Okay, valid. I was about to say, guys, there's no way you're listening to the radio. I was like, the only time you listen to the radio nowadays is when your Bluetooth or aux is tweaked. That's when you resort to the radio.
Takes over real quick. Very fortunately, my car is not default to radio, actually. It's like whole different inputs. So it's just silenced or I have whatever is working.
He's
Hormel,
demanding.
Yeah. Hormel, man, bad trade. Did I finally cut that? I believe I just cut my losses on that yesterday. I mentioned it on air yesterday. Really thought that we were going to get a rebound out of Hormel Foods. It simply did not come. This thing just keeps on driving lower into the dirt. I'm very surprised. This gap's got to get filled sometime. I certainly have ended my involvement with Hormel Foods, though. My condolences on your position there. I'll get you a good one soon. Hopefully we can even it out. New York Times podcast via NPR channel. College radio is still legit. That's true. Does Sirius XM count? I think Sirius XM counts. That's sort of new age radio, but that's still.
It doesn't count in the bucket that I would have put you in. But no, it counts. It counts. It's like the Pandora. Sirius XM, all those give me the Pandora vibes.
I still have a TV antenna.
No, you don't. You don't have
an Oracle. I don't want to gloss over the Oracle conversation that was happening earlier. Is Oracle going to go back to 240? At this time, I would not think so. We're kind of rallying out here. I saw somebody say if you want to buy Oracle, this is maybe the best price you'll get for some time. Gaps have to get filled allegedly. Allegedly.
Hey, you know what? We can even run a study, like even maybe specifically on Oracle.
Sure.
Like specific gaps for Oracle. This is what tends to happen. in this market environment, whatever it might be.
Yeah, we could for sure do a specific stock. That might be possible. I know that Thomas Sabarenko was working on a piece on gap fills some months ago, but I think that it was really, really challenging. Everything the research team does is so far beyond anything I could ever do myself. They're all so amazing. That's about as much as I could elaborate. My car has an 8-track. Oh, how about that? If it wasn't for the mustache, there would be trouble. All right, Wanderer, you've locked me into the mustache for the next year. Copy that. 1 year contract on that. Another is too old. There was no radio option. Gap fill on Oracle, it will fade. Interesting. We got competing viewpoints here. I mean, to me, I think that this TikTok sale is going to be a big kind of binary upcoming variable for Oracle. Somebody correct me if that's already been brushed away or anything. I haven't seen any news on it as of late, but it's not something I keep up with in any great depth. But I do think that if that were to fizzle, we could potentially see a gap fill before we return to higher highs. But if that goes through, I don't know when this gap gets filled. It would take some serious drawdown because I think that we would see higher highs immediately. It fades its gap. I would be well over 80%. Interesting. I do in fact have a TV antenna. It's connected to a box, but just connected to the Wi-Fi and has Roku app. How about that?
What's that?
But if the box is connected to Wi-Fi, do you need the antenna in the first place? Do you use the antenna? I'm curious. I dated a girl for a while in high school, and her main TV in her living room still had an antenna on it. It was like a thing. It was like a thing. Like we'd be watching a game, and it would I was like, what is this? I'm not even gonna throw out a year.
I dated a girl once.
I don't want to date myself.
She had an antenna on the TV.
She did. It was strange, and it was like legit. I mean, the signal would go out, and her dad would hop up and start messing with.
Wait, when was this?
Till it came back.
How many years ago?
Like 2021.
Oh,
20,
right when I heard 20.
I mean, I graduated high school in 20, and so yeah, it's late 2019 into 2021. That whole time they had the antenna on the TV. Yeah, I mean, what did you expect me to say just now? 2014? How old do you think I was?
I don't know. I was just trying to see, I just like to get a good idea for things.
I suppose I did technically have a girlfriend in 2014.
I need a
reference.
reference
Grade, so
I need a reference point with everything. Like standard deviation helps give us what's too big, what's too small, what is,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
A little. Sure.
I'm always happy to contextualize. Caterpillar. I saw Caterpillar being mentioned in chat yesterday. They are on something of a run here.
They're on the same gold run, NASDAQ run, Bitcoin run, same run. Everything's on it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, yes, everything is on this boat. This chart action looks very, very similar to gold, actually. I mean, and the broader market, I suppose. But this, kind of sustained consolidation period in August into September, and then beginning of September onward, this has just been straight up. I mean, I'm seeing September 1. They are at September 2. What's the first market day? 412. So we're up almost $100 a share since the beginning of September. That's kind of incredible.
No, we are. With that being said, VIX is trying to expand. It is kind of surreal just to even look at VIX here. I mean, look at the crumbs that the volatility index has given us over the last month. I mean, you can barely see the candles. They look like green and red periods because we're not getting any really expansion or contraction lately. We got to get the expansion to be able to get the contraction. So it's been a little quiet on this side, but I think that's building a great case to get a vol boom sometime soon, especially when nobody's expecting it. I think the market right now especially is really conditioning a lot of market participants. And I think when it conditions everybody, then finally it'll kind of want to pull that rug. But when will that be? Maybe after gold gets to 10,000. Because Bob said so and Dan said
interesting. Rhett said, hey guys, I'm the only Tasty Trade that's visually impaired. That's blind for you guys. Anyway, keep up the good work. I'm on the radio, but I do listen to the YouTube. It's great. Oh, well, that's great, Rhett. Thanks for the kind words. We gotta, we'll have to do a better job of articulating what we're looking at here. Yeah. I was inconsiderate this whole time.
Especially me. I was over here talking mad.
We're happy to have you.
I was talking mad mess about the radio.
Errol's colorblind, so
I am colorblind.
I
am colorblind.
Some overlap.
I was over here making fun of who's listening to the radio. Who's listening to the radio? I am colorblind, to be fair. So
it's a little bit.
Yeah, I forget about it though because what if I'm seeing the correct colors? And
that's true. What if we're all in the simulation?
Yes.
What if the CIA is pumping LSD into the air so that none of us see reality? What if it's just the Truman Show, bro?
The CIA could be doing a lot of things that could seem like it was on the Truman Show. So whatever you throw out there, I will entertain it.
I remember when they first approached me to join the Errol Show. Yeah, bro, I'm just an actor in your life. I'm getting paid to be. Everything you know is fake.
That's crazy. Chill out.
Yeah, me and your dad get beers on the weekends sometimes.
Wild.
Oh, your dad, you know.
No, we look like each other. No, we look like each other.
Yeah, he's really well cast.
With that being said, let's just quickly go through the watch list to make sure that we're not missing anything. We got about a couple hours before the market closes, so if we can put some premium on, we will. But also, I'm not going to force anything. We got Path, USAR.
Respect your elders.
Oddly curious about Uber.
Almost a double off the April low on a farming equipment stock and construction stock. They also make construction equipment.
Yo, Sonny. I thought, respect to your elders, Sonny. I thought you said Sony. I was like, you know what's crazy? Sony, the founder of Sony, like when the U.S. dropped bombs on Japan, a lot of that whole conflict, that's how Sony was born. A lot of times they recognize like, wow, the U.S. has a lot better technology than we do. And it sparked a lot of creative minds over there in Japan. I forget his name. I'm sorry. I forget his name. I forget what the founder of Sony was, but it did spark a lot of his inspiration for what we know Sony to be today.
That's a very interesting tidbit.
Yeah. He was like, wow, they're so far ahead of us on tech. So we got to produce something better.
My worst fear is waking up in the Truman Show. Well, it's paradoxical because if you woke up in the Truman Show, then you've been in the Truman Show. So like, I don't know. Take that how you will. That's all I can really say on the matter.
RGTI, it's getting there.
Before you were blind 30 years as a developer, I wrote my own app with the Tasty FBI. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. I couldn't do that now, and I work here, so that's quite impressive. I'm blown away. But yeah. Oh, Caterpillar is more of a tech company than Tesla. That's a claim. I don't know enough about the insides of Caterpillar to really give my take on that statement. But that is going to make me do some research on Caterpillar because those are big words.
With some large machinery behind Caterpillar.
It is. Yeah. It is. I loved when I was a kid. You know how when you're 4, you kind of like you pick your hyperfixation and just go with it forever.
Was you with the
construction equipment? Yeah, loved construction equipment. My mom she would just take me to like some construction zone, and I would think it was awesome just watching the excavators and everything go. I'll tell you what, I'm a grown man now. I still kind of like watching an excavator go. It's powerful stuff.
You know what's funny? In middle school, in the neighborhood that we were at, they would extend the neighborhood, right? So in the middle of the night, they would leave out all the excavators, the mini tractors, everything, right? We're kids. I'm not saying I did do this. It might have been a dream. Probably was a dream. But we would go out there and, see if the keys were still in the tractors and all that, turning the lights on, moving the thing. And then we hear someone come and then we run. And then I woke up and it happened. Yeah. But it was a good time.
Yeah, not to say,
It sparked my interest. I didn't know anything about that.
I wouldn't give too many details on air, but I would say that it's possible that there was a time in high school when my friends and I did some research into whether they leave the keys in those things overnight. I'll leave it at that.
What did the research conclude to?
I will leave it at that. But it was the exact same situation. Neighborhood expanding. It's just all over the place on the outskirts of the neighborhood, and there's nobody. Yeah.
You didn't have to get your tractor's license in high school, did you?
My tractor's license?
Okay, look. I know it's funny.
You think I rode a horse to school too?
Look, I don't know. That was the next question. But look, I had a conversation not too long ago, right? It was I don't think it was a game that we were playing, like which one's the lie, which one's not. But my girlfriend actually, she had the tractor's license. The school that they went to, it was like, if you had that class, you had to do it. So obviously was not growing up in a city.
Well, okay, there was definitely no formal mandates for tractor licenses.
I know it sounds crazy.
There were some fringe, like real podunk classes that were offered at my high school that I don't think would be offered at broader educational institutions across the country. But no, getting a tractor's license was never a requirement. I never saw anybody. We just weren't. I was very much just in Houston suburbs. I was not like far enough out in the country that we had like a drive your tractor to school day or anything crazy like that.
Drive a tractor to school day
sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, very, very country school. I mean, like welding was a class, I recall. Have a set of keys that will fire up almost any construction equipment. That's interesting, Anthony. Is that like something you can just buy on Amazon, or is that like something proprietary that you've engineered? Feel free to plead the fifth if you'd like to not elaborate. If it's the latter.
It rhymes with hot wire.
Walk down day. Test the SPX situation. It could be. It could be. And again, I mean, I keep saying until proven otherwise. It's possible that today is the start of proving otherwise. We only time will tell. However, that said, our bearish engulfing here has kind of returned to just being equally sized to the day before it. So maybe not as much of a bullish or a bearish indicator from a technical perspective. I drove front-end loaders in a concrete yard and operated a concrete plant briefly. Interesting. You can, but I got it through work. I see. Huh, interesting.
Just taking a last quick look at SPX, looking to see what some of those premiums are going for before we jump here.
But if you show up at the job site and they stole the rent a fence, is that something that people run into? Are there fence thieves? I don't even know how I would go about stealing a fence. Like if you told me like you gun to your head, you got to go steal a fence, I would have to make some phone calls and put a team together, and then I have no idea what I would do with the fence after the fact.
Stealing a fence is a mission.
Yeah,
that's a job.
It's really
Meta.
something.
We'll take a quick look at Meta before we dip. Before we dip skis for the day. So Meta trading at 43 IV rank, 7 million volume. It's up on the day, which is different from gold, silver, Bitcoin, and the overall market. Let's go to the daily chart just so we can see where it's been.
This is a good shout. I've been eyeing Meta for a little while, kind of since they hit this wall mid-September and have started to run down. And I mean, really, you could even say they began to hit the wall kind of early August. They really haven't made any new higher highs, contrary to the rest of the market. But this could be a nice little spot on Meta, trying to get back up to that 780, 800 type of range.
Yeah, they did. So we pulled back over the last week and a half, consolidated a little bit. Now we got a pop on the day, decent IV rank. I know was just going to say that. I know we have earnings right around the corner, and because of that vol expansion with that binary event, probably just going to have to be a little bit more patient on something like Meta. But you could also, do some vol expansion strategies.
Yeah,
take advantage of that.
Yeah, next week kind of commences earnings season. We got most of the banks going off next week, and then tech companies, and we start to get the big swings after that. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting end to October with all this. Is there?
What's that?
On a Fed meeting this month, right? It was mid-September, and then it's like first week of November.
Yeah, it's going to be first week of November. I'm so curious to see how all that's going to go down with the government shutdown right now. Yes. I know we were supposed to have NFP last Friday, so we didn't get a lot of those data releases.
Yeah, intrigued by that. I saw that yesterday. Yeah. The I think now fifth vote to end the government shutdown did not get passed. But yeah, that will be very interesting, especially at the Fed meeting and with how much. I mean, how egregiously much we are pricing into future rate cuts. There's a very real situation where this government shutdown, stretches a month, and the Fed isn't even able to get any data in the week leading up to that meeting, which could create a very interesting situation and perhaps some cool contrarian angles with high upside. Scrap the fence. That makes sense. Scrap metal. I'm with it.
Now, just reading some of the comments about Reds Media. That's pretty dope. Still getting that trading and doing a lot of the analysis with the stats and all that. That's fire.
Oh yeah, that's awesome, Red. That's inspiring.
Yeah.
Shout out to you.
Anything else before we start to wrap for the day?
No, I don't think I have anything else. Just hoping we'll get a little bit of reversal and some higher highs tomorrow, or even just going flat tomorrow. But I got one too many longs expiring in the next 15, 16 days for too much tomfoolery here. So hopefully this will iron itself out.
We'll see if silver follows along with gold. But Bob, Dan, it's looking like we're getting a little bit of a crack in the foundation right here. First red day that we might put in on gold. Not only that, it's a pretty large red day. So we'll see what we get. Dan, Bob, Anthony, Reds Media, Scramble Kim, everybody else, thanks for taking the time to hang out with us. We will be back tomorrow. Be sure to stay tuned for more segments coming on next, and we'll catch you guys next time. Peace.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
We lose the time. We get lost, we get out of our minds. But let's focus our rosy eyes. Why don't you tell me the rest of the line? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. I'll be right beside you. All I ever want to. Can't get a better view. Only spring and summer right through. All the way I told you. Can't get a better view. Can't get a better view. Can't get a better view. Can't get a understand I got a plan, but I bet you didn't know that I was dangerous.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the broadcast. Man, welcome to the Thursday edition of what it is that we are trying to do. We are going to continue to shoot from strength here today and dive into undefined risk a little bit. So, Ryan, go ahead and bring us into the title slide here. So, choosing your risk category, right? It's choosing your strategy risk, I should say, or I guess it could be your risk category. So yesterday we talked about defined risk. So yesterday we talked about how, if you're a new trader, like everybody should begin with defined risk. Like this is a natural starting point for everyone, almost regardless of your account size. Like if you're just getting started in the world of derivatives, everything is new, everything is different. You don't really want to necessarily be diving into the deep end. Well, today we're going to talk about the other side of the fence when it comes to your strategy risk. We're going to talk about undefined risk. So Ryan, go ahead and bring us into the information there. So undefined risk strategies. So I would say, again, this is not an exhaustive list. This is not intended to be all of the undefined risk strategies that are out there, but short puts, short strangles, ratio spreads, and jade lizards. These are probably going to be the four most popular undefined risk strategies that we utilize here inside of the Tasty network. And I would say short puts and short strangles are going to be on the top of that list. I mean, these are probably the two undefined risk strategies that many of you out there that have been trading undefined risk strategies, you probably have a couple of these on in your portfolio right now. Like this is the tried and true. These are the plain vanilla. These are very, very classic strategies when it comes to undefined risk. Now, when you move a little further down the road, like when you move a little bit further down the learning curve, you gain some experience and you kind of want something that's a little bit more customizable, if you will. This is when you might do some ratio spreads. This is when you might do some jade lizards. You might even get into some short straddles. I mean, there's other strategies that you could utilize as well, but these are probably going to be the four most popular undefined risk strategies that we use here in the Tasty bubble. What are the gimmies? And what are the gotchas? We talked about this yesterday, right? We talked about this with defined risk. I think this is the best way to break down anything in the marketplace. You look at the gimmies and you look at the gotchas. They always come together. You can't have one without the other. So what are the gimmies when it comes to undefined risk? Well, number one, you're going to have a superior pop. Like when you choose undefined risk, when you don't have the long legs that are covering all of the shorts, like we talked about yesterday, obviously you don't have a safety net. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute, but you are going to be rewarded with higher probabilities. A short put has a higher probability than a short put spread. A short strangle has a higher probability than an iron condor. And so these are very natural things that you're going to experience when you choose undefined risk strategies over or relative to their defined risk counterparts. Number two, they are easier to adjust. So when it comes time to manage a position, it comes time to move some things around, undefined risk strategies are indeed easier to adjust. They're easier to roll out. They're easier to adjust the strikes, kind of change the risk parameters, maybe look at ways in bringing in additional credit on the position. With defined risk, you are quite limited in the different things that you can do. Like with defined risk, there isn't really that much that you can do once you put the position on. You're kind of left with kind of a set it and forget it type of situation. Not entirely, but relative to what you can do with undefined risk, it's definitely a very, very different type of strategic category. And so those are your two main gimmies. Okay, what about the gotchas? Well, obviously, this is the elephant in the room, right? This is the grand poobah, unlimited risk. You know, it's in the name. I mean, you have an undefined risk strategy. You're selling a put. You're selling a strangle. You are going to be exposed to essentially unlimited risk on both sides of the market. Now, if you're brand new, that probably sounds pretty scary. And it should if you're brand new. Hey, even if you're seasoned, oftentimes that sounds a little scary. We have a wealth of resources in terms of kind of unpacking what that actually looks like for you in as a day-to-day trader and on a strategy-by-strategy basis. And yes, theoretically, you have to understand that when you sell a strangle, you are exposed to theoretically unlimited risk. And so you need to be aware that it is indeed undefined in that regard. But when it comes to the practical risk, when it comes to the worst case scenario that you are most likely going to experience, it's not necessarily a theoretically infinite amount of loss, as we talk about so much here in the archives. I mean, I've done a ton of segments on that very idea. You can Google that yourself and kind of take a look at some of the things I've done in the past in terms of practical risk and what you're actually up against when it comes to an undefined risk position. But it is true that you are indeed exposed to undefined risk. But number two, the other gotcha that I think is it's more complex. Like now you're engaging with something that's going to be more complex. Now you're engaging with something that's going to have more moving parts. It's going to take more time to follow. It's going to take more investment on your part in terms of, you know, the mental resources. Obviously, the buying power impact is going to be greater. It's just going to require more resources from you to put the strategy on and to monitor the strategy over time. I mean, when you put a strategy on and you have a safety net in place, I mean, that's obviously really, really nice because you know that no matter what happens, this is as bad as it can possibly get. Like no matter what comes next, this is the worst case scenario. That's incredibly valuable, of course. And so when you remove that, there's an added layer or a couple of layers of complexity to the strategy without question. Okay, over time, and this is the main point. If you're just starting out, again, start with defined risk. If you're just starting out, you need to start with verticals. You need to start with iron condors. You need to start with these defined risk strategies. You need to do that for a while, whether it be some number of months, whether it be a full year, whatever. You need to give yourself plenty of time with defined risk strategies. But over time, many traders find that undefined risk strategies actually provide them with more predictable results and more predictable outcomes. I know that sounds kind of crazy, and it even sounds kind of backwards. Like, how could that even be the case if these are going to bounce around more, be more volatile, and not necessarily have that safety net in place? You should absolutely look into, there's so many market measures the team has done, so many options jibes the team has done where they've looked at this very thing, looking at strangles over time, looking at short puts over time, and kind of showing that, you know, when you give enough observations to a given strategy, you know, the results can be quite smooth. The results can be quite predictable over time when it comes to undefined risk positions. So again, just a 10,000 foot view, just a very broad overview of the, you know, the different strategy risk categories that you could choose, with defined risk relative to undefined risk being the main decision that you have to make. And there's a few thoughts around undefined risk. So Ryan, go ahead and bring us into the market. Guys, man, I don't know. There you go. We did it, man. We did it. We did a little education to start the show. Let me find you guys here. Let me bring up my my YouTube. Man, I see you guys in the YouTube. There you are. Hold on one second. Let me just, let's see here. Let's do a quick little refresh. And there you guys are, man. I see you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Man, I can't believe, man, look at this. E-mini S&Ps down 37.5, down 38.5 now. You've got the NASDAQ, the risk-free instrument, not exactly risk-free in today, down 137. You've got the boomers are down 342. You've got the Russell 2000 Futures Index down 26 on the day. So a huge move lower in the market. Still, it's not even a full percent. Like still, in terms of a daily move, this is still fairly muted, especially after yesterday's huge day to the upside. There's still potentially a lot further that we could go to the downside, which again is not saying that we're going lower. I'm surprised we're even allowed to do what we're doing today, to be perfectly honest with you all. But yeah, wow, lots of red on the screen. Man, look at bonds are down, notes are down. You got oil down $1 on the day. Excuse me. You've got UB40s even down today. Man, look at gold. Wow. Excuse me. Gold down 100 on the day. And that's not even the low. I think it was 20 points lower, actually, at one point earlier. You got silver down $1.50 on the day. And so, man, a little chink in the armor for the metals bros out there. Man, I don't know. That's some crazy, crazy stuff in terms of the moves there in the metals. And so gold down 100, silver down $1.50. Man, look out below. Crazy, crazy stuff. And you know what's even crazier about the metals moves? Yeah, so if I go to, this is daily, right? Hold on. I don't want to look at the indicators. This is a daily chart. Yeah, this is, man, it was strong this morning, especially silver. Silver was very, very strong this morning. And then it just completely reversed course. I think Uncle Jay even spoke this morning. I think he even had a few things to say, maybe some parting words for the metals, for the long metals traders out there. But hey, they've had an unbelievable run. They've had an amazing run over the course of the last few months. But yeah, look at that. Gold was all the way up to, did it get to 4,100? No, it was 40.77 today. Yesterday it was up to 40.81, and now we're all the way down to 39.70. And you can see on the low today, you actually had gold all the way down to 57. Okay, so it was like 15 points lower than where it is now. So crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, if you look at silver, silver was even more. It almost got to 50, right? Yeah, look at that. Oh my gosh, wow, that is absolutely savage. Look at that. The high on silver, 49.96.5. Wow. So they almost got to 50. It looked like a slam dunk. It looked like it was done and dusted. And then they just completely reversed course. And I mean, look at that range on silver. That's a $3 range for the day. That is some wild, wild stuff when it comes to the old silver, man. That's some really, really, really crazy stuff. So yeah, so obviously everything is getting, this is a correlation equals one type of day, which I mean, sometimes it happens, sometimes it happens to the downside. It's been happening a lot to the upside. And so we talk a lot about correlation equals one days on the downside. You don't see them as often on the upside. But lately, I feel like the market's been so kind of driven and guided by interest rates that, getting the interest rate relief finally a couple of weeks ago, and obviously all the build up, up to that for the preceding weeks and months and whatever, was really kind of, guiding this market. And all the assets were kind of wearing a risk on hat. All the assets were kind of following one another to the upside. And so now we're actually seeing a reversal of that here to the downside. And so volatility, of course, is going to be up on a day like today. Not up that much, actually. I mean, you've got volatility futures only up 40 cents on the day. And then you've got the old VIX up 67 cents. That's pretty muted, I got to be honest. Like, it feels like a much bigger down day. Maybe it's because, the metals are down a ton. Like, maybe it's because, the metals are obviously down a lot. So they're, having a significant day to the downside. The market is not exactly having that type of a day to the downside. I mean, gold down 100 is 2.5%, right? Silver down $1.50 is a 3% move lower. And so, the market only being down 35 is just not really that big of a move to the downside in the market. So volatility being somewhat muted, I guess that makes a little bit of sense. And so, all right, I want to, do we have a couple victory laps today? Look at this, guys. We actually, wow, look at this. Man, I see you guys in the chat. Man, let me get to you guys. Where are you guys at? Where did I? Oh, there we go. Man, I see you guys. Sam L's in the house. Man, Ash Finn is in the house. Man, Dan Ducarn in the house, man. Brian Dowdy, Daniel Lau's in the house. Joel James, Wolf's in the house. Scramble Everything and Sergio, Ed Bickford, Adam Armfield, man, you guys are all in the house. Man, look at you guys. Give yourselves a round of applause, man. Like, give yourself. Can we cue the round of applause? Little sound effect. I think we have one of those. So give yourselves a round of applause. This is a very exciting moment in your day. You're here. I'm here. Like, this is some good stuff. So I'm gonna get to you guys here in a second, but we've got a couple of man. Look at this. Are we actually gonna do it? Are we turning the tide on the earnings? The earnings. I don't even know what you would call it, but look at this, man. If you can't beat them, join them on a day when the market's getting crushed. Like on a day when the market is actually down significantly. This is really quite interesting. Delta Airlines up. We played it to the upside. Pepsi up. We played it to the upside. I mean, obviously with Pepsi, because it's just a delicious product. I mean, that was an easy one. But Delta Airlines, you know, of all the major airlines, it is my favorite. It is the one that I choose to fly if I have a choice in the matter. United would probably be a second, but it'd be a distant second. And then, I mean, like American is awful, man. Like American, like you are lucky to get from A to B. Like you are lucky to get in the air, right? I mean, we all know, like when you do a Spirit, when you do a Frontier, when you do like an EasyJet, right? Like for all my European listeners and watchers that might be out there, do they still have EasyJet in Europe? I remember. So here's our first tangent of the day. It's so hard for me, by the way, when I'm in that educational mode and for the first, 6 or 7 minutes, it's so hard for me to not go off the reservation. Like I am showing unbelievable constraints. So I would like to pat myself on the back here just to let you all know that. But now that we're in, this is just conversation amongst friends now. When I studied abroad in 2003 and I was in Nice, France for a semester, for the spring semester of my junior year, and they had EasyJet. EasyJet. I remember it was like orange, like the branding was orange. It was orange and white or whatever. And like the flights were like $30. You go anywhere you want. You go back to New York, $30. Like no big deal. But the trade-off was there were no meals on the planes, no restrooms on the planes, no seats. Like you had to stand like in the subway and just hold on to one of those little deals. But man, $30 is $30, man. I mean, I flew EasyJet a couple times and I was like, this is where it's at. Like that was pretty easy. I got to be honest. So do they still have EasyJet in Europe? Let me know I know we have some European audience members out there. Let me know. I'm curious if they're still doing okay or if they finally went out of business. That wouldn't surprise me either. But Delta Airlines and Pepsi. So Delta looking good. So that's obviously exciting and encouraging. But man, I mean, there's nothing to really talk about. I mean, I was able to weave in an EasyJet tangent, but that's pretty much it, I think. I mean, you've got the stock at 60. We bought a 55, 59 call spread. The rest of the market is really struggling, but Delta Airlines on the upswing. Delta Airlines moving higher. Very, very exciting stuff. If we held the trade until tomorrow, which I'm not going to do because I'm not even going to be in tomorrow. So by the way, remember, a little housekeeping for tomorrow. I'm going to be out because I'm going to my kids' school for career day. Like I am going to teach them how to slang options tomorrow. Like they're all going to be short NASDAQ futures by the time this thing is over. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And they're all going to be heavily underwater before I get done with them. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. But so Delta Airlines, I mean, the maximum mark price on this would be $4 as we kind of, leg out this victory lap. Even if I was in tomorrow, it doesn't really make any sense to hold this. It makes really no sense at all to hold this trade because, you're only going to potentially make another 30 cents. But, you are risking, essentially all of your profits if it completely reverses course and it could go to, to a max loss. And so it doesn't, even if I was in tomorrow, I don't really see myself holding this trade. It just doesn't make any sense. So let's go ahead. Let's close this guy down. Man, it feels good. To get a winner, is this what it feels like, by the way, to have a winning trade? Like it feels good like this, right? Like you have like positive emotions. Like you feel optimistic, you feel hopeful, like just a lot of really, really good emotions that are happening. And so I really don't know what this feels like. And so this is kind of new for me. And so if you are brand new to the show, this is the first winning trade I've had in 9.5 years on the network. It's kind of impressive if you think about it. Like if you've been wondering like, hey, how is the P&L open like so negative? Just watch the show. If you watch the show long enough, if you stay with me consistently, it will become very, very clear. And so Delta Airlines, let's close this guy down. And we'll do 374. Get ourselves a little winning trade, which is super awesome. Let's see here. Let me try to do a little discovery. And I'll go down to like 370. All right, there you go. So 370, we're out of Delta Airlines. Nice little win. Very excited about that. Let's go to Pepsi now. So Pepsi, similar thing. We have two strategies down in Pepsi, which, by the way, this is where grouping by the order chains is. I'm sorry. This is where grouping by the Allison chains is so nice. I don't know why the devs don't change that. That's so weird because we know that that's Allison chains. You know, a little rooster, a little stay away. I stay away, a little grind for you, a little dem bones if you're kind of in that type of mood. But if you group by the chains, then you will, if you have multiple positions on in a given stock, when you open up that stock, you will be able to see the different positions that you have on. So a vertical, a strangle, like whatever it might be. And so that's really, really helpful, of course, when it comes to, hey, I've got multiple positions on in Pepsi, in Chipotle, in General Electric, like whatever. And if you have it grouped by like here, I'll even show you. If I group it just by the symbol, I think, yeah, like if I group by symbol, you're going to see it's just a mess. It's just a pile of just junk. It's just a junk heap now. It's like, man, what's going on here? What's going on there? But if you group by the chains, which you guys taught me this, so thank you guys again, then you are going to be able to more clearly see the different strategies that you have on, which is super, super nice. And so let's go ahead and I'm going to leave the strangle on. Oh, wait a minute. Am I going to leave the strangle on? Man, I don't know. I might take that guy off too. Let's close the vertical spread though, because it's the same type of thing, right? Almost the exact same scenario here with Pepsi that we just had with Delta Airlines. It's a $4 wide spread. It's marking at 380. There's only another 20 cents that we could make in the spread. It just does not make any sense to hold this guy any longer. And so the time has come for this guy to go out to pasture as well. But with the winnings, I mean, let's look at this. Let's do some quick math here. You know, we made, $200 today, but $300 since the, oh wait, actually, hold on a minute, because that is actually taking both strategies together. And so I don't want to do that. Let me just look at this. Let's just do some real quick math. Again, I'm no Julia Spina, but that looks like we made about $2, maybe $1.80, right? And so just think about how many cases of Diet Pepsi we can buy. I mean, I'm burning through 2, 3, 4 cases a week, maybe. I don't know. I don't really keep track of it. We just kind of ram it and jam it. And so this will cover me for, I'm good for 6-9 weeks, right? And so, man, this is a really, really nice trade here in Pepsi. And let's just be done with it. So let's go ahead and let's close out the position. I'm not drinking a couple cases a week. It's more like, only about a case. And so let's see, 385. You got to leave room for the banana daiquiris, man. You can't just be Diet Pepsi all the way. Like, you got to mix it up a little bit. And so let's see here. If I go into Pepsi, let's just do 380. At this point, doesn't matter. I don't think so. All right, so we got filled on Pepsi. So we are out on Pepsi, which is good stuff. And then looking at the strangle, we're not quite at 50% of max profit, but I just feel like, man, like we're in the mode. We've got some winning trades. I can assure you this is the first time in From Theory to Practice history we've had 3 winners on the same show, on the same program. Like normally it takes us months to stockpile 3 winners. So we're going to do it all in one show. Man, that's pretty crazy. And so let's go ahead here. Let's take off this Pepsi strangle. We're very close to 50% of max profit. We only need another 20 cents on the trade. This is an undefined risk strategy, which I just got done talking about and pontificating about there for 6 or 7 minutes. And so, let's be mindful of the fact that we do have unlimited risk. Let's be mindful of the fact that, yes, most likely we'll hit our profit target. We're so close. The most likely outcome is we will hit our profit target. But it's like, hey, if you're really close to 50% and it's at 45 and you want to take it off, I'm open to it. I used to be a stickler to it. I used to really kind of rigidly stick to my profit targets because I was like, hey, if I'm taking my 50%ers and turning them into 40%ers and 37%ers and whatever, I'm going to need higher probabilities on the back end to make all that work. And that's still it's no less true then than it is now, but I'm just trying to be mindful of maybe adjusting my style as I get older and as I, get closer and closer to the grave, which, we're probably hours away at this point. So if I go into Pepsi, let's go ahead and, because you can't take it with you, as they say. And so I can't take this short strangle with me. Now, any short premium positions I do have on, they will all be in my will. I've got a couple for Penelope, I've got a couple for Eli, and naturally we have the rest for Amelia with very strict instructions of what to do. Mostly doing nothing, but just make sure you roll when expiration gets close. So let's go ahead and close this guy down for $1.84. And we can be done with it. So let's see here. If I go in here, let's do $1.87. Oh, it's perfect, man. It's almost like we've done this before, right? Because I'm right there at about the halfway mark of the show, and I want to see where you guys are at. Man, where are you guys at? I see you guys. Man, look at you guys. I appreciate you so much. Man, let me see if I can surprise and delight. Can I surprise and delight somebody in the middle? Let's see. Here we go. So HK, it's HK and then some other stuff that I can't say. I just don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm just going with HK. HK, you've been a friend of the family now for at least a couple weeks. You may have been lurking in the shadows prior to that, but I recall your having been in the chat maybe for the last week or two. And so however long you've been watching the show, man, thank you. Thank you so much for checking us out. It's just, man, you're the reason why we can do what we do. All you guys are the reason why we can do what we do. Like, I mean, Brian Dowdy, Ash Van Rancher, like all you guys, Andrew Cortado, like I appreciate you guys so much. David Gallimore in the house. And so I see you guys, and we couldn't do this without you, so thank you. But HK says, Dr. Jim, I'm assuming the 100 Delta positions are stock. If so, why not sell calls against it? That's a great question. So let me find, yes. So Starbucks and Chipotle are the only two that we have on right now. We had Best Buy, but we poured one out for Best Buy yesterday. Where is Best Buy? Is it ripping today? That's going to be so funny. Oh, it's down $1.83. So we got out just in time. All right. So perfect. But, this is a great question, HK. Okay. So first of all, we have to understand these are two very different positions. I know they look the same in terms of what you see here on the surface, with Chipotle being long stock, Starbucks being long stock, but these are very different positions in terms of how we arrived at these positions. Chipotle was a busted earnings trade that I put on. This was a few months ago now. So if I bring up Chipotle and I bring up my chains here and I go back, like I may need to go back 180 days. It was just a short put. That's right. This one was actually very simple. When the complicated one was Best Buy, it was like a ratio spread and then a put, and then we were assigned, I think, is the way that guy went. But for Chipotle, we sold this put at the 50 strike. And right after earnings, we did this on July 22nd. It feels like it was longer ago than that. But I'm assuming Chipotle had earnings on July 22nd. You can go back and check the tapes. You can look at the chart. You'll probably see, that huge gap on the chart. Like that's going to be the earnings that we were bullish on. Like, again, this is simple stuff. If you watch the show, like, don't get fooled by the Delta Airlines. Don't get fooled by the Pepsi situation. It's not usually like that. But Chipotle, 722, we did this trade and then it just fell down. I mean, it fell into the low 40s pretty quickly. So we were assigned at 50. We actually held the in the money put for a while. Now I remember. We held the in the money put for a while. Then we were finally assigned and the purchase price was 50. So now, HK, when you have a short put, one of the huge advantages, in my opinion, is you are able to, if you are eventually assigned, you are able to just say, you know what, I'm just going to hold the position. I'm just going to sit tight and I'm going to play the long game on this position. I like the stock. I like the company. If I need to hold it for, potentially years, if you really want to go out that far, that's a huge advantage that you have with a short put that you don't always have with other strategies. Like you don't always have that with the other strategies that we like to employ on a day-to-day basis or whatever. So that's a big advantage if you want to play the long game and play the positive drift and play, all the fake money that Uncle Jay's printing. Just play it however you want to play. It's totally up to you. So that's essentially what I decided to do here with Chipotle. I'm like, all right, this was a busted earnings trade. I still feel pretty good about Chipotle. I've come to grips with the fact that you ain't getting fresh chips. Like you walk in there, minimum 3 days old. But you just have to accept it. At a certain point, it's like, okay, everything else is okay. The guacamole is great. The chicken's very B-, but hey, it's still chicken, right? It's still protein, right? Like it's still amino acids. And so you have to be obviously aware that, hey, this is still a net benefit for me. And so anyway, because he's down so much now, I don't want to sell calls because, I'll even show you rather than just kind of, pontificating out into the ether. Let me show you there, HK. Like if I go into Chipotle, wow, they've got earnings coming up again. That makes sense, actually. We did it in July, so we're going to be in this guy for earnings again. Man, hold on to your britches because here we go. And so Chipotle, Chipotle, crazy stuff. So if I go into, November cycle, 43 days to go, right? Keeping in mind that my basis on this position is 50. Now I sold the put for $1.70 or whatever. So my basis is technically only like just over 48. But even still, if I sell a 50 call if I want to sell a strike above my basis, which is typically what we want to do, you can see for yourself the strike that I circled, there's just no premium there. There's just no premium there when it comes to like what you can get out of that call. And so in my opinion, this is not the best time to sell calls. Now, the other option would be, hey, you go in, you sell the 32 delta, you sell the 45 strike. You're like, hey, I don't care. You know, if the stock rallies back, I'll end up taking a loss. But at least now I have more things working for me. I've got some premium working against the position. Like it's more strategic. It's this, that, and the other thing. That's another way to do it. Of course, it all depends on what your objective is. It all depends on what your ultimate goal is on the trade. And if your goal is indeed to, hold the position long term, then just having clean delta to the upside is fine. If your goal is, man, I just want to be out of this thing and basically make back whatever I can, but I want to be as strategic as possible with all the different things that I can do, then hey, Ryan, am I still live?
Yes, you
Ryan,
are.
am I still here?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. So we just had a power surge and everything blinked, so I wasn't sure if I was still live. Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, so the different things that you can do. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. Like, what are you trying to go after? If you want to hold the trade for the longer term, then I would just hold the clean delta. If you want to be out of it, then I would sell maybe a 30 delta call. So hopefully that helps. And I'm glad the power came back on because we just had a power surge. And so there may have been a little blip in the video there. And so hopefully that helps there. Their HK. So thank you so much. Man, where are you guys? Let's go back to the beginning though. Man, here we go. Sam L's in the house. What's going on there, Sam L? Happy Thursdays, Doc. Time for another 45-minute P&L therapy session where the charts are unpredictable. The humor is B-, and also unpredictable, but predictable in the sense that it's B-. And the open P&L bros still believe in miracles. Nah, man, they believe in reality. They are some realists if I've ever seen one, because, yeah, they got me. They 100% got me. Look at that. Wow. Now everything, this is such a good point, actually. So look at this. If you were watching the show in the beginning, right, you saw we had Delta, we had Pepsi. They were significantly, green on the day, like significantly green on the day. But what did we do? We took them off. Like, what did we do? We managed the trades. That's what you always do. At least, I mean, inside the tasty world. I mean, you may be doing whatever you want to do if you're outside the tasty, city limits. But when it comes to what we do, it's going to make sense that you're going to have a negative P&L open. So anyway, the P&L open bros win. But I'm trying to fight back. I'm not like the Yankees, man. I don't just give up and just call it a day, right? I mean, I try to fight back. We try to give it a little something. And so Ashfin's in the house. What's going on there, Ashfin? I appreciate you, my friend. Scramble Everything says, hey, Dr. Jim. The earnings win streak starts now. That's what I'm saying. Just need to kick it off with a victory lap for no less than 3 to 8 minutes and cap it off by pouring one out for the Shifties power hour. It's not a power hour. Remember, it's a power 3/4 of an hour. It's the Dr. Jim power 3/4 of an hour. And so, yeah, man, I mean, gold down 95. I mean, this is really something. Again, I may have been saying get short at 3,400, but again, was I wrong? No, I'm just a little early. I'm just a wee little bit early. Got short some silver, like 40, 41. Yeah, we're just a little early. That's okay. Just kind of putting the cart before the horse. Just a wee little bit there. But yeah, man, I mean, this is a big move in the metals. What's the reasoning? What's the rationale? Like, what are they telling us out there? I mean, you got gold down 95, silver's down $1.50. And so what are the powers that be telling us? Like, what are they communicating to us peasants about what's going on with the metals? Because it was invincible there for like 6 weeks. And this is, again, it may just be a blip on the radar screen. Like maybe we're back to, all systems go. Gold is 42.50 by the end of the day tomorrow, whatever. But I don't know, man. This could be a turning of the tide for a little bit. And so, but let me know what the powers that be are saying out there. And so Dan Ducarn, maybe Dr. Jim can cover some real-time zero DT in one of the shows. Maybe I can, but again, Dan, I won't do it on this show because it doesn't make sense, right? Because of the timing of the show. Now, hey, you guys get it from Theory to Practice morning slot. You guys get that prime cut, grade A, Nick Batista, Tony Batista, Jim Batista. Like, is anything more perfect? Is that not music to your ears? Jim Batista, right? It's perfect. Oh, it's so perfect. You can even drop the doctor. I don't care. Just welcome me into the Batista family. You got Nick, you got Tony, you got Jim Batista. Oh, it's perfect. You get a little morning from theory to practice. Maybe we'll do a little something. Maybe we would splash around with some zero DT. But, if I'm doing something that's kind of supposed to be a zero DT, then I'll do a 1 DT. Like, I'll do something that will be, set to expire tomorrow, because I'm not going to do something now that's going to expire in, an hour and a half or 2 hours. That doesn't make any sense. And so anyway, I appreciate you there, Dan Ducarn. And so, Samuel, Doc, congratulations on your anniversary tomorrow. Yes, thank you, my friend. For those of you that might be brand new to the show, it'll be 16 years for me in Autumn tomorrow. And so very, very exciting stuff indeed. And Autumn deserves a Lifetime Achievement Award for surviving all those years of B- humor and market metaphors. She's the real MVP of the P&L household. That is correct. I'll tell you what, what's funny about that is, you got to keep Autumn gets it 24/7, man. Like, she gets it 24/7. Right? I don't necessarily turn it off when I get off air. This is just who I kind of naturally am. Now, of course, like, I'm on the show, so I'm on and things like that. I may not be quite to this level, just walking around the house, but I'm not too far off. And Autumn has told me that many, many times. And she's like, hey, listen, I get it 24/7. Like, all you little viewers and whatever, they may love it, they may this and that, but it's like, when you've heard the same jokes for 17 years, it kind of grates on you a little bit. Like, it kind of is like, ooh, man, I could really use something new. And I got nothing new. It's coming at you, same joke, same quality, like you're just getting everything the same. There are no differences. And so, but thank you there, Samuel. Appreciate you, my friend. Let's see, Dan Ducarn. Oh, it says maybe I'll pre-market a zero DT. Again, I try and do all my trading on the show. Maybe that'll change at some point in the future, but I've gotten such good feedback around that. I don't really see that changing anytime soon because that's been really, really valuable. So I'll probably keep that going. But yes, Samuel, the Shifty's getting smacked just 4,000 points early. That's correct. Timing's overrated anyway. That's what I'm saying. Peter Schiff wasn't wrong. It was just early. And so I'll give it to him 100%. Let's see. Brian Dowdy says, hey, Dr. J, it looks like Delta Airlines and Pepsi worked out for us. I'm glad I didn't fade you. Yeah, it's the only 2 times when the fade didn't work. And so we should be back to some fadeable trades for you guys probably as early as next week. And so obviously I'm out tomorrow for the co-op deal with my kids, but then I'll be back next week. And so it's gonna be great. Well, let's see. Daniel Lau says, Dr. Jim, buy the dip. Gasman says, Dr. Jim, what's going on there, Gasman? Man, I don't know. I mean, buy the dip in what? The metals or the market? I mean, I think I would be very... So if I was going to buy the dip, I would buy the dip in the market. I would not buy the dip in the metals right now. And that may feel backwards to what maybe a lot of people are thinking, but I do tend to be a bit contrarian in my thinking. I would be a little bit concerned buying the dip in the metals here, I think. And, of course, I mean, I could be dead wrong on this, but I would actually feel better buying the dip in the market relative to buying the dip in the metal. So again, that essentially guarantees that the metals are headed much, much higher and the market is headed much, much lower. And so, but that's just the way that it is. And so Dan Ducarn, Meta's catching a bid. Man, let's take a look at Meta. Meta's catching a bid. And I see Wolf's in the house. Says, Dr. Jim, what's going on? Teach us the way, man. I'll try to teach you something. I don't know if it's the way, but we'll try to do something. Yeah, Meta up $11 today. Wow, on a day when, I mean, obviously the Nasdaq's down a ton and getting beaten up. It's not, I mean, still it's 0.5%. It's really nothing. But how's the rest of the Mag 7 doing? Let's look at this. Apple down 450. But it's up to 250. Well, I haven't looked at Apple in a while. 250? Look at that, man. That is crazy. Apple up to 250, Amazon up to 226, a little bit off the highs there. Then you've got, Microsoft up to 519, Netflix up to, well, Netflix was over 1,300, now it's 1,230. And then, of course, you've got like Tesla is, 430. And so, man, wow, yeah, everything's, Meta catching a big bid today. That's pretty surprising. Netflix is also catching a bid today with the market down so much, the NASDAQ index specifically. That's pretty, it is pretty surprising. It is pretty surprising indeed. But let's see. I'm trying to mix in some newer people. Dan Ducarn, I see you and I appreciate you so much. But let's see. Where are we at here? Oh, Stephen Bivens says short calls shuttered. Yeah, you're talking about the undefined risk stuff in the beginning. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why we don't typically like to sell naked calls just standalone. In my opinion, a naked call by itself and a short strangle where you have a naked call and a naked put are not the same thing, because selling that put with the strangle, it changes the dynamic of the strategy significantly, changes that guy a whole lot when it comes to, opportunities to manage for profits and just, overall break even points. Like typically, because the market is skewed to the downside, there is volatility skew to the downside for most equity markets and even a lot of individual equities themselves. That means that puts that are out of the money are generally going to sell higher than calls that are out of the money. And so because of that, when you sell a call by itself, you're not really getting paid. You're not really getting compensated relative to what you can pick up on the put side. So on the put side, when you sell an out of the money put, you're able to pick up a lot more. And so because of that, selling that put as part of a short strangle kind of package deal just really changes the dynamic of the strategy significantly. Selling calls as a standalone thing, we'll do it from time to time. I'll even dabble here and there when I really have a strong hankering to, burn some money. But it's not something that we do on a regular basis. But let's see. Ashvin says, yeah, the calls seem to always get breached for me. I do it to balance delta, but I feel like I have to roll because I feel like I have to roll because the call so much. I have to roll the call so much. Yeah. In a market that it's a one-way train, which, you're getting some relief today. I mean, if you've got any negative delta in your portfolio, whether it be static short delta, whether it be short calls, whatever, you're getting a little bit of relief today with the market lower. And so, but short calls are a difficult trade to hold for the long term. And so that's why, as part of a strangle, again, I think it's different. But if you don't like it, like if you're like, man, I don't even like it as part of a strangle, then go with a short put. Right, go with a Jade Lizard. Go with a put ratio spread. Like there's so many other ways that you can play undefined risk. I mean, short puts are my favorite strategy for a reason, right? It's because when you sell a put in Chipotle, you can just hold the stock if you want to. It's because when you sell a put in something else, you can just hold the stock, if you want to. And anyway, hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see. Where are we at? I see Kimberly's in the house. What's going on there, Kimberly? I appreciate you. Sergio's in the house. What's going on there, Sergio? Adam Armfield, I'm pretty happy not to write naked calls, but I'm very happy to write short puts all day long. Easy to roll down and out for a credit. That's correct. A lot of people like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Like, it just makes a lot of sense, right? And again, I mean, you guys can adopt the short put as your favorite strategy. I don't have a copyright on it. I mean, I do get royalty payments, of course. So every time you put on a short put, I get 6 cents. Right? So sell some puts, man. Sell them till your hands bleed, because 6 cents here, 6 cents there. The next thing you know, you're talking about real money. And so I just appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys very much. And so, but let's see, where are we at? Stephen Bivens says the same thing. Adam, the short put is the core of my strategy. If I get assigned, I switch to a cover strangle. There you go. Now that's kind of, so Stephen Bivens, that's a little bit of a power move, man. And I know that you know what you're doing. I'm sure that you are aware of what you're signing up for, but that's a little bit of a Shooter McGavin type of play, right? So you have a short put, right? You get assigned, you take the shares. So now you're long 100 shares, and then you cover that guy with a strangle. So a covered call would be just covering the shares with a short call. And, that's pretty simple. But if you cover it with a strangle, right, you've got the short call, but now you also have a short put. So you are double dipping, George Costanza style, on the long side. So if the market keeps going down and that second short put goes in the money, now all of a sudden you've got 200 shares, or what's going to feel like 200 shares. And if you get assigned, then you will actually have 200 shares. And so obviously just be very aware of the sizing difference of that. I mean, you're essentially doubling your size, or doubling your potential size with notional value on the downside. And so just make sure you're aware. Make sure you're aware of what you're getting yourself into from a sizing standpoint there. But Ed Bickford's in the house. What's going on there, Ed Bickford? I appreciate you, my friend. Man, look at Lone Sophos in the house. I'm going to try to get a couple new people here as we wrap the show up. It's already over, man. You guys have no idea. It's so fast. Lone Sophos in the house. What's going on there, Lone Sophos? Edward Lon III in the house. Man, hence risk management. Yes, risk management is the key. It is 100% the key. But let's see. HK says, you'll never get me to sell, strangle, or call outside of the indexes. Never. I thought you put NVIDIA in the chat there, which I was like, that's an interesting thing to add on the back end of a not selling calls. But that would, I guess, make a little bit of sense. Hey, I think it's totally fine. I'm going to do you one better there, HK, and for everybody else. I've met a number of traders, and I've even had success with this myself. If you are having a difficult time finding a consistent pathway forward, and you kind of want to kind of just simplify things and, potentially like build up some momentum. And I mean, we're all trying to do this, but if you're having a hard time with a bunch of individual stocks and a bunch of this and a bunch of that, man, just simplify the whole thing and only trade indexes. So just trade indexes for a while. I mean, you've got SPY, you've got QQQ, you've got, their futures counterparts, MES, MNQ, ESNQ. You've got the Russell 2000, you've got the boomers with the Dow, you've got bonds, you've got gold. I mean, you got silver, of course. You've got so many different indexes that you can choose. And you may not put gold and silver in that category. That's totally fine. But man, if you really want to smooth out the pathway forward, I think a great thing to do is just focus on indexes for a while. And so whether it be selling calls or any strategy, really, if you just focus on indexes, it can be a really, really positive thing when it comes to like smoothing things out, kind of slowing some things down, and maybe building up a little bit of momentum. And so let's see. Oh, I see Barton McJunkin is in the house. A gold call butterfly may be a good trade today. Man, it may be there, Barton, playing this thing to the upside. I mean, I just said I would feel kind of nervous buying, the upside in the metals. And so a call butterfly to the upside might be exactly what the doctor ordered. And so Barton, I mean, I love it. The butterflies are great because you can take a shot directionally, but the risk is very muted and the risk is very limited. I'm not going to do it today because I'm going to be out tomorrow. Maybe it's something that we can revisit tomorrow, but I like it. I like what you're thinking. And again, it's a cheap way to take a directional shot. If you think gold is going to recover tomorrow or next week or whatever your time frame might be, then it could definitely be something that you could do. I would probably choose something like with not too many days expiration. Maybe you could do an overnight play for tomorrow, or maybe do like a 1 week type of guy. But butterflies are tricky trades for like 45 days, unless you're breaking wings and breaking hearts and breaking toes and stuff like that. And so hopefully that helps though. But guys, I'm out of time. I got to run. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. If I can ever help you guys in any way, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal coming up next with Engineering the Trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
First of all, I'm sitting in the captain's seat. I've never been invited to come sit in the new captain's seat. But what I'm concerned with is the size of these screens. And he's still doing this.
Snow, let's take a look. They did not hold that rally at all. Phil, you got a partial.
973.75. I'm looking at this like I have to move my head to get through the top, the top symbols. I thought he had like a little computer and he was getting down.
He hasn't learned that he could like swivel his head. He has to see the screen. He has to go like this.
To me. And then, you know what? Money goes to money. You did it. Good job out of you.
Yeah. I just drove with him twice. Now I'm really concerned that I was just in the car with him for 2.5 hours.
What's going on, everybody? Rare earth metals and minerals. We're moving big today, of course, as China seems to be curbing some of their supply. We'll talk about what the deal is there. Costco with a big move today. Finally. Yeah, we got a calendar call in there, and it's working today. Stock is up on same-store sales. We'll talk about that. And robots. DoorDash is making a deal with a robotics firm to do more delivery via robots. It's here, folks. AI robotics. Get used to it. So we'll talk about those three things and more. Yeah, gold is making a big move. I had a little addition to do to my trade that I did recently, and I'll talk about it here on today's show. Welcome to the most dangerous show on the tastylive network, folks. It's Engineering the Trade. I'm your host, Jamal Chandler. I've talked a lot recently about the Cubs. I'm even a little superstitious about it. So much so that for those of you who watch Options Trading Concepts Live, now you know I spend some time on there, on that show, every day at 11 a.m. Central. And yesterday, I had forgotten my hat, my Cubs hat, on the table. Our producer, Laura Thomas, was so nice to go and grab it and bring it in. And I wore it. And now you know what's funny is that yesterday, during this time on Engineering the Trade, I forgot the hat, and I chose not to say anything, and I chose not to go get it, and we won the game. So guess what? We're not going to wear the hat on today's show. We wore it this morning on the show, on Options Trading Concepts Live. We did not wear it in the afternoon yesterday morning. We're not going to wear it again today, and that's the secret sauce, folks. So that, I think, is going to help us win tonight. We need a win. We got to have a win. Let's pull up some slides and briefly go over the few things that are moving markets today. When we came this morning, almost all of the recent rare earth names that have been in the press and obviously been moving around a lot in the markets, they were all up. MP Materials, LAC, TMQ, you name it, they were up this morning, and they pulled back some, but the news, of course, is that China might be curbing some of the supply that's coming out of it. China is well known for their rare earth metals. And, these are the things that obviously we use in a lot of different electronics. And so obviously this is one of the reasons why the U.S. has been taking stakes in some of these names that you heard. Not all of those companies are U.S. companies, by the way. Well, I shouldn't say that. They are American companies. They may be North American companies. Some of them are, I feel like a couple of them are out of Canada, et cetera. But, nevertheless, and I just say that because you would think, I would have thought once upon a time that the U.S. would not be able to invest in like a company that's in another country, but they've done it with a couple of these companies, and I feel like one or two of them might be Canadian. But nevertheless, this is the reason that they have invested and taken stakes in these companies, whether it's TMQ or whether it's LAC. Obviously, MP was the first of that kind. So I think this is going to be an interesting area. And look, I'll tell you right now, if we're always looking for the next thing. If you just have money that's burning a hole in your pocket that you wouldn't mind losing something on, it's probably worth doing a little something in the LACs of the world. I mean, this is a very low dollar name, very high implied volatility. And I'm not talking about selling. I'm actually talking about going far out, maybe, and maybe buying. I've thought about it. It doesn't. I don't know. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? But my point is it doesn't take much to push a stock like this from $8 to $16, right? And I feel like that's what a lot of people are piling in for. So I don't know. We'll go through. TMQ obviously is another one. I don't know about TMQ as much, and I've actually been looking at them based off of volume. You do want to see more options trading in some of them, and some of them are. I mean, the options are really expensive. I'm not going to say they're not, but it's fascinating. I feel like this is going to be about. I'm saying this because I remember years ago. This is probably 2010, 2011. When I was trading at a firm, and there was a similar rare earth metals craze at the times, and some of those stocks were going absolutely ape. And so you just wonder if we're going to see some of that with these names. So I've started to watch some of these names on the list. I got them sorted by volume, and we'll take a look at them when we get to the platform. Costco had good monthly sales, and they actually said that online is a large part of what they're doing. It's actually cheap to order from Costco online. I think they have this one flat fee, and you don't have to tip or anything like that. Anyway, they said, digital demand is a large part of it, but overall, sales have been up for Costco, which is really a good thing to hear in an environment where obviously people are talking about spending more money, whether it's via tariffs, whether it's inflation, whatever that may be. The fact that people are spending on retail is a good thing. It's definitely a good thing for Costco. This stock has been weighed down more recently, and I have been really interested in putting on long plays in the air. And so I've put on a couple of calendar calls more recently, and they're working out pretty well right now. I have a couple, actually. I have the 1,000, the 975, and the 950 calendar call spreads. All of my longs are in Nove. So we're going to keep those rolling. We're going to keep those rolling. Excuse me. We haven't touched anything in them. We're not going to. I think the stock could have more to go. Again, what are the, if the sales are going well, then what are really the, what's the holdup? I mean, what's really holding this stock back? Honestly, you feel like it could retest near-term highs. Again, unless we start seeing more and more stuff about consumers struggling, I think Costco has some room to run. Finally, DoorDash. Talk about the future. And I didn't realize this stock was so high. Man, $270. DoorDash is partnering with sidewalk robot developer Serve Robotics. They're going to be using them for more logistics. They're going to starting out with deliveries in Los Angeles. And you've probably seen some of these things, right? In certain cities, you see the robots on the sidewalk moving. Those are pretty fascinating. I have yet to have food delivered to me by one of those. How do they just sit there and then contact you and then you got to come and pick it out of the robot? I really don't know, but it is a trip how certain jobs are. I mean, that immediately puts certain jobs at risk, right? Like, I mean, you can forget about your little Uber gig economy jobs. And I don't know about you, but I certainly am not tipping a robot, but that just means that they're going to increase the food cost in the DoorDash app and or Uber app, Uber will eventually, do this as well. Uber stock down a little bit today. I don't know if it has much to do with, I don't think it has much to do with this deal. I think it's just more of a market, but there's always something being created and something new. You talk about the change in jobs and where we are in the world. Robotics is on the way, bro, and it's going to take a lot of simple tasks, and they're going to go to the wayside. I mean, it's just going to happen. You just see it. You just see. Leftovers. Americans usually opt for hotels when traveling. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, Grumpy, I saw Ferrari today. What is that? Is that what is their race? That's the ticker, right? $75. I mean, really though, why is the stock $400, man? I mean, come on, like, this thing is so wide, no touching it. No touching it. Yeah, Ferrari's a public company. It's been for a long time. Race. Did you see that movie? I like that movie, actually. I like Adam Driver. He's a good actor. He was really good in that one, and the Versace movie, too. Is he even Italian? But he played, like, these prominent Italian dudes? Huh. Yeah. This is a chart showing the share of vacationers who booked the following accommodations in the past 12 months. Of course, hotels is, well, number one on the list. Most people prefer to stay at a hotel when they're there. It's just kind of easier to book, I think. And people are just really comfortable with those, right? Versus the idea of, basically an Airbnb, right? Vacation apartment or house. I will say it's funny. One time I know I was talking to Tom Sahil, he was like, yeah, Airbnbs are just kind of gross. And I think a lot of people by and large feel like that because the amount of sheer volume of people that just stay in a place and moving, in and out. I don't know. Sometimes they can be kind of cool. I know for a couple of summers there in a row, we had, our oldest kid who's in college at Wisconsin, and, my wife and I both went there. We're familiar with the area. And we were staying in this Airbnb, about 25 minutes or so from campus, which essentially is like suburbs for there, right? And it was like an older house, but it's a decent house, and it had like a pool and it had a hot tub. We stayed there a couple summers in a row. I didn't feel disgusting about it. It is what it wasn't that bad. And actually, the price was better than most of the hotels. The hotels have been jacked up in that town sometimes recently. For me, it's going to be either one of those two, I would say. So, you could see like 74%. Does that seem right? No, that's not right. Clearly, people chose multiple answers here. It would be one of the top two for me. I mean, a camping site. Look, I have friends and we go camping every blue moon. I love the idea of camping, love hanging out around the campfire. The sleep part at night, I mean, I usually just stay up really late, so I'm so exhausted that I just pass out throughout the night, and I don't wake up and realize how uncomfortable I really am. And cruise, yeah, you're not getting me on a cruise. It's not happening, man. Package holiday, I tell you what, those are overpriced to me, I feel. Camper van, motorhome, I don't think I've ever slept in a motorhome, actually. I mean, I hear some of them are nice, but no. Hadn't happened. None of the above, 13%. So some of those people are just like, I'm sleeping in the car. There's a large contingency of people who, if they're like camping or something else, especially if they have like a truck, they just bring like some kind of bed and put it in the bed. There's a friend of mine who used to do that. He would just put the seats down in the back and just sleep in the back of his car and just do it like that. He'll open up some windows, make it a little breezy, especially if it's cool out. Hotels are probably the number one way, but yeah, it's interesting how many people dislike the idea of Airbnbs, I think. Let's move to the next slide. Let me fly through these real quick. Currencies have not been good. Why? Because the dollar is back, bro. Dollar has been on a strong 4-day move here more recently. And I told you guys, the dollar, you can't keep it down for long, man. It's going to make a run at par. And by that, I mean, I'm talking about Dixie. The Dixie currently is at 99.53, and par is 100, of course. I think it's going to make a run at par. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the thing that turns markets around. And again, when you have a day like this, and I said it early this morning on Options Trading Concepts Live, stocks are down, gold is finally turning around and down, and oil just so happens to be down, Bitcoin is down. A lot of these major things, and you wondered if this was going to happen because yesterday all of those were up. I feel like those are some kind of competing things, particularly dollar and the dollar in it. So yesterday we had stocks up, dollar up, gold up, oil up, bonds up. Something's got to give there. And so today, now they're all giving, and that's kind of your cue. But yeah, currencies obviously have been weighed down by the move in the dollar, very strong more recently. I have a euro short delta position via a butterfly, put butterfly. That's working out really well right now. And yeah, that's been my long dollar play for some time. Glad to see it working. Let's move to the next slide. So this has been the thing, though, since the Fed meeting, which was September 17th. You can see the big change. Gold was really kind of up 5% for the month. It really rocketed higher after the Fed meeting. You could see that bonds turned down. Yields turned up after the Fed meeting, which is the craziest thing to me. You could see that, basically the S&P 500 has been in a similar spot. I mean, it really hasn't tanked. It really hasn't. It's drifted higher, of course, but still remain about 5. Well, sorry, this is just a month. This is since the beginning of September, so don't be thrown off by this date. But really hasn't changed a whole lot since the beginning of September. And the Fed meeting is what I'm trying to say here. Of course, energy sector, oil has kind of been in this rut somewhere between. The range has gotten tighter between like 60 and 63. It feels like oil hasn't done a whole heck of a lot. And like we said, dollar has recently turned around. And so a lot of these things that we just mentioned since September 17th, which was the Fed meeting, again, you've seen gold shoot higher. You've seen bonds fade. You see stocks kind of stayed the same while dollar is starting to turn up more recently, and energy and oil has just gotten uglier, if you will. Let's move to the next slide. I was looking at net gas here, and again, this is so one-off, just like everything else is with net gas. I was looking at that Widowmaker spread. Now, that's always traditionally been a spread where a lot of people either made a lot of money or they just got blown up big time, and it just really depends on how wide it is. So as you get closer to it, it starts to get a little bit sort of closer. But Widowmaker spread is the difference between March and April, which basically February, March, which basically can signify the beginning of winter. You can see for 2026, it's actually kind of narrow. It's not that wide, really. What is that actual number here? You can look on the platform, of course, anytime /NG. You can see all the different other futures on the right there. And when you look at the difference between Feb and March, it looks like it's about 40 cents right now is what I can see. Wait. February. February, March, It's actually not that big. It's a lot small. Am I looking at this right? Yeah, I am. Four and change. Yeah. It's about 40 cents, I think, is the difference between the two. And then for next year, it looks like a lot wide. It looks like almost 50 cents as of right now. So again, you usually kind of see that, right? Like you usually see like a big, as you go further out, you'll see kind of a bigger move and a bigger like size in between the two. Again, it's like 30-something cents, I should say, for 2026, but like it's about 50 cents for 2027. So I really haven't seen a whole lot happen with this spread in recent years. It used to be something you'd hear about quite a bit. Meanwhile, I'm just staying short the strangle in natural gas, and hopefully it continues to work for me. Let's move to the last slide. Earnings. Oh, you know what? None that I'm interested in trading, but I think there is what's coming out tonight. Yeah, Levi, APLD, but I mean, I'm not trading these names. Like, it's no chance. I just feel like right now, why trade any niche earnings when you can trade the real cool stuff that's moving, whether it's oil, whether it's gold, not really oil, but gold definitely, equities, the Costcos of the world, the rare earth metals. CPI report is supposed to come out on Wednesday. PPI report is supposed to come out on Thursday, but I don't know if either ends up really happening because of the shutdown right now. Of course, we got the October options expiration coming up next Friday. And there's really nothing for the rest of this week as far as data goes, that's for sure. The number of SP 500 stocks above 50-day moving average is 277, 55%. Let's move to the platform. APLD. Yeah, I wouldn't trade this thing with you guys' money. Are you serious right now? No chance. No chance. James Bond IV. Hi, Jamal. You do anything in Meta before earnings? How about Netflix before earnings? Thoughts? I feel like you asked me about Meta last week. I thought it was you, maybe. And that's how I kind of got into this calendar call. So I did the 800 calendar call when stock was sort of fading late last week to this week, I think. And so I'm long the 800 calendar call. There's times where I looked at doing another. I think I looked at doing the 775 calendar call, but it was not as cheap as I was hoping for. Honestly, $1,400 is a lot more expensive than I want to do for a calendar call. So yeah, I've had the Meta calendar call. It's actually one of my better winners today. Netflix is another. Netflix, I also did a calendar call and some time back. I'm up quite a bit on that one. I'm really trying to decide what to do. Look, it's 100% gain, and nobody ever goes broke taking a profit, but this Netflix has been weighed down some, and I feel like it could drift higher as we get closer and closer to earnings. I don't think I would hold it through earnings, but I still got a solid, 12 days before earnings. So I don't feel no rush to take this off, but I got the 1,300 call spread right now, and that's been working out awesomely. So that's what I got going on into two things. Oh, Aaron said, you're the one who gave me the idea? Okay, there you go. Take the credit for Meta, because you were the one that kind of was like, what are you doing in Meta? What do you think about? I think you asked the idea of a calendar call. I was like, yeah, let's do it. And so we did that. So yeah, that's been working out really well. More recent. So those are the two things I got going on in there as of now. Gold trade is working out today. Famously sold an MGC contract and was getting rocked on it. I sold it yesterday morning. It still went up. And of course went up today. I sold it on, was it Monday? I guess I can look. When did I sell this thing? Oh, sorry. Word chains. Oh, geez. Well, I can look back. But I sold it in the last couple of days. And let's see, was that on the 7th? Yep, sold it on the morning of 2 mornings ago. Sold it then. And I've had to endure a little bit of the continued move higher. But, sometimes when you get around these nice round numbers of 4,000, I was hoping it wasn't 4,100. It was heading towards 4,100, but it pulled back. And so my thought process was to take it off if it got to this 1 week moving average, which it has. But I decided to do something a little bit more fun. I decided to sell a GLD put spread. And then one a little bit closer to the money, I sold the 350, 345 put spread. thoughts here is that, well, I collected $270 for it, right? Where's my GLD? I collected $270 for it, which means my max loss is $730, right? Because if this thing goes down below 345, that would be max loss. So I would lose $730. But guess what? If this thing is falling another $10, look, it's down $7 today. This is where we are. If it falls another $10, right, to 355, I'm going to be losing on this put spread. But where will we be gaining? We're going to be gaining more in MGC. And so the plan is to hold MGC and just trade around it. I actually hope gold falls a little bit more. Then I can just sell some things against it. I actually will look to sell. If we get another tranche of selling in gold, I am going to sell basically this GDX put. I would sell one of these, hopefully for like $3 or something like that. I'm going to sell one of these puts against more. I'm going to sell one of those puts against the gains that I have in MGC, and that's going to be how we're going to manage this thing right now. So we're going to trade around it. I'm actually kind of high on buying power right now, meaning I'm using a lot. But I mean, look how many positions I got, and some of them are sizable. One of the ones I want to close the most is UNH, but it's working out so well. But the reason why I want to close it is because, well, sometimes it's hard, right? Like you're winning on a trade, and then you're running out of buying power, and you got a trade where, again, the difference between net lick and the cap requirement is where that's how much money I'll take back in. That would be a sizable win. But look, this thing looks like it could have some more to go, and it's working out really well. And let's not forget, it's a Jade Lizard that I sold for $11 and change. And again, that gives me unlimited, it gives me no risk to the upside, like no risk. Because again, this is a $10 wide call spread. So I'm, at the very least, I'm due to make $100, win, lose, or draw, no matter what, as long as it goes up. Now, if it goes down, of course, that's a different story. But I'm just, I don't, I could sell a different put. I could roll my put if I want. That could help, maybe. I could do that, probably. No, I'd have to pay. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't, sometimes you just don't need to touch positions that are working out well. Just leave it alone. Natural gas, same deal. I'm up 31% on this strangle. It's been great. It's a 320, 510 strangle. I don't need to touch anything. 13 delta call, a 14 delta put. Don't even need to touch it. It's winning. Leave it alone. IVR is still high. We're holding on to it. Same like UNH. This IVR is still elevated. Now, this does have earnings. I definitely would plan to close it before earnings, probably, just in case. But yeah, this is working out well, and so I'm going to leave it. The positions I really need to work, Accenture. Come on, buddy. I need you to work. It's 42 IVR. Vol hasn't come in, and 220. See, and now I could roll this down, but I don't really want to. I really don't want to. Let me see the stock. Stock is still down here. Stock hasn't come up recently. Maybe I should. $1.50 is not a whole lot. I could probably roll to this strike. This is only $10 away at this point. Maybe I do need to roll this. Oh, geez, I keep doing that. Maybe I need to roll this. This helps some. Oh, geez. I guess I'll roll this put. I really hesitated rolling down puts at times and strangles where, sometimes just because the stock has drifted a little bit higher or gotten away from you a little bit, sometimes if you just leave it, if it does fade back down, this call is going to come in so fast and this put is really not going to move much. And therein, yes, when your strangle really, really works. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to leave it alone for now. If for some reason stock were to drift, a little bit more higher, maybe. If it gets to 255 and it's less than $10 away from my call strike, maybe. But nah, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything to it. I'm just going to leave it alone. I didn't mean roll the put down. I actually meant roll the put up. You know what I meant. But I just don't like to roll these up a lot of times because, again, the stock has just moved up a little bit higher from when I first sold the strangle. And if I just leave it, like I said, the stock drifts back down. We get a sell off a little bit more. This call is going to come in super And maybe the vol goes up a little bit, maybe not. But if you hold it long enough, then the sell-off is over, and then, stock moves again. And that's when things come in a little bit more. So that's what I'm leaving it. I am not touching it. That is it. AMD, similar deal. I did roll down a put yesterday in AMD after the huge move to the upside. We're getting the fade today. This strangle is working out really well for right now. No earning. Well, it does have earnings. I think they just must have announced earnings recently, but no, they didn't. I'm tripping. I'm thinking of another name. Anyway, obviously, I've sold this thing because the vol is a little bit higher than just earnings vol. I'm going to keep this on at least for another couple of days. We'll see if AMD has a finishing move into the weekend. I feel like this thing might not be over. I feel like it could jump again. I did yesterday buy a call just to protect myself. It felt like it was getting crazy, but I sold that call out early this morning. Glad I did. These options came in big time in the front month right now. You wouldn't be crazy to spend a little bit of premium on a one-day big move again in AMD to finish out the week. It wouldn't be crazy. I mean, it wouldn't be nuts. I tell you. I don't know. I might have to do some of that in the Rogue account. But I mean, $300 for these options. This thing could easily run another $10 and close the week at $240. You heard it here first if it happens. Hi, Jamal. Do you ever manage around in-the-money short call in zebras? Since they are longer duration, they probably will cross through dividend dates. Absolutely. So what you mentioned is definitely it, a situation about a dividend. If you have a situation like, say, UNH. I remember UNH had this example when it had its huge run from here on up, and then during this time period, I think it had a dividend. And so you really had to pay attention if the dividend, if your strikes were sort of in the money and it had a big div. Plenty of times I will manage around that. I'll just, again, if it's had a nice run and it's been a winner, I mean, you almost kind of got to close it, right? Because if it's a div and if your div is coming out and your call option is in the money, I mean, whether your call or short option, I mean, your long call or short call is in the money, you're going to have to make a decision, especially if the dividend is going to affect those options. It's better to just close it, honestly, and then deal with it after the div, depending on how the size of the div is, right? It just really all depends. One thing you always need to know is the size of the div, which, again, it only matters in the situation of, say you were long, this is your zebra, and say you were long this in AMD, and say AMD has a $5 dividend. I mean, both of these options, you're going to get assigned on this short call, and you're going to have to exercise these two, so you just close the position. That way, you don't have to worry about it. That's my spiel there. Folks, that's the show. Thanks for watching, and as always, be smart, be patient, trade them small, trade them often. See ya.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Mike, what does it mean to be assigned?
When you are assigned, you are ultimately short an option that's in the money, and the counterparty has the ability to exercise that option. So if you are assigned, it means your option, against your will, ultimately, has turned into 100 shares of long or short stuff.
What does a green scratch mean?
Ooh, a green scratch refers to stubbornness getting the best of you. And when I say you, I mean me. Green scratch refers to rolling a position, defending a position, and instead of just closing it for less than loss that you're seeing, or maybe a $100 loss, $50 loss, a green scratch is when you close it for maybe a 5-cent winner, 10-cent winner, 15-cent winner. Just the ability to see that green number on your screen and get out in a profitable way as opposed to a loss.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and tastylive web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Hey everybody, Tim Knight, and it is a better day. Couple of things. One, I was very verklempt yesterday because what had happened to palladium. The thing is, I missed the top by a day, by one day, and I spent all of yesterday in self-flagellation mode. But the thing is that sometimes that last little spurt can be like 50% of the potential profit, so I was really unhappy. Mercifully, palladium has started to fall, and so I feel a lot less bad, and even better, the short's doing great. In fact, the only green on my screen, in terms of quotes, is stuff that I shorted early today that was really strong, like Delta Airlines, for example. DAL was up like 6%. I shorted it. Now it's up 3%. So yeah, it's green, but it's still a profitable short because I got it at a good price. So it's a really good day. And there's a lot of cool stuff happening. Let's jump into the charts and see what's what. Let's start with the diamonds. This was my biggest short. I've come to distrust afternoons. I had a nice profit on the diamonds, and I covered it about 40 minutes ago. And good thing, because as usual, the market's undoing some of today's drop. But the thing is, this wedge I keep talking about, it's like, so what? We're sick of hearing about the wedge. The wedge is important because look what's happened. We are turning away from the wedge. That's key because we were just getting all fuzzy here, and the last gasp, the last attempt, which was a lifetime high, was right here, which I guess was Friday, and we've been turning away from that every day, a little bit of a lower high. And the diamonds today down about 1%. Like I said, my biggest position, covered it, took the profits, not because I think this is like a great bullish setup, but on large ETF positions, I really just like to jump in and out. China, by way of FXI, is down even better. 1.29% right now, and even cooler than that is the fact that we have broken this uptrend for the first time. That's the uptrend, as with everything else, that was established on April 7. Say again, we have broken it today for the first time. And China basically apes whatever the US market is doing, and so this should be interesting to watch break down. The cubes are down, but not much. They're in fuzzy mode still. Same trend line. Unlike the diamonds, which are kind of swooning away from the line, they're still hanging on for dear life. This is like the 10th or 11th day, more than a couple of weeks running. It's been just clinging for dear life. You might have seen the same stuff I did, which is basically, were it not for AI hyperscalers, were it not for those data centers being built, the economy would be completely moribund. We'd be in a recession, the market would be falling. There's one and only one thing. It's sort of like how in 1987, the only reason Apple was doing well is because of desktop publishing. I was there, I remember. That saved Apple's skin. Desktop publishing, that was it. Likewise, hyperscaling is saving the entire stock market across the world right now. That won't last forever. You're not going to have the next 30 years of announcements by Oracle and AMD and OpenAI about the new deal they've done. This virtuous cycle does end at some point. So the cubes are hoping to stave that day of reckoning off as much as they can. Hence, we've got 10 or 11 days of just playing jump rope with this trend line. Now, one last thing, semiconductors, SMH, along those same notes. I won't say it. We're still well above the trend line here. In spite of that, I am short a number of semiconductors. I shorted AMD early today when it was at a lifetime high. I'm still short ON. I don't know, MU, SMH, all kinds of odds and ends. So yeah, that semiconductor still hanging in there, down about 0.58% at the moment. Now let's talk about precious metals. Finally, some selling. Gold was down over $100 an ounce earlier today. I swung by one of the places I like to go buy and sell bullion, and I asked, "How's business?" And the guy said, "Great, but what does that mean for our country?" And that was like almost word for word what I said yesterday when that silver chart popped on the screen. I was just sort of like, "What does this mean?" Because we were looking at how silver, it's like, could this be $200 an ounce in the future? And it's sort of like, kind of slams the brakes on when you look at a chart like that. And he had the same kind of like deer in the headlight reaction, like what's going on out there? Having said that, it ain't going to 200 in a straight line. I've been frustrated at the relentless march higher, but like I said, at last it's selling off. And it makes a certain amount of sense because you have seen back last August, when I was writing about go to Costco and buy silver, that silly post, nobody was talking about silver. I mean, the reaction I got, like I said yesterday, gold's boring. What did Charlie Munger say? Gold's good if you're a Jew in the Holocaust and you're sewing it into your clothes. That was charming. This is a bizarre statement. I don't know if you remember when Charlie Munger said that, but that was his reaction. A person asked him about gold, and that was when it was cheap. Now, USA Today, like Ma and Pa Kettle, they're all talking about precious metals. That's when it's kind of like going to sell off because everybody's talking about it. And so it's weakening, and thank goodness, because after yesterday's palladium calamity, I still felt it was just in la land. So I shorted GDX in size, just about as big as my palladium position, and that kind of saved my skin today. We'll look at that in just a moment. So GLD down, SLV really down. Look at the size of this range today. Really big. It's about at the midpoint right now. It's well off its lows. It was really selling off hard earlier, but I think there's more to come. But again, being kind of afeared of these bounce backs, I had good profits on GDX, and I went ahead and covered that. And I've no precious metals positions now at all. But I very much would love to see, hopefully weeks from now, a much lower palladium to get back in again and try to get it right this time. But yeah, this is the first meaningful down day we've had in months. And, at long last. So that's GDX. I almost went a little loony with miners yesterday because I did, as I said, shorted a very large amount of GDX. I also bought Dust, but I didn't hang on to it. And shame on me because it was actually up over 10% today. I didn't want to go too berserk. But Dust, it's a funny thing because as strong as gold and silver and palladium have been this week, Dust kind of bottomed on Monday. Very strange. This, again, is the leveraged bearish instrument against miners. It bottomed on Monday. You could have bought it on Monday, set a stop just below the low, and even with all the mayhem that's gone on, you wouldn't have gotten stopped out. Miners were kind of fed up at that point with the lift, and so today they basically undid 2 weeks of losses in short order by way of Dust. But yeah, like as I say, Palladium, it's basically an upside down version of yesterday's chart. It opened up strong. I woke up this morning, Palladium was up another $53. Like, oh my God. But that didn't last. And we're down on it. And, how far would I like to see it go down? Not really sure. This can have some beastly drops, from peaks here. Like, look at, we've got this one. We've got this one. We've got this one. It'd be easy to say, and this is a possibility, that, well, if it just gets down to this kind of mustard colored zone here, yay, that'll do it. Possibly, but it can be nasty. It can spend months kind of grinding lower. So it's a very tricky beast. But the simplest, cleanest, kindest retracement would be just back down to that breakout zone there. And we're not there yet. It's going to take some more droopage to get there. So anyway, again, no positions in either direction for me. But hello, I didn't say anything. Here's gold itself, the futures, and we can go way back on this one. And this really doesn't belong there. And so we'll just scooch this down to where God intended. Anywho, you know what? Bye. We can see these sweeping bullish setups here, and I'll just say it again. I think gold's got a fantastic future. $5,000 announced this year could happen. But yeah, we've got to get some selling going. Got to burn off some of that craziness. Crude oil is down today about 2%. And that triangle we've been watching, that right triangle, is not broken yet. It's going to take a lot of doing to get there, but it might happen. If it does happen, I think that's quite a big deal. It could be just as big a deal as a bearish setup as precious metals are a bullish setup these days. It has held above that for years, but I'm watching it with great interest. What else is going on? Well, I've got 21 short positions. I'll just bang through just a few real quick here that are having good days today. Like I said, went ahead and shorted AMD today because I think it's just goofy expensive right now. Alibaba, a good day there, off over 4%. Hanging on to that one. Hang on to all these, actually. I'm not covering anything. Remember CC? Talk about it every day because I can't pronounce it. Look at this. Down almost 9%. And I think it's got plenty more to go. You've seen this chart. This is such a beautiful chart. Look at that gorgeous dome there. So that's hopefully a long-term keeper. Here's DHI, another good friend of ours. Down over 4% today. GPN, Global Payments, off almost 3%. All kinds of good things happening here. Here's Halliburton, HAL, down over 2%, thanks to the weak oil. Kohl's, KSS, itself down over 4%. On semiconductor, like I said earlier, I'm short some semiconductors, off about 2.5%. A couple more of these. Here's SLB, Schlumberger, down at 2.5%. And our good friend Wayfair, that is symbol W, off almost 6%. And that is just another honey of a chart. There's a lot of good, in spite of all this nonsense with the ETFs, there's so many good setups out there. Very exciting. So, we'll just end with this one last chart here. The go away. Here's RTY, the Russell 2000. And I don't think, let's check. I don't think we haven't quite broken the trend line yet. We're still kind of teasing it. Oh, it moved. But yeah, you know what? Before I let you go, let's just make sure. I want to be sure. So we've got the anchor point down on April 7. Yeah, we haven't broken it yet. Oh, we're close. Getting very close. One more daylight today, and that would do the deed. So that's it from me, and I'll see you to wrap up the week tomorrow. Good night.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers.
Tasty Trade's Money Match event. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading. Plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits to jumpstart your trading when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. Level up your trading experience with Active Trader Mode, smart order tracking, risk analysis tools, dynamic watch lists, and more. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event. at work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Ring the alarm, hey, ring the alarm, boys. Turn up the charm. Listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call. The last call. The last call.
Mikey, my friend, we are back for the closing bell, and as has been the case many times in the recent past, we've got E-mini S&P 500 futures bouncing off the lows there, only down 26 now, a slight little paper cut for this market near all-time highs. You got the NASDAQ down 64, the Dow down 300, and the Russell down 18. So the Russell and the Dow, the weakest of the group today. Oil selling off a bit, /CL 61.39 down $1.16. You have volatility futures only up 10 ticks now. They got as high as 18.15. We are down near the lows of the session here. Bonds basically unchanged, down 3 ticks. Gold and silver both have had huge moves today. Gold has gone from 40.77, so that was up about $70, $50, $60 from where we were yesterday, to now down 78 at just below 4,000. They got as low as 39.57. So you've had about 150 point or 125 point intraday range in gold futures. Huge move there. Silver likewise has had a move up to just under $50 an ounce, 49.96, as low as 46.89. So about a $3 intraday range, a little bit over $3 intraday range, from up $1.50 to down $1.50-ish has been kind of the range today. Wild move there. Bitcoin likewise has had some two-sided action. The futures are sitting at 121 and change, spot as well at 121.4. It's had about a $4,000 intraday range today. Been a wild ride, top to bottom in a lot of names. You look at Amazon, for example, got as low as 221, as high as 227. So you've had about a 6-point intraday range there. Netflix, which is one that has been kind of lagging the group, has had a really nice bounce, up 20. Costco was one that I took a position off in the Johnny Trader account, having a nice little bounce. Meta to the upside as well. On the downside, you've had Google down a handful today. Apple has been on the weaker end. It's definitely been a choppy couple days here as we close out the session.
Yeah, what a move to the downside in gold. Haven't seen that in quite some time, obviously. I'm looking to get into crude oil again if it gets lower, it's closer to 60. Selling off down to that level again. We've seen it bounce from there a couple times, but I've just been buying the micro crude contracts, so just keeping it small. But yeah, there's a lot of big name moves specifically to the upside today, even though the overall market is down. You got Meta up 15 points.
Yep.
Big move
Oracle.
there. Yeah, Oracle up 10.
Nvidia, new highs.
Yeah. Yeah, the Oracle move, the Meta move, and the Costco move, all three of those are helping me. Costco, I've got the 1,000 strike diagonal spread, the 1,000 10-10. So this move to the upside is great. Meta, I had to put Broke Wing Butterfly on the downside, expiring in 8 days. That's looking nice now. I think I'm going to look to remove the risk here.
Nice.
By moving the 670 put up to the 680. Yeah, I can do that for 40 cents to lock in a 50-cent credit on that Broke Wing Butterfly. So I'm going to do that right now. And then, Oracle, I've got the 320 calendar spread with the 8-day short option. So this could be a beautiful trade. It's up $100 net right now.
You just need a little bit.
Yeah, the 8-day option still has $530 in it. So next week, even if we just flutter around 300, this 90-cent $100 winner could be a $500 winner because that long option in November is still going to hold on to value. So that trade's looking good. But yeah, lots of big moves in both directions for this overall market here.
Yeah, and I was pulling up the follow page here. If you haven't noticed, the bats have a new little logo here for our trades during the live show and throughout the day. But you guys have been active today, you and Jamal, and we have been active as well. One of the things I wanted to highlight here, we took off a couple positions, obviously, and when you look at these, you'll see some of the comments as well. I put some comments in there. That's all on the platform, and Mikey, of course, puts his comments in. We had 2 SPX trades that we did today. If you missed our SPX content, every Thursday we do 0-day SPX content. Today's content was kind of interesting. It was on, did you catch it at all?
No.
So it was on iron condors and iron flies. And basically the premise was if the trade worked in the first couple hours of the day, basically before 11 Central, it kind of makes sense. There's a slight positive P&L to redeploying a new one based on wherever the market is now. So if it works out in that first 2 hours, there is an advantage to doing it again. If it doesn't work until past noon or past 11 a.m., it makes sense to just take the money and run and not redeploy. So we put on a 0-day trade this morning, and just to give you an idea of when we did that. So we did it this morning, delta neutral, just selling 20 delta for the shorts, going $10 wide. We put it on at 849 and took a 10%-ish, 20%-ish profit on it at 924. So we were in it for 40, 50 minutes. I then put another one on at 1021 that we then closed out as well. So it was one of those where it was a double dip situation. So if you're interested in that sort of trade, the segment today was really, really good. The other thing I wanted to point out, which was AMD. AMD has had some wild movement today. The calls on the upside have gotten absolutely smashed. We did a strangle today. The 183.20 in November. We did this at $8.38, now marked at $6.37, and all of the value, even though the stock has come down about $3 or $4, has come out of these calls. So this call, the 320 call, has moved $1.50 just from this morning on a $3 down move. You can see the puts have basically not moved at all. The vol on this trade, when we put this on, and I can show you this via the order chains. So if we go to the order chains, if you right click on the order chains, you can go to the view market snapshots here. You pull this up, and this morning, this is what it was, a 1 hour trade. So the stock comes down about $5 or so. Just looking at the implied volatility, the IV rank goes from 69-ish down to 64-ish. That was in 1 hour. It's now sitting at just under 60. So implied volatility has come in very, very much here. You can see from the start of this trade, which was this morning, 77%. when we closed it an hour later, it's at 75%. It's now sitting at 70% implied volatility. So vol on a 3-point down move, or 4 or 5, whatever it was, small down move, has come in 10% intraday. That is just whoosh, air coming out of this market.
It's actually wild that you were even able to sell the 320s for what you sold it for.
$5.
Yeah. That's nuts.
It's crazy. It's a crazy, crazy move in implied volatility. And that's happening across the board in a lot of stocks like your Microns. Even in NVIDIA, I know we're at the end of the day, but I quizzed my dad to see if he would get it. He was pretty close. But the 200 strike call into the end of this week was an 18 delta. It was about a 1 standard deviation move to the upside. It's now a 6 delta and is trading at 10 cents.
Yeah.
Just vol, just coming out. Crazy.
Absolutely insane.
Yes.
But yeah, love to see it for those that are long anything AI chip oriented, especially AMD. Even this craziness has been nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, going forward in AMD, I think there's still opportunity there. You can still take advantage of the call side, even though it's come down a little bit. Like you can see that there's still juiced premium out of the money. But yeah, they have earnings coming up. That'll be a high flyer for earnings for sure. And I'm willing to bet that because of this big run up, you will likely see AMD clock in at one of the higher implied volatilities come earnings season. Or when they report. November 4th is what it's projected at, that 29-day cycle. Currently boasting a 32-point range on a $230 stock. So that's big news.
There's Levi's after the close today. APLD, which I have a position on, and I don't know where I got this trade or where I got this stock from or this idea from. I think it was one of those, a YouTube chat that we've had, but it's one of those high-flying kind of meme realm stocks. I have a 25, 30, 37 butterfly on right at the money in 8 days. It has earnings after the close today. The stock is trading 29 and change. Do you hold this trade? It's basically an iron fly right at the money. I think you have to. You got $200 in risk on the upside.
Yeah.
It blows through.
I mean, yeah, why not?
It's a 50-cent profit. I did this at a 45-cent debit. So I have $245 in total max risk on this trade if it blows through this. But this is as perfect as it gets if expiration was tomorrow. But expiration isn't until next week.
Speaking of ticker symbols we've never heard of, tomorrow is Fast Market Friday.
Yes.
So tastylive.com/fastmarket. I put a link in the YouTube chat right now if you're there. Send your trade ideas. Give us some new tickers, but don't go crazy. Don't give us illiquid tickers.
Yes.
The tickers have to have weekly options expirations. That's the rule.
I like that. That's a good rule.
Yeah.
And Liz and Jenny will be taking all those.
Yeah.
It'll be the lady takeover.
Here you go.
Yes.
But yeah, I think under the hood, you're seeing a lot of concentrated sector rotation this week.
Mm-hmm.
You saw some continued boosts in healthcare. You saw big boosts to products like AMD, TSM, NVIDIA.
TSM has earnings in the middle of next week, I believe. It's one of the earlier parts of the earnings season.
Yeah, October 16th before the market opens. So that is Thursday before the market opens.
Yeah.
And yeah, the bank stocks will kick off next week. So you've got Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. All of those are on the 14th or 15th. And then the week after that, that's when you get your Mag 7s and hundreds of other companies. It'll be fun.
Yep.
But yeah, like you said, we were active today. I put on a bunch of new positions. So for my trade idea for today's Thursday treat trade ideas, I bought a call diagonal spread in Google.
Ooh.
So this morning, Google was one of the leaders to the downside in the NASDAQ 100. So I bought the December 250 call and I sold the October 31st 260 against it in the earnings cycle. That package was $760.
250 against it? So 250, 250?
250, 260.
Oh, 260. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nice. That's $7-ish.
Yep. And then Katie put in a iron condor in natty gas, but removed the risk to the upside. So I already had a short call spread, so I added on a short put spread there. Got into ETH A, bought the dip there.
I did that today too. Vol is high in those two products.
Yeah, and ETH A is down 4% relative to Bitcoin's 2%. So bought the 30-40 call diagonal spread in ETH A for $4. Love to see that.
I just did. I'm following in your footsteps in Google with a little bit different of a trade. I'm going to do an upside crab trade. So you got a little, I'm doing this naked, so it's a little bit extra risk here. But I'm doing, and I'll show this on the analysis mode in just a moment here. So, So this is what I'm looking at. I'm buying the 250 like you had December. I'm selling 2 of the November monthly 43-day 265. So you got 15 points wide here. So you can see on the at expiration graph, which really isn't indicative of this position because it's calendarized. Your best profit potential, your biggest profit potential is to the upside here. I did this at a $2 debit, so small debit relative to this position. But one of the things you can do here, I'll pop this out and give you the risk profile here, is if you kind of push through time, you can see how this risk profile changes on this position. It'll change as well if you adjust volatility, if there is some volatility contraction here or expansion, even if you get a couple points of vol expanding in the back. So it's kind of a neutral / slightly bullish trade with very minimal risk to the downside. And even if you do get a little bit of a downside move, you're selling nearly $8 of extrinsic value in the short options here in the shorter duration. So it hedges you to the downside. That's why you get this kind of asymmetric type risk reward on this position, especially when you take out the time value that's in these options. So a little bit of an interesting trade, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
And then, the only other two ones. So I did just get filled in the meta. I had a broke wing butterfly, 10 by 20.
Okay.
I moved the 670 put in the 8-day cycle up to the 680. Did that for a 43-cent debit, but I collected 90 cents up front. So I locked in a 50-cent credit regardless of what happens, and I removed the buying power and risk from that position in case the market falls out, the floor falls out. And then Japanese yen. Continuing the downside move.
Insane move. Absolutely crazy move here in the Japanese yen.
Yeah, totally. And
you don't see this in currencies too often.
No. And for that reason, I'm buying the dip in the Japanese yen in a small defined risk way. So I went to December, I bought the 66 call, and in November, I sold the 67 call against it. So we're at that point in time where both of these contract expirations, the 29-day and 57-day, both settle to the Z contract. So you can do this calendar spread or diagonal spread, and it settles to the same Z contract, as opposed to going for the 92-day and 57-day, they settle to different contracts. So you're just long and short 2 different products. So just keep in mind, if you're doing these diagonal spreads or calendar spreads in a futures product, if you want them to be pointed to the same settlement contract, they have to be in the same expiration or the same contract. So both of these are Z. So that was, what was it? 700. Yeah, $700. Net. It's basically flat right now. 725 is what I paid for it. But basically a risk one to make one. If we get a rally above 66, it'll be a couple $100 winner. We can take it off.
E-minis only down 21 now, 67 to 80. It's unbelievable.
It's insane.
The buy the dip is just so strong. So strong.
It can't be stopped. No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take a lot for the market to actually sustain movement to the downside. However, an interesting thought is, you've got the government shutdown.
Yes. tastylive.com/fastmarket. Put your trades in.
There you go. You've got the government shutdown. Prediction markets have it going past next week. You've got all these data numbers that aren't being reported, and you've ultimately seen the market just drift higher. What if, when they do report numbers, from when they shut down to when they open and report numbers, if a month has gone by and the E-minis have been up 300 points, and then they show a number that's bad, market drops 300 points, like that's where the volatility shock could be. It could just be in like the market or the government reopens, they start reporting bad numbers, and the fluff drift higher that we've realized just gets zapped out immediately. But other than that, I don't know. Like even into this move where everything's red, volatility is not.
It has been relatively stable at this kind of 1750 level. Has kind of been the lower end of where it's traded, but we've seen little pops like intraday bids and volatility where it just gets smashed on the close. I mean, Friday last week they smashed volatility on the close, so. That's kind of been the MO here. E-minis down 21. You got the NASDAQ only down 49. It's a cancel crash situation here. Couple of the other things like on my radar that we had a little bit of a pullback in some of the fluffier names, as Mike you so eloquently used. Like, you had INQ was down a little bit, Oklo, some of these other stocks, but they've since rallied back here. Nothing. It's just another. This was a nice trading day. That's what I will call this.
Yeah.
I don't think this was anything. I don't think there's a big message from today. I don't think this was just kind of a normal, small little downside move. I'd almost wish it would continue a couple more times.
Yeah. I mean, the big takeaway for me was that the 1 day to 0 day iron condors did well.
Yeah.
Pretty much every day this week. I didn't do one yesterday into today because I was just spooked by the possibility of J Powell saying anything that spooked the market. Because the market wasn't pricing in implied volatility at all.
The overnight session was like a 15-point intraday range. It was nothing.
Yeah.
It felt like kind of they were looking for a reason to go.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
But yeah, seeing a lot of sector rotation. I think that's the if I were to sum up this week, I think that's what I would call it.
It's almost like day-to-day rotation.
Yeah.
It wasn't even sustained. It was like one day healthcare is leading and the market's basically flat. The next day is chips. The next day is quantum. The next, it was just one by one. It's pretty.
Yeah, you would look at the E-minis and they'd be up or down like 10, but then you'd see these single names just going nuts.
Yeah.
And you would just see this rotation in and out resulting in not much from an overall perspective, but good for people that are involved in those sectors and trading them.
Traders in general, I would say, yeah. I wanted to give one little shout out to our promo that we have going at Tasty Trade. Support us by opening an account. If you don't have an account, you don't have to go big the first time because all of your funding will be matched within a 1 month period. So if you don't have an account, you do that. If we could pull that little promo up, you got the little QR code there that you could scan. We're getting so techie now.
Love to see it.
Scan that QR code, get a nice little cash match, as well as commission-free trading, which is great for 30 days.
Yeah, 30-day commission-free trading, 30-day 1% match on any deposit within that window, up to $2K of a match.
Yeah.
Scan the QR code, get all the information, or you can click the link I just put in the YouTube chat if you're joining us there. tastytrade.com/moneymatch is the website to go to. And hopefully you can join the Tasty Nation if you are not already here.
Yes.
Couple minutes left.
Vol at lows. So I need one more day like this in our gold move. Oh, look, we got your pick shop there. What do we got? Dallas.
Oh, yeah. Dallas.
Tomorrow.
We're going down south. Sunday, you can catch us live, October 12th, at the Kessler Theater. Sign up for free, tastylive.com/events. I'm very excited for this show. Love Texas. Texas State Fair is going on. We're gonna check that out. It's gonna be a hoot and a hollering weekend for us.
Uh-huh.
Got our tickets to the rodeo.
Yes.
Last night, which is, if there's ever a thing that proves that you are in Texas, just go to a rodeo in Texas. Like that's when you know.
We got a trade from Manny asking about a poor man's cover call. It's long an April 2026 call in AMD, so long duration trade. He's got the 215 October 17th call. He's up about $500-$700 on the trade. Currently have about $2-ish of extrinsic value in this call, just looking at the put side. Do you take that and roll, or do you sit with it for another week? See what happens.
You're long the 215 call?
Short the 215 call against a 175 call in April, or 165. Home run trade.
Yeah.
Poor man's cover call. I assume they kind of want to stay in it. Do you sit with the 215 call for the $3 more of extrinsic value, or do you roll it out now? If you wanted to keep the stock or keep the long position. 215 in the 8-day.
Yeah.
About 20 points out of the money.
It's a tough one. My initial thought was just to see how far you could move it up and roll it into the earnings cycle, which is the November 7th, projected to be the November 7th cycle.
Mm-hmm.
You could move it up 10 points and pick up a lot more extrinsic value. Move it up to the 225 for $1.50.
You're talking in the earnings cycle?
Yeah. So buying back the 8-day and rolling out to the 29-day for $1.50 credit. And you're ultimately shifting all of your intrinsic value in the 215 to almost all extrinsic value in the 225. Because the 225 has...
Because you're moving 10 points out of the money. Or 10 points further up.
Yeah. So the 215 8-day has $1,800 of intrinsic value. This one has $700 of intrinsic value. So that would be a maneuver I would consider if you want to stay long and just give yourself more profit potential if it stays here or goes up. Because right now you don't have that.
If you didn't do it now, I'm sure you'll be okay tomorrow, assuming the stock doesn't roll out of bed, which would actually probably help you in that case. But I agree. I think that adjustment is a good one. Allows you to stay in the long delta position. E-minis closing only down 20. We're at 67.80. Just a scrape paper cut. Nothing of a day here. NASDAQ down 38. You got the Dow down 260. The Russell down 15. Volatility all but gone from today's sell-off. Down move.
Yeah.
Yes. So we'll see if we get more of it tomorrow. You got the ladies who will be doing the live show in place of the bats, so enjoy that content. But we're going to take a quick little 90-second break and come back with the Overtime Boys and more tasty content coming up next. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you later. Peace.
Peace.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
New from Tasty Trade. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top yearly recap.
So, we're doing the show on Friday, and the bat, he's doing the show in the morning, then he's going away afterwards, right?
Yeah.
He's all packing up the car, he's doing his stuff.
RV.
Packing up the
Packed up the RV for a 6 to 8 day trip. We're supposed to be there about
4
48
days.
hours.
I bet him $20, and I said, you'll be in a hotel by either the first night or second night.
And then I vociferously stood up for you.
Of course you did. You should have, because that was the smart move.
I appreciate you. You're
Yeah.
Saturday morning, I look at my phone, and it says Venmo, $20.
I almost had to pay him $40 because there was a little stipulation. If I didn't sleep there one night at all, I'd have to double the bet. I almost had to send him $40.
What happened?
See what happened?
Here, what happened was
we're driving up there. It's absolutely beautiful. It's like sunny as can be.
You were tweeting pictures.
Oh, yeah, it was
The
beautiful.
girl
It was
on
beautiful.
Instagram, you're like, I'm here in the woods.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Amazing.
It was gorgeous. We were gonna make a slight right-hand turn. We got about 10 miles to go, and up ahead there's this dark cloud, and it's raining. It started getting muddy, and dogs are getting all muddy. Wife's having a little problem. Bugs are everywhere from the rain. And I realized at that moment that my wife was not a camping gal.
That's a surprise.
So at 6 o'clock in the morning, I pulled everything out, closed everything up, shoved everything underneath, and I was home. We actually left because we did the show at 10 o'clock in the morning. I said we left at 10:30. I was home at 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Look at him.
You were just
jumped in my pool, looked back at my house, and I said, why would I ever leave? Why?
He was going to go fishing, catch.
He's hurt on this one.
Muskies. Some bass.
Very quiet.
I left Friday at 10:30. I was back Saturday at 10.
AM?
Yeah.
You didn't make it 24 hours?
No.
Who broke down?
They all did. They all did. I rented a boat for Saturday, but the boat was broken. It rained for 5 hours. When we got there, it was...
Now the RV on rvtrader.com.
No.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a minute. How do you get to Florida now?
I don't care anymore.
Oh my God. First of all, I'm sitting in the captain's seat. I've never been invited to come sit in the new captain's seat. But what I'm concerned with is the size of these screens. And then he's still doing this.
Snow, let's take a look. They did not hold that rally at all. Phil, you got a partial.
973.75. I'm looking at this like I have to move my head to get through the top, the top symbols. I thought he had like a little computer and he was getting down.
He hasn't learned that he could swivel his head. He has to see the screen. He has to go like this to me. And then you know what? Money goes to money. You did it. Good job out of you.
Yeah.
I just drove with him twice. Now I'm really concerned that I was just in the car with him for 2.5 hours. Okay, I need help understanding. This is the largest monitor that I've ever seen. I have to move back in order to see everything. And somehow when you're on air, you're looking at this. You need some help.
Nope, I got everything fine. The problem is I just have a lot to do. You see, because in your job,
oh, here we go.
Really, all you have to do.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com. If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top.
Did I see a birthing room?
Birthing room?
Oh, stop. Please
behind
stop.
JJ, is there a birthing room?
That's not a birthing room, you genius. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, we have a home birthing room. It's called
Oh my gosh, I think it's called a lactation room. Okay. No, we have a birthing room. At Tasty, we're delivering babies.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
And we are back. This is Overtime. I'm Milius Pivac here in San Francisco. That's Dylan Radigan in Milan. Thomas Westwater in Chicago. Gentlemen, we got a lot to talk about here, and nothing has ostensibly happened for economic data or earnings or anything of the sort, but these markets are on the move today. And I have all kinds of questions because obviously when things happen for no apparent reason, it's all the more interesting. How goes it?
It's going. Looks like I have to get some glasses.
I think so. Dylan grows the beard, you get some glasses, and we start the black t-shirt gang.
There we go.
Well, I mean, I think obviously the headline really is not financial, it's political with the developments in the Middle East. And what I was thinking about, Ilya, during the day today and after we talked about it yesterday was the degree to which oil is if oil goes way down a lot on a peace dividend kind of situation, is that as much of an opportunity to get long oil as oil being up a lot on fears of global conflict? Not to start with an oil conversation, but I'm just saying from the perspective of the global headlines, which are again not market headlines, but are market headlines that relate to geopolitical, developments. I was mulling over something here on that premise, that basically that this is a nothing else, that this is a put spread or something at this level in oil might make sense,
One of the interesting things, I think, to that point, obviously energy stocks are down a lot today, as we can see on the screen if we bring up the platform here. Crude oil is, of course, down. There is, of course, news out of the Middle East. We have the first phase of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire signed. And so there we go. That's understandable in this context. Here it is. Here's oil coming down. I mean, this is essentially the cash equity open. And so we can see that right around here, it all kind of starts going. The timestamp in my platform, obviously, is Pacific time. I'm here in California, so it says 6:15 a.m. It's 9 Eastern, 9 New York. So this is the cash equity open right here, and we can see kind of markets start to react. Here's crude, and of course there was a little prelim here overnight when the news started to hit the wires, and not surprising in the same context, here's gold. Again, same exact time, it starts to come off. That makes sense. La-di-da. Less risk, less oil disruption. Great. Here's where this starts to get curious for me. Stocks go down at the same time. At exactly the same time. Is this bad news for stocks? Why? Why don't stocks like this? At the same time, by the way, while we're here, is the dollar. And eventually it will load, or maybe not. Here we go. The dollar rallies at, again, the same time. So this whole
What's the
thing is a
catalyst
synchronized
here?
move. Go again?
What's the catalyst here?
Exactly. If this thing is all happening at the same time, and the reason it's happening is peace has broken out in the Middle East, I get gold, I get oil. Why are stocks down, and why is the dollar up? Why is all of this happening together, and in what world is peace? Well, let's just do some hypotheticals here. In what world does the breaking out of peace in the Middle East give us a weaker stock market and a stronger dollar? I mean, the stronger dollar makes sense in the context of the weaker stock market. You've been seeing increasingly this kind of risk-off thing come up again, where the dollar benefits on stock down days. But why are stocks down? Why is this bad news?
I mean, I'm not sure if you have to correlate them. I mean,
I agree.
XLU
and that's kind of where I'm going.
I mean, only what was it? Staples is really the only sector in the S&P 500 that finished up today, and it was barely up. I mean, you got industrials, materials, energy, services sector leading the declines. Oh no, I mean, it could be a sell the news event where it doesn't necessarily have to be because oil is going down, but it certainly makes sense for oil and the dollar with the Gaza peace deal. At the same time, I mean, oil is facing some downward pressure, not only today, but just over the past couple weeks. I don't think it's necessarily just because of a peace deal. It's because U.S. production is surprising to the upside. Inventories are building, and the EIA is still releasing data. The government shut down a lot of agencies that aren't. The EIA, for now, they say, they're still on their normal schedule of releases. So, I mean, the EIA reported oil data yesterday. Crude stocks increased 3.7 million barrels. That puts us 4% below the 5-year average. Distillates continued to decrease, though, so down 2 million barrels, and they're 6% below the 5-year average. I mean, one theory I've had is that distillate stocks in the U.S. and elsewhere are lagging. So if you have to keep producing distillates or diesel, you have to keep producing gasoline as well. There's a couple things refineries could do to produce a little bit more diesel, but if you have to get that diesel, you have to make gasoline, you have to make jet fuel, because those fracking columns, you put the oil and you heat it up, the hydrocarbons are different lengths and things, you have to do that. So if the world still needs more diesel, I mean, inventories, I mean, most big banks are seeing a surplus for oil Q1, Q2, and into the second half of next year. So, I mean, at the same time, demand has also, it's been a little bit more robust than most forecasters. So we're still tilting towards a surplus market next year. But, that demand keeping up is kind of trimming it, or at least keeping it in line. So I put it in order. It's not filled yet, but I am going to do the last iron condor on crude worked out for me. I'm going to do another one. I set the put side a little bit lower. Last time I did 60. This time I'm setting it down to 58.5. Top side with the call 65. So I'm trying to stay within there for the next 2 or 3 weeks and then get out of it.
So I'm still a little bit short here, essentially on the idea that there was a break and that break had a correction, and that this correction was basically a selling opportunity. It's seeming to work out that way for now. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, this was basically the outline of the break right here. So if this was sort of your range support sort of across these lows and if you really want to look all the way back, it's more like this, because this has been a sticking area, resistance on the way up. It became a support area on the way down, and you can kind of guesstimate it somewhere in here. And you can see, okay, so you come up in here, there's fuzz. You can't get through. You get through finally, and then it becomes support. And so you test it down, it holds. You test it down, it holds. You test it down, it holds, and it doesn't hold. So this is where I got short right here. So once it broke into this bounce right here, it overshot a little, but I held into it, and it looks like we're starting to get rejected. It's obviously early days yet, but I'm going to stick with it for now. The thing that's weird for me is it seems like there was a wave of portfolio rebalancing basically at the cash equity open today, where the dollar went up and stocks went down and gold went down and oil went down. And if you look at just the geopolitics of it, the oil and the gold make sense, but stocks don't. And the dollar is kind of, well, you can tie it to stocks, as we were saying, as a risk on, risk off thing. You can not tie it to stocks. But what's particularly interesting is that all of it happens at the same time, but not all of it makes sense together as a sort of as a sort of thing that you might point to and say, here is a catalyst, like there was a peace deal. And to your point, Thomas, it can't be just that catalyst looking at the sector breakdown, because you'd think industrials, materials, they would do better with cheaper oil, because that's an input cost for them. And they're down hard. Industrials down 1.4%, materials almost 1.4%. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Consumer staples, I suppose, is the most defensive of the sectors if you kind of look at it. And healthcare is another, and it's down small. So you look at utilities is down small. So you look at this and you go, okay, kind of a generalized risk-off vibe, maybe, and that's probably feeding into oil, but is gold now a risk-on asset because all the speculative interest is going there? Maybe. It's an interesting sort of set, because whereas before you could clearly say, Fed said this, number came out Y. And you could say, okay, here's a cross-market catalyst. That's not what this is, apparently, unless that cross-market catalyst is everything that's been expensive is on sale, everything that's been cheap is up there to be bought. Because if you thought that this was somehow monetary policy or Fed related because of what Powell said this morning, I think that's pretty clearly not the case. I mean, bonds didn't go anywhere. There's no monetary policy angle here, seemingly. So it sort of makes you wonder if this is the kind of market where nothing matters and thinking is wrong. Are we, never mind risk on, risk off, are we in a thinking on, thinking off market where the not thinking gets you long gold and long stocks and forget it, it's at record highs, buy what works. And then if you switch on thinking, you have to go, oh, wait, these things are really expensive. They've gone up a lot. Is this just people have decided to think, Dylan?
It's anytime you're attaching geopolitics to financial markets, it's always, a 1 degree of separation, as you well know.
Sure.
On some level, does peace in the Middle East really matter to The stock market.
All of the rallying up to this point would tell us no.
Exactly. And all of the most heated conflict, et cetera, et cetera. I guess what I would say is it's unlikely that the stock market's behavior today, even though I know you're going to probably pull up a chart and it probably moved right when that happened. But
no, I agree. I agree. It doesn't make sense.
I find it hard to believe that the stock market's move. It makes sense that oil would do something today,
right,
on peace in the Middle East, or some, whatever this is, right? Some incremental peace in the Middle East.
Yeah. It makes a lot less sense that stocks would fall.
It seems irrelevant to stocks, quite honestly.
Right.
And so I guess the only reason you look at it at all, I mean, this is one of those ones where you can kind of wrap yourself, or you can run circles around this and really never get to an answer. Because I mean, maybe it's a rotation. The money's leaving stocks and going into this and that. I don't know. I mean, I think that the question is, let's assume that this is, that the peace deal that's announced will come to fruition this weekend, and that the hostages will be released, and that the bombardment in Gaza will stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the stock market's going to care within 2 days. I think that it's the most profound human experience that could happen. But the stock market does not make its living on human experience or things that are profound. So I just don't see, I mean, so that's why I'm like, okay, maybe you do buy oil here. Long dollar is something that you and I have been jabbering about. I mean, you've been in it for a while, and we like the dollar. The dollar is coming off of its biggest decline in 50 years.
Yeah,
just on price extreme, it's going to trend higher. The one that's sort of the most attractive to me, but also the least, the most scary for me is gold.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would love to be short gold, but I feel you have to be an idiot to actually do it, considering how much momentum is in it. At the same time, to the degree to which today is a risk-off day. I mean, it goes to your point. I mean, the superficial attempt to reconcile all of the major macro indices into a singular narrative today, at least at this moment, is not apparent.
Right. And I think that's sort of what I'm grasping at here is this idea that the quick answer does not lend itself today. Where you go, well, Powell said blah, 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 blah. Markets took it away, here it is. Or, which he didn't, by the way. He spoke today. It was a community banking event in D.C. He didn't say anything about monetary policy. It's a complete nothing, as scheduled. We had a bunch more Feds speak. Nobody really said anything that we didn't know. Stephen Meehan was really the big speech this week because obviously we don't know him that well, so we're still learning. But nothing major today from Barr, from Williams, none of these guys, from Powell, as we said. So it's not the kind of day that seems to lend itself to a kind of singular catalyst story. But the moves do all seem to happen, or at least start to happen at the same time. And so the only kind of through line that I'm grasping at here, Thomas, is maybe it's just if it was expensive, the market sold it, and if it was cheap, the markets bought it relative to recent moves. So gold hit a record high yesterday, sell it. S&P and NASDAQ hit a record high yesterday, sell it. The U.S. dollar has been historically weak and meandering in a range, and it's still cheap, buy it. We don't have any data. We don't have any news. Let's just rebalance the portfolio to things that are extended, or away from things that are extended to things that are not.
Yeah, I think we'll be back up tomorrow that quick. I mean,
quite possible.
We still had Nvidia was still up, Meta, coming off what is it, couple week lows, something around there. I mean, the AI trade is still there, even amid some. And I mean, the Nasdaq was only down 0.2%. I mean, what is that really? So I think we're gonna. The geopolitical news caused some kind of sell the news event. Maybe it did. Maybe it was just taking some your foot off the gas a little bit. I think we're going to continue to grind higher. The only other thing, there was a 30-year bond auction today. We don't have Chris here to tell us what the exact numbers might mean, but it was slightly better than expected, about in line. It makes sense when the government shut down and these bond traders don't have some data to go off of. So in light of being in the dark on data, I'd say it's a better than expected auction with the government shutdown.
Yeah, we certainly had a solid auction today, but the sort of calculus.
Is there a piece trade that's more linear and more obvious? I mean, Israel has no shortage of extraordinarily successful and powerful tech and biotech and all these sort of startups and all. I mean, the Israeli business, the Tel Aviv business ecosystem is not insubstantial. I wonder the degree to which this actually has any relevance at all. Although, as I say it myself, I just tend to think it probably has no relevance.
Let's see. Well, here's the Israel ETF here. This is the iShares Israel ETF.
What's that gap?
So this is today's gap. So obviously, stocks in Israel today having a good day. There's actually an ARC ETF that's the innovative technology ETF, IZRL. It had an upside gap here as well. This is actually this is an interesting sort of animal here. It's almost NASDAQ-ish in its construction, but obviously not very liquid. Only 37 to 38K for volume here, so this is not a big market at all. EIS is a little bit bigger, and obviously that had an upside gap. So at least sort of benchmark wise, these markets did well today. And I mean, obviously, the war has taken a tremendous toll on Israel's economy. When you're a tiny country and virtually everybody that lives in it is either a reservist or active duty, and you're in the middle of a war now going for quite a while, going on 2 years, obviously that's going to be a big economic hit. So not surprising that we have this upside gap, but also it's not like these stocks haven't been going up in sympathy with everything else. I mean, shock of shocks. The low here is April. We're moving into record highs here, at least as far as the ETF is concerned. Let's see how far back we can go here. Looks like we can go back. Yeah, I mean, this is as high as we have data going back to the global financial crisis. So it's not like this hasn't been rallying. In fact, this right here is November 2023. Just to give you a sense for where sort of the intensity of this thing comes. I mean, the war starts basically here. So
at that low.
Yeah.
That's October 23, you're saying.
The low here, this ugly candle is October for obvious reasons. I think it finds a bottom, interestingly, right where it has been, going all the way back to let's call it 2014 to 2016, sort of this kind of thing, and then just rockets. So, I mean, maybe that's government spend on kind of local shares. If we look at that innovation ETF, I mean, it kind of follows, though it's not as dramatic, and it does seem to be getting into some headier levels relative to history. But I mean, obviously there was an upside gap today. Obviously, this is good news as far as Israeli markets are concerned, but also these things have been rallying for a while. So it's not like they've been hamstrung by this war.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I mean, maybe there's something here, but certainly not outside of the larger story and whatever that larger story is. And Thomas, to your point, NASDAQ did pretty fine today. I mean, tech only had a small sell-off. It still had that same sell-off when everything else went, but it's recovered famously here. Now, it is stalling on the underside of this intraday range, whatever that means. We'll see. But sort of the AI super glide, stop thinking narrative wasn't terribly hurt today.
Not much.
I mean, the other thing is I just think that there's room to really expand on the more broad belief in the dollar rally. And that today that the dollar rally, I believe, and maybe it's wishful thinking, but I believe that there's a lot of room for the dollar to do a lot more from here.
Well, that actually is the only real through line that makes sense.
Exactly.
If you start the conversation with the dollar and go, things went down in terms of dollars today. Gold went down in terms of dollars. Stocks went down in terms of dollars. Oil went down in terms of dollars. That really the thing that happened today was that the dollar rallied. And then everything else really does fall in line from that. So if you step back from the geopolitics and go, okay, well, whatever, there's something going on in the Middle East, hang on. If the impetus for this whole thing is a dollar rally, then everything else does kind of make sense. So,
but I'm just thinking of all the things to belong to, it's like where do we go from here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I would rather own dollars right now coming off of this peace deal, like dollars and long dollar, long oil, short gold.
So let's take a look at. I mean, I think we're pretty much in consensus on the long dollar. Thomas, you on board with our dollar idea here? I mean, I'm as long as long gets at this point.
Yeah, I closed my short call spread on the euro today, but that's just because it was near max profit. So I'm going to be looking. I like a short on the Canadian dollar, but I mean everything kind of looks good, except maybe I'm a little hesitant on the yen coming up to its yearly low, which was right at the start of January here.
Right. So here's the euro. I mean, I think this looks pretty good, and I was talking about this with you guys earlier in the week. Sort of this idea that
this looks what you think this looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. I think we had a support here. We broke it. Looks like we're going to get some downside follow through. So the euro looks like a short. I mean, I've been shorted for a while, but I thought it looked like a decent short earlier in the week. I think it still looks like a decent short. The pound has become more interesting here as of today, because whatever this bottom was right here is starting to give it up. So let's say right there, boom, right there. Whatever these lows were here, it looks like we are starting to break that down. And so conservatively, you've got room to test now under 132. So this looks like it's a pretty good short. To Thomas's point, the Canadian dollar has actually been one of the weakest against the dollar, weaker than almost anything else. Here's the continuous contract. This also looks pretty good. I mean, if you take a look here at where you've got sort of immediate support, I'd say it's probably not something that I would, I mean, I am shorted, but it's probably not something I would sell again until we took out whatever this thing is here.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other side of it, there's not a whole lot but air. So down to here somewhere, down to here somewhere. I mean, there's all kinds of room down here. Then you've got the Aussie. There's the Aussie. Again, it sort of depends execution-wise, kind of when you want to go, but Aussie is approaching some very interesting support basically right around here. And so if you get a break there, then I would think down here somewhere is kind of an easy stretch. So if you can sell it right here somewhere, all the way down into sort of on approach to 64, that looks nice. That's a setup. And Thomas, you mentioned the yen. Here's the yen. The yen is kind of interesting because if you look at it on the futures side, it looks like it's essentially just raging higher. It's taken out this, or dollars raging higher. It's taken out whatever this support was. And we spoke yesterday about this idea that once the yen runs, it tends to run. So ostensibly, you've got still a bunch of room down here. And so I wouldn't overthink it. You could very easily get back down here. And so since you've taken out this support, basically, now, whatever this low was, and now you essentially have not very much that's in front of you. I mean, there's not a whole lot of sticking points now. I mean, maybe down here, then down here, but there's a lot of room. I'm short. I'm going to stay short. I'm doing it to keep things small. I'm doing it on the Tasty FX side. So I'm doing it over here. I'm not using futures or ETFs. I'm doing it right here. I'm also a little bit along dollars against the Singapore dollar, and I have a little bit of extra, a little bit of a kicker on my euro exposure. I'm very short the euro now. A little bit of a kicker on it through spot as well. But you could get a position here on yen via spot that's very small. I mean, you don't even have to go 10K. I mean, 0.1 of a full contract would be 10K. You could go as small as 1K. Mm-hmm. You could get a real small dollar yen position out here if it feels stretched and get something on.
Yeah.
And then if it keeps running, it keeps running. You pick some up. If not, your exposure is tiny. And so if it backs off on you, then you take a little loss, you wait, you go again. The thing with yen is you can You can sit there and wait until the end of time, and it will never turn back. I remember when Shinzo Abe was first about to be prime minister, and it was clear that he was going to nominate somebody that's ultra dovish to the BOJ. The yen just started selling and didn't look back for like years at that point. And this new prime minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's Shinzo Abe's protege. That's her thing as well. She wants a dovish BOJ. So it might make sense to nibble on this while there's nibbling to be done, because it might just be a one-way ticket now.
I mean, the thing that seems the most detached from everything, and you already kind of mentioned this, Thomas, was the NASDAQ and the Mag 7. Like the supernova piece is the least, I think, is the least affected, or the least relevant, that all this discussion, whether it's the Middle East discussion or the currency discussion, that this thing exists in its own universe, basically. And that universe is one of varying degrees of optimism or extreme optimism, depending on the day, for some sort of unknown but widely believed fabulous, fantastical sort of future. But it does kind of bring up I know that there's been sort of these, I've seen these headlines, and there's been the discussion on the electricity side that the limiting factor, or that one of the limiting factors on the supernova, is ultimately going to come down to the cost of power generation and the ability to generate power and the efficiency of the use of electricity. And I know that that's been a sort of derivative of the supernova, the AI trade as it is, but I do wonder the degree to which those names also continue to attract a lot of momentum, not just the headliners that we all know.
And I mean, if you see oil, natural gas more than anything staying low, I don't think it'll be as much of a throttle as, say natty gas prices this winter run up to 5 or 6, pretty high, but not out of the realm of possibility. Then it'd be interesting to see how they react running these data centers that consume a huge amount of energy. I was actually talking to someone over the weekend that manages the facilities for a data center, and one of the new ones they built wasn't hooked up to the grid yet, so the utility didn't come out, but everything else was in place to go, including their generators. So they decided to run it up already using the generators until they get hooked up, which was another 2 or 3 weeks. That's 36,000 gallons of diesel fuel per day, which is, I think, somewhere around 300 to 500,000 a day, just to get that data center up and running. That's how antsy they were to get this data center online. So I mean, the constraint ultimately, not only on AI but all technology, is ultimately energy. So I mean, the thing is, the bubble, or people saying it's an AI bubble, isn't really true yet. It might be a bubble on spending towards AI, all these companies rushing to stay in the game. But as long as the spending is there, I think the speculation in the stocks stays there, and I don't see it popping or bursting anytime soon, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting article out in The Economist this week, basically talking about whether all of this AI optimism makes sense kind of in the build out ultimately because of things like this. Because, for example, data centers are being built and facilities are being built where it is cheapest to build them, and so they're far away from population centers. They're far away from people who would work there. So it's all kind of disaggregated and difficult. There's the energy cost piece. There's the deployment piece, which isn't happening at this point at the kind of scale that the building of capacity is occurring. And so their kind of larger conversation is there is, as is typical with these kinds of things, a mismatch initially between supply and demand, where first there is tons and tons of supply because enterprising suppliers kind of see the opportunity and judge that this supply is going to be needed. But demand is more difficult to convince, right? It's kind of like, well, how many iPhones did Apple build before it unrolled the first iPhone, the first sort of thing of its kind? And how much demand was there for that until they did it? Well, if people don't know and can't even fathom what the thing is, probably not as much demand as there was after it appeared, and like some use cases actually started to exist. And for a long time, there was a mismatch between supply and demand. Well, maybe we're looking at that and maybe that's normal. I think to your point, Thomas, the question is, at what point does the market take a breather and go, well, okay, we've got tons of AI supply. Are we going to have enough demand to justify all of this supply? And there's no knowing when. I mean, this is always a thing that happens, but in these types of things, I mean, railroads, telecoms, whatever, there's always that phase or that kind of interregnum in the story, but who knows when it's going to happen. But there's certainly no sign of it here.
I do still come back to my Amazon thesis in the sort of internal rotation of the Mag 7, and I think Amazon is a great buying opportunity. I mean, that's a ridiculous statement, but I think that Amazon, on a relative basis to the AI names, is attractive. How about that?
I mean, there's certainly a lot to be said for this. I mean, obviously.
I mean, look at that AMD move the last few days. We've seen all these. We've seen so many different moves. I won't list them all. But
yeah, I mean, what's interesting about Amazon,
in the
probably to your point, is that it's not AMD.
What's that?
What's probably the most interesting to your point about Amazon is that it's not AMD, in the sense that AMD has already had a giant pop, and this thing
AMD's had a pop, Google's had a pop, Tesla's had a pop. I mean,
right.
I'm saying the point of Amazon is that it is in this. It's a cousin of the family or a sibling,
and hasn't had a pop yet,
and hasn't had a pop.
Right. Right.
And so I just think all the Mag 7 names, the Amazon, even if it's a put spread or what the mechanism is, but if you're going to, that's the most interesting thing to me right now.
Well, so interestingly, if you wanted to get very kind of simple here and say, okay, here's 50 days out. Obviously, this is in, somewhat fuzzy pricing because we're after hours here. But if I wanted to just be a put seller here and look at it this way and essentially say, okay, where's the next pocket of liquidity here? Let's say around maybe there, something like this, maybe here. You could structure fairly sort of solid risk reward ideas here on the put selling side. Now, it is a little bit expensive, but you could tinker with this a bit. See if we can, there we go. 43 days out, better volumes. You could structure something pretty, I mean, even very small here. I mean, when you're selling premium approaching 1-to-1 risk reward with a 54% probability of profit, I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Very good, right?
Right. So you could do this and basically sit on this for 43 days and just bet on vol extraction and just take the vol credit. So it's an interesting setup. Thomas, can I get you into an Amazon position here?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good move. I like the only equity I've really been doing is Tesla, and I've been selling put spreads on it.
I mean, this thing
on the same premise. I mean, that would be the same rationale, Thomas, for the. For the Amazon put spread.
I mean, hypothetically, say, because this is kind of an arms race in AI between the U.S. and China. Say that, unlikely, but the U.S. companies stop spending while China is investing more and more with lofty targets that are probably unachievable with a lot of things they do, but nonetheless, they drive the regional governments to promote infrastructure spending on that and stuff. I don't think the U.S. government would just watch the U.S. really significantly slow spending in AI if China is continuing to spend. And I think that's when you see, the U.S. right now, the government is taking more and more positions in companies privately. Do they start to do that more and more with chip companies, which I think they're already looking at? But the spending on AI, it already goes far beyond spending in other arms races like the space race, the 50s and 60s between U.S. and the Soviet Union, which also benefited stocks in the economy, minus the drag when the Vietnam War started.
Yeah, I mean, there is certainly an interesting element here. I mean, obviously, we know that all that spending during the Cold War eventually gives us the internet, eventually gives us telecoms, and telecoms follow this kind of arc where once telecoms arrive at the sort of internet breakthrough, there's the run-up, and then there's the sort of oversupply, under-demand moment in the dot-com bust. There's a reset, and we come back. What's interesting about all of that is there seems to be a conversation emerging that basically what was happening with the dot-com thing was different enough from what this is, where that was about valuations. And I mean, I don't know if I buy this argument, but I read it earlier today, that bubble was about valuations. This bubble is about sort of the use case, that we don't have adoption and that this creates the disconnect. That essentially this is less like railroads and less like telecoms and maybe more like the South Sea bubble, where everybody's like, oh my God, we need to go invest in North America. They're doing all the new stuff there. But it becomes something that for a long, 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 long time doesn't get off the ground, and the investment ends up basically burning out because, I mean, there's a revolutionary war and it destroys a bunch of, it wipes out a bunch of investors, and there's a very slow start, and the colonies don't get along, and it's not exactly just a printing money outpost for England the way, let's say, India was. So it's a different kind of thing, is what one argument here goes to say, and that it's also a credit bubble to some extent, because since all of this is financed with borrowed money, that if you can't get ROI and you can't get demand quickly, the thing caves in, at least sort of episodically before the long arc kicks off. But all of that is complete kind of yada, yada, yada until the market decides to care, and the market doesn't care.
So is this consolidation in mags? I mean, I see it just as a consolidation before the next step higher.
I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that it's anything other than that at this point.
All of which goes to, pick Amazon as the laggard in the bunch, because it's all going to go one way or the other. It's going to go up and down, but it's ultimately going to go up. And Amazon, I just feel like is the one that I'm a broken record right now, but I just think Amazon is a really, really interesting situation.
It's an interesting piece before we jump off here, just to get your quick thoughts. So a piece that came out of the Boston Fed today that said the recent spike in inflation expectations poses a bigger risk to the U.S. central bank's ability to tame inflation than historically, and basically points at the 1970s and says that this here now is more like that, in the sense that inflation expectations are becoming unhinged, and that we have a kind of thing here where there was an inflation cycle. The Fed responded with rapid hikes, but inflation expectations ultimately became anchored anyway, and it took multiples of these hikes. If we recall, Volcker had to do it twice. So big hike cycle, crushed the economy, cut rates, inflation ran away again, had to do it again. That this is sort of like that. And that ultimately what we're going to end up with is much higher rates. I bring it up because, of course, the study comes from a study of one-year inflation expectations in the University of Michigan survey, which comes out tomorrow. Do we think this matters in this context? If we get higher consumer inflation expectations for lack of other data tomorrow, is that something that can give this market indigestion in any kind of a lasting way?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Maybe for
know.
like an hour.
Yeah.
And then you forget about the U of Michigan data and keep doing what it's been doing.
I think that's the path of least resistance. And if it's not that, then it's interesting. If the U of M data actually gives a strong reaction from the stock market, I'm looking at the data closely, not because I think it's going to, but because I think it would be fascinating and a game changer if it did. Because it would suggest that something different is finally starting to occur. And maybe, just maybe, it's time to think. Thank you, gentlemen. Overtime is herewith out of time. Don't go anywhere, anybody. Macro Money is going to be on right after this, where, surprise, surprise, we're going to talk about the University of Michigan data and why it might matter. But if all of this today starts with the dollar, that data could move it. And maybe something finally is stirring that's different than the autopilot we've been on. So don't go anywhere. We're going to come back momentarily and have that conversation.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that 1-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
New from Tasty Trade. Unlock 30 days commission-free trading, plus a 1% cash match on all qualifying deposits when you open and fund a new Tasty Trade account. The Money Match event starts now, exclusive to new Tasty Trade customers.
Frequent trips to Vegas, or there was a year I did a couple of them.
What's the most financially irresponsible thing you've ever done in your life? Doesn't necessarily have to be trading specific.
Financially irresponsible, that's a big question. Like people would say like going to college these days, I don't know. Renting, I like renting. I like the flexibility. I don't know. Maybe renting, I guess, by the book is financially irresponsible. Actually, you know what my biggest purchase right when I started my job was $4,000 on a PC setup, which was not a good idea at my salary point.
I mean, anytime you take a trip to Vegas, it's pretty financially irresponsible. I would say that frequent trips to Vegas, or there was a year I did a couple of them, which was pretty irresponsible.
When the market moves, traders need to move faster. Tasty Trade Active Trader Tool offers full depth of market visibility, one-click order entry, and instant position management so traders can react in real time. While others charge for professional tools, Tasty Trade provides them for free. Opportunity can move fast. Seize it with Active Trader. Try it now on Tasty Trade.
When you define risk, you set a limit on how much you could lose if the trade goes bad. If you have a small account, you might not be so interested in selling naked options. You'd use up much more buying power, and the risk is undefined. Defining risk, though, controls how much you can lose if the trade goes sour, and it gives you back some of that sweet, sweet buying power. We can define risk by combining options into certain strategies. The short put vertical spread is the simplest one. Selling this put sets your max profit with the credit, and the long put at the lower strike blocks off the risk where you want it. And if you're more neutral than this, you can throw on a vertical call spread to make it an iron condor. The only downside to defining a risk is that it lowers both your max profit and your probability of profit. That little compromise might mean you rest easier, though, and a good night's sleep is priceless. So see, we can define risk when we use more than one option at a time. Pretty simple.
It's the day that when you write dates in the American system of month, day, year, which is a little bit funny, looks like 3.14, which is one of our better approximations. And actually this year is even better because it's 3.1415. I've never before, but this year there's a couple other math people who just got a pizza oven, and so they're bringing everyone over. We're gonna make a bunch of pizzas. It's one of the few very important transcendental numbers, right? I mean, 0, 1. There's a lot of good contenders for most important number. Anytime you have anything that's circular, you're gonna wind up with pies. Anytime you have a pie, you should sort of expect there to be something circular. I can do one more than the date on Saturday. I can do 3.14159. Rational numbers are fractions, and pi just is not a fraction. 22/7 is pretty close, but that's not what it is. It's the ratio of a circle to its area, right? And so that's not an integer ratio. It just isn't. Pumpkin. Just circles are great.
All right, Katie, what is the Widowmaker?
The Widowmaker can be any spread that is volatile that might dink you if you're on the wrong side of it, but at tastylive, the Widowmaker historically has referred to a spread in natural gas.
Refers to profits that you are taking on a position.
What is an offer? So the offer price is the price at which you can buy an option at, the bid being the price to sell at.
What a weird day we had in the markets today. All kinds of big moves, but not a whole lot of obvious catalysts for why we saw what we saw, and therefrom not a whole lot of clarity perhaps on where things are going. Or is there? We have the first piece of major economic data on the calendar coming up in the next 24 hours. And maybe, just maybe, the markets are finally ready to do something different than what they have been. We're going to try to figure out what that is. This is Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at tastylive. And what we'll start with is just a look at the price action, just to figure out what in the world happened today and why it seemed to be so. And from there, attempt to figure out what's coming next as we take a look. I mean, obviously, through this government shutdown, we've had a lull in most economic data, but the private sector sources, they do keep coming. And for the first time this week, we're going to get a piece of data here of some consequence by way of the University of Michigan consumer confidence data. So we'll take a look at that and see what it might mean. Here's what the markets did today. Soggy one for stocks. S&P 500 off almost 0.4%. NASDAQ down about 0.25%. Both of them were down meaningfully more intraday, but ended up clawing back some losses. At one point here today, the S&P was down as much as 0.6%. At one point today, the NASDAQ was down as much as 0.75%. So these were bigger moves, and they've since unraveled somewhat, but nevertheless, the exuberant surge to record highs yesterday did not find follow-through today, and we kind of came back limping. Yields up narrowly, so that idea that yields and stocks are moving inversely of each other, that's on display here. The 10-year up 0.4%. The 2-year about the same. The dollar stronger across the board. Euro down 0.5%. Yen down about 0.25%. Bitcoin doing its amplified risk on thing. So stocks are down. Bitcoin's down more. The interesting bit here, perhaps, in the commodities space, where gold is down hard, almost 2%, and so is crude oil. And so as we look at the sort of makeup of what's going on here, it starts to get interesting to consider kind of how you build a through line on all of this. And when we look at the price action intraday, we can see here's the S&P 500. the sell-off starts right at the cash equity open. I mean, this is it right here. These timestamps, by the way, they are in Pacific time because, of course, this is my platform and I am here in San Francisco. So what you see there is a screenshot of what was going on at about 9:30 Eastern. And so this is right at the cash equity open for Wall Street. And we can see right out the gate, we get a sell-off in the S&P 500, and that ends up looking like a sell-off across essentially all of the U.S. stock market universe. Obviously, some things came back more than others. NASDAQ fared much better ultimately than the S&P because most of the selling was in energy, industrials, and in materials, and tech was actually fairly okay. But nevertheless, we have a sell-off that starts right as the markets come online. Gold sells off at the same time. Again, right as the markets come online, gold takes a hit and is down then for most of the day. The dollar has the same cue here for its rally. There it is. And so as we look at all of this, it starts to sort of raise a question of, okay, well, how do you make sense of what's going on? Well, if you're in a situation where, let's say, this is certainly the headlines that we've seen across the wires today, oh, well, we have a preliminary ceasefire deal in the Middle East. Israel and Hamas have signed up to the initial stage of President Trump's framework, his 20-step continuum on securing lasting peace. They've signed up at least to the first part. And it would make sense, perhaps, that crude oil would be down in this context. It would make sense that gold would be down in this context because ostensibly some degree of geopolitical risk has been baked out of these assets. But if that's what's going on, and if these moves started at the same time as all the others, including stocks, including the dollar, then how does it make sense that peace breaking out in the Middle East is a bad thing for stock markets? It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Not only because stock markets haven't really cared about wars, not the Ukraine-Russia theater, not the Israel-Hamas theater recently. Of course, we did hit record highs yesterday, and these wars continue. And then we hit record highs over the course of the past at least year continuously, and the prior year too. So, and all these wars have continued. So it's not as if this has been a major headwind, geopolitics, for U.S. stocks. And in any case, it would be strange that an improvement in the situation would be negative for risk-taking. So it's probably not that. It's tempting to say that what might be going on here is something having to do with yields. We've seen that the market has been very sensitive to this idea that the Fed might not do as many rate cuts as expected, and that this will mean less cheap money for the markets, and at a time when you're at record highs and people are starting to worry about, okay, well, maybe this is overextended, maybe I need to buy some protection, maybe there's a downturn that's inevitable, and maybe inevitable, quote unquote, is getting closer. So we want the money to be cheap in the event that there's a wipeout, because then we can borrow back without too much pain and go again. So perhaps this is about yields, but that doesn't seem to square with what's going on elsewhere. And we can see here the bonds, they do have a little bit of a run-up here, but here's that same window of time. At the time that all of this is occurring, there's nothing really that's happening in the bonds. They do have a slight downtick here today. That happens earlier in the day, and it really is very, very modest. So yields are a touch higher, bonds are a touch lower, but it doesn't really change the calculus in any kind of a meaningful way. In fact, we can see Fed policy expectations basically not doing anything. This is the outlook for October. We can see steady relative to yesterday. It's moderated a bit versus a week ago, but it's much, much higher than it was a month ago. And so still basically a given that we're going to get a 25 basis point rate cut later this month. It's not dissimilar for December. Back over an 80% chance of a cut there. It got a little weaker yesterday, but we're still slightly lower than when we looked a week ago, but much, much more convinced than we were a month ago. So still looking like we're firmly set for cuts at both meetings. And when we look at the overall policy outlook, the same general dynamics hold. Most importantly, we can see that we've been basically oscillating here around about 100 basis points in easing between now and the end of next year. That hasn't changed now for the better part of 2 weeks. Moreover, we still have the disconnect for next year. 61 basis points is what the markets have, and 25 basis points is what Fed officials had written down in their summary of economic projections in September. So it's not like we've made any meaningful move here one way or another. So it might be tempting to say, well, what's going on here is yields, and so stocks didn't like it, and commodities didn't like it, and the dollar did. But we don't really seem to have any meaningful changes in the policy outlook. There is something more to this story, though, and perhaps it just doesn't begin with bonds. Perhaps bonds are sort of a bit higher on yields today. They were a bit lower on them yesterday. They're kind of oscillating, and have been for a few weeks here. But perhaps what this story begins with today is the US dollar, because that would start to make these things make sense. So if the catalyst is here, if the thing that ultimately kicks this off is a dollar rally, well then things denominated in dollars would go down. And that would, in parallel, strike at gold. It would, in parallel, strike at stocks. And perhaps that explains what we have on the board here. Because the dollar really is running roughshod today against everything. And maybe that's where this story starts. Now, within that context, we do have a bit of news that might illuminate what comes next. And as we were saying at the top of the show, we have what is the first piece of macro data for the week. This is coming at us from the University of Michigan, their long-running consumer confidence survey. It's been running for decades. And the expectation is that we are going to get a pullback basically across the board. Not a big change in the expectations index, but the assessment of current conditions, the overall sentiment index, those are expected to tick lower. Now, these gauges here have had a really interesting relationship with the one-year inflation outlook that's baked into this survey. One of the things that the University of Michigan asks is it asks consumers not only to give their assessment on the current conditions and expectations about 6 months forward, and from that the sentiment index comes, but also on 1 and 5 year inflation expectations. And this 1 year outlook is really a very interesting barometer. We can see that as inflation expectations started to build in early 2021, you already saw, before the Fed owned it, that inflation expectations were starting to get sticky, that you weren't going to have, in the Fed's parlance, a transitory inflation episode, which, by the way, is exactly what they're talking about now. But before, it was trade disruptions from COVID and supply chains will realign and these things will ultimately be a one-off and they'll work themselves out. Now it's, well, the tariffs, they're a one-time adjustment. It's a one-time realignment of supply chains. Things are working themselves out. It's the same story. When these inflation expectations started to build, it became obvious that that story was wrong. And ultimately, the Fed had to own that it was wrong. And by June of 2021, they said, well, looks like inflation is going to be stickier than we thought. We're going to have to go on a rate hike cycle. We can see here then, at the beginning of 2022, when they go on the rate hike cycle, that's where inflation expectations peak. That's where sentiment bottoms. And once inflation starts to come off, that's when sentiment turns a corner. Consumers start getting happier. Inflation falls all the way through going into early 2025, late 2024, until we roll out the tariffs. And you can see that with that rollout, inflation expectations surge, sentiment starts to come off again. And of course, this matters quite a bit. 68% of US GDP is household consumption. If consumers are not happy, there isn't any economic growth to speak of. So, what is it that we're seeing here? Well, on one hand, we see that the U.S. economy has been putting up relatively solid economic data. This is the Citi Economic Surprise Index. We can see most outcomes here have been generally coming out better than expected. That's readings above 0 on this index. If data was underwhelming, then it would be below 0. But we can see all the way since July, things have been pointing to improvement. And then we look at the Atlanta Fed GDP Now model, and as we've said here before, what it actually says about third quarter GDP growth isn't very important. That number is ages away, and so this data is going to change, this model is going to change 1,000 times over before then. But what we can see is that the tone of the data that's been going into this model, because every time there's a major update, sometimes it's every day, sometimes it's every other day, it's been slower with this government shutdown and there being less data. But typically this is, hence GDP Now. This is a nowcast, as it were. It's updated in close to real time, and you can get the sense about whether the data going into it is making GDP look stronger or weaker. And here, the trend is unmistakable. So we appear to have some degree of U.S. economic strength here. If we look at the ISM data, obviously the headline indexes were especially soft. We basically had the U.S. economy register at standstill in September, according to the ISM data. But when we look at the price index subcomponent of that data, that's this right here, especially in the service sector, the biggest part of the overall economy, we can see that it tends to move and foreshadow what happens on headline inflation numbers, PCE and CPI, by about 2 months. And what that would imply here is that perhaps there is now an inflationary run that's shaping up on the horizon. All of which might give you a rise in inflation expectations here and help, first of all, to work out how you end up with weaker sentiment, but maybe start to feed into what the Fed has been saying about, well, consumer inflation expectations are the thing we're not going to allow to get sticky. Yes, we want to ease. It's because the labor market has shown up some more signs of weakness than we thought, but we are not going to backslide having done all this work to bring inflation down. That's, of course, this right here. I mean, clearly, heroic work has been done to take inflation from well north of 6% for PCE and well north of 8, approaching 9 for CPI, to bring all of that back down into the kind of 2 to 3% range. So the Fed is very keen not to give that progress back. Now, looking at the markets, they're not terribly concerned about inflation, it would seem. The bond market's readings of break-even rates, the bond implied inflation expectations, they're holding fairly steady. But if all of this positive data here portends to a more chipper economy and suggests that inflationary pressure is still getting a boost, and we still have that concern to worry about, we can't just abandon it and go straight to the labor market. That sort of is explained right here. We can see that the price index for ISM is still very, very elevated, despite the actual headline economic activity index looking weak, especially in September. Well, then this is going to be a reason to start to worry about maybe Fed rate cuts aren't coming in the kind of volume that the markets want them. Maybe this is ultimately wrong and too big relative to this. The Fed only, again, forecasting 25 basis points, and the markets are at more than double that here. And perhaps that then gives us more of what we're seeing here. Higher yields, a stronger dollar, and then perhaps knock on across all of these dollar-denominated assets, including stocks and including commodities and including Bitcoin. And perhaps this might give us that vector for follow-through. So positioning-wise, I am still, as I've been for a while now, very long the US dollar, short the Aussie, short the pound, short the euro, short the Canadian dollar. I'm also short the yen in my TastyFX spot account. Short a little bit of stocks, looking for whatever this consolidation is to maybe finally resolve a little bit on the downside. Long the bonds, where we're still consolidating. Short crude oil, which is starting to work finally, but maybe is just getting going. And that is Macro Money for today. As ever, we are here Monday through Thursday, right after Overtime, a show I usually co-host with Dylan Radigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. I'm likewise writing for the News and Insights portion of tastylive.com, commenting at Ilya Spivak on former Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money is back next week. Happy trading.